Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. Assembly Committee Room.
Members, as we start business today, I want to just mark the fact that this is the 1000th plenary sitting of this Assembly since 1998. Of course, this is not a moment to be self-congratulatory or to pat ourselves on the back, as members will be all too aware that the history of this Assembly has been somewhat checkered, as you might say. As I have said before, we should never forget that this Assembly is essentially on probation in the eyes of the public, and that building public confidence in this Assembly requires constant attention. Nonetheless, I believe that this is a milestone, and while we mark the 1000th sitting, we are not ignoring the issues and challenges there have been and will continue to be. However, neither has this process been easy, and at points those of my generation would not have thought this Assembly was even possible. Indeed, as one of the few members remaining since 1998, I would reflect that relationships and the nature of debates in this chamber are often transformed, or are indeed transformed, from how they would have been in the early days. Recent discussion regarding the pressure on the Assembly to consider legislation before the end of this mandate has underlined a general political and public agreement about the importance of this Assembly and the Executive in addressing issues of public concern. The politics of events over the years are for others to reflect on in due course, but I think it is important from this chair to acknowledge that all of those who have played their part in getting us to this point. I know that colleagues past and present from parties across the Assembly have had to take difficult decisions at different times and have often had to make sacrifices and face criticism to move this Assembly forward. Now, I want to recognise the public service of all of those who have been involved in those efforts, including those who are no longer with us. I particularly want to mention all of the officials who have supported this Assembly and its members since 1998. Visitors routinely remarked to me that they hadn't realised the amount of work required behind the scenes to make this the Assembly operate. Therefore, I do want to thank all of the staff who have worked in Parliament buildings to directly or indirectly support Assembly business, often going above and beyond their call of duty. And by its very nature, their work normally happens quietly, unseen and unnoticed, but officials have also been critical in making progress at key points in our political process. In fact, I have written today to all members of staff to say this to them directly. So in conclusion, members, we must not be complacent. Dealing with the divisions in our community and making this Assembly work has never been easy for all parties, and the number of difficult issues will always be outnumbered by those who think that the solutions are simple. However, while we do not forget our past, this Assembly does give us the opportunity to work together to focus on the future. There will be some busy months ahead to demonstrate that. Members, the first item then on the order paper is member statements, and again, if members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so continually by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded the statements are not subject to debate or questioning. Interventions will not be permitted, and I will take no points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Melissa McHugh.
I welcome the opportunity to raise the issue in the Chamber, given that not only was the case of Ben O'Neill, whom I represented over the last number of months, mentioned here last week, but his circumstances and the plight that his family finds themselves in. It's now public knowledge, as both the local press, the local radio stations and television has picked up on this story, where a teenager who has extremely complex needs had been offered facility in Navan in the County Meath or in Scotland. And the family knew themselves that such provision was totally unacceptable. It was devastating news to the family, and that they themselves knew that Ben's most immediate need was familiarity both of his surroundings, his providers, his school, and in particular his family. And I'm happy to report that as a result of a meeting that we had with the family in the Western Trust on Friday, that we have had a resolution in the short term to cope with Ben's particular situation. But rather than Ben's situation being an exception, it tends to highlight what is more or less the rule, that in the Western area there's a lack of provision for many of these people who have very, very special and complex needs. Now, in 2013, it was estimated that there was 1 child in every 100 who was actually autistic. It is now 3 in every 100. And yet now we haven't had that same threefold increase in provision or in services within our area. And again, facilitating a group of parents that they have identified very, very strongly what they would require themselves to make provision for those that are both autistic and those that have very complex needs. And they have submitted an action plan to the Western Trust, asking them to be involved in the negotiation of that particular plan, helping to meet those needs. The glaring omission in the Western area is the need for greater provision, not only in respite care, but in particular specialised units or facilities that will accommodate independent living for those with those really complex needs. Now, very often it has been the case in the past that when it came to a social problem, that we exported it either to England or to somewhere else, or just in this case where they imply nearly that it can be dealt with in Navan in the County Meath or in Scotland. And I'm saying it's time we call a halt to that we made this kind of provision within our own area in West Tyrone for our own people. Let it not be the case that when it comes to providing for the most vulnerable, and particularly those that are autistic and who have very, very special multiple needs, that once again we look to export it rather than address the problem. And I call on the ministers, both on health and on education, and the Western Trust to look at this problem immediately.
Thank you. And I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like many people across the country, I tuned in on Friday evening to the One Show in anticipation to hear the outcome of the National Teaching Awards Lifetime Achievement Award. And it was particularly of great pleasure to see that that award went to Mary Lindsay of St Mary's College. Anybody who knows Mary will know that this is a very much well-deserved award, serving over 3 decades in terms of her particular career, inspiring many young people and generations across the board. It was just particularly keen to see. Her achievements have rightly been recognised by many across the constituency, but indeed across the world as well, most notably President Bill Clinton, who paid a glowing tribute to Mary and the work that she has done in her career. Amongst those congratulating Mary on the One Show was local principal of Lisneal College, Michael Allen. He came on to say his congratulations, but of course he too was congratulated and left with an award as well, in terms of the award for Head Teacher of the Year in a secondary school. So whilst there was a shock, no doubt, for Michael and a surprise for Michael, this is another very much well-deserved award. So 2 very well-known figures congratulated and receiving an award that they very much deserve. And I think it's very poignant that both Mary and Michael were able to share the awards and be able to go to the special ceremony last night in the City of London with family, colleagues and friends. We're blessed in Northern Ireland to have so many teachers, so many principals and inspirational leaders within our schools, people who have made a real and genuine difference. I know that St Mary's and Lisneal College, along with St Cecilia's College, have done tremendous work in the shared education programme. It's fantastic to see 2 of these leaders recognised, particularly from the Foyle constituency. So I want to congratulate both of them. I want to congratulate all of the winners, particularly those from Northern Ireland, but congratulate all of the winners. They have very much done themselves proud, their schools proud, but most importantly, they've done all of us within our communities proud as well. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member, for that. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here, Junior Minister. Large numbers of constituents are in financial crisis. Just as the cut in universal credit comes through, we have serious price inflation for food and record-breaking energy prices. For a large number of homes, energy bills will rise by about £1,000 over a year. For low-income households, it will be a choice of heat or eat. The utility regulator has called for the Executive to take action to mitigate mitigate the impact of these price increases. My call is for the Executive to urgently convene a cost of living task force. The task force needs to oversee the finalisation of the energy strategy, which has not yet been published, and it must be said that the past decisions on energy policy are partly responsible for this crisis. It should have been clear years ago that we needed to develop offshore wind farms, for the simple reason that while onshore wind is cheap, it does not provide the reliability and consistency of energy supply that we need. We also need the Executive to oversee the fuel poverty strategy, which has not been published and which is now currently required. I hope that when it is finalised, that the fuel poverty strategy proposes to reform the affordable warmth scheme, so that it focuses on bringing down energy use and cutting fuel bills, in particular improving home energy efficiency with higher levels of insulation. And I want to know what further actions the Housing Executive will take to cut the cost of energy for its tenants. There are other policy decisions that are needed. With financial support, what can be available to help our low-income households, both those in receipt of universal benefits, but also those in receipts of other benefits. Can the winter fuel payments be provided to households on universal credits and the legacy benefits? Can new legislation be introduced to increase the notice period prior to energy companies increasing prices? And can more be done to support food banks? And how can we develop fuel banks? What action can we take to eliminate loan sharks and support credit unions for bringing loans into place? Too often the Executive is criticised for being too slow to responding to situations. The Executive needs to start to act faster, which requires planning. There is a serious lack of the risk of the cost of living crisis getting worse and getting out of hand over this winter, especially if we have a very cold winter. So the Executive needs to consider how to plan for a possibly even worse situation than our constituents are facing today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, ahead of International Day of Disabled People on Friday the 3rd of December, I rise to highlight the barriers facing disabled people, not least in the wake of COVID-19. All of us have experienced isolation as a result of the pandemic, but for people with disabilities, the effect of the lockdowns has been particularly hard felt. Many who remain vulnerable to the virus have spent vast amounts of time shielding in their homes, and ultimately, as restrictions were eased, were left with the impression they were considered as an afterthought and eventually not at all. A survey undertaken by Disability Action showed that 57% of disabled people faced challenges in accessing food and medicine in 2020, whilst 38% reported challenges around caring commitments. With the current high levels of community transmission of the virus, there will be rising concern, especially given that 60% of deaths from coronavirus in the UK have been people with disabilities. This is a staggering statistic that truly hits home the devastating impact this virus has had on disabled people and how government at times has failed to protect them. And whilst COVID-19 exacerbated issues around access and health inequalities, people with disabilities have long faced physical and systemic barriers in our society. As a member of the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights, I was struck by the heartfelt evidence given by Mr Tony O'Reilly from the North West Forum of People with Disabilities when he highlighted how disabled people do not feel they have rights in Northern Ireland and how instead they are seen as being resource-based and resource-intensive. What was clear was the need for issues affecting people with disabilities to be seen through a human rights lens, which makes it all the more frustrating that the DUP has now decided to obstruct this committee from progressing on its important work. Mr Speaker, it was only a few weeks ago that I called for a single equality bill for Northern Ireland, but we need to do so much more than catch up with the rest of the UK. We need to ensure that as a society we are not constantly building barriers to access and that we see people as valued members of society and not as burdens. that we champion rights and equality. We need to reform welfare assessment and to live up our obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And finally, Mr Speaker, I note that the first ever sitting of the Disabled People's Parliament will take place here in this chamber on the 3rd of December, and I would like to wish all of its members all the very best with their endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Rachel Woods.
Mr Speaker, on Thursday the 25th of November was International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and it also marked the start of the international campaign on 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which runs until Human Rights Day on the 10th of December. It was started by activists in 1991 and continues to be coordinated each year by the Centre for Women's Global Leadership, calling for the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. And according to latest estimates, nearly 1 in 3 women aged 15 years and older from around the world have been subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner, non-partner, or both at least once in their lifetime, indicating that levels of violence against women and girls have remained largely unchanged over the last decade. The theme for this year is Orange the World, End Violence Against Women Now. And while it's important to mark this campaign, it's also important that we in this House and in this society reflect on what we're doing here in Northern Ireland and what we're not. We finally have domestic abuse legislation, and we're working to introduce stalking offences and working on introducing Gillen Review recommendations as part of the Justice Bill. But 11 women have been killed in Northern Ireland since the start of the pandemic that we know of, 10 killed or suspected of being killed by someone known to them. Misogyny is not yet a hate crime, and we still have no mandatory comprehensive RSE provision for children and young people in Northern Ireland. We still have no violence against women and girls strategy, and this is key. The Executive must formulate, publish, fund, support and resource this for Northern Ireland. These 16 days of activism need to be marked by action, and action by this Executive to effectively tackle violence against women and girls in our society. So we have to stop neutralising gender in government policies. We need to recognise gender-based violence and understand that our ideas about gender and gender stereotypes can affect how we treat other people, including discrimination and violence, bullying, sexual harassment, psychological violence, domestic violence, abuse, rape, FGM, forced marriage, and homophobic and transphobic violence and abuse. We need to teach our young people how stereotypes can contribute to these issues, and we need to recognise that gender inequality and gender role stereotypes contribute to gender-based violence. And I don't want to be back here in several weeks or months to hear about more women being murdered, or to be asking and urging this Executive to do what we already know needs to be done. The time for action is now. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
I want to raise the case of the strike by NSMC members who work as education welfare officers across the north, and who today are beginning their first day of strike as part of a 2-week-long campaign. I want to offer them my full solidarity and extend my best wishes to them in their fight whilst they brave picket lines in the cold. This dispute is about ensuring that workers are paid properly for the jobs that they do. EWO workers provide an essential service to some of the most vulnerable, marginalised and frankly forgotten about young people in our communities. In many ways they are social workers, but by a different name and title. However, these workers are being paid significantly less than their counterparts who work as social workers in the Trust. There is a discrepancy of £5,000 a year in what the EWO workers are paid by the Education Authority and what social workers are paid by health and social care trusts. That's not to say, of course, that social workers are rolling in it, far from it, but it's to recognise that there is a historical discrepancy in pay here, and quite a significant one at that, and it shouldn't be allowed to continue. Such a disparity in pay levels is frankly obscene and wouldn't be allowed to exist in most other sectors or spheres, so why should it be allowed to here? This strike isn't about pitting workers against each other, but about paying people what they are worth for the work that they do. Mr Speaker, this morning I spoke with workers on the picket lines, and they are livid that the employer and the Minister have failed to intervene and act to allocate this money. Whilst this money is obviously quite a lot for these workers, in the grand scheme of things, in the Executive's budget, it's a tiny drop in the ocean. We're talking about 130 workers who provide essential work to vulnerable and at-risk young people. Their work is being undervalued and underpaid. Not only is this strike about recognising and resolving pay disparity, but it's also about recruitment and retention. Many workers are looking at the trusts as employers and their pay rates and deciding for them and their families it's better to switch. Workers and unions are livid that the employers failed to settle on this issue. They are angry that despite repeated lobbying and agitation that the authority and department haven't intervened. So today I am calling on the Education Minister to intervene as a matter of urgency to meet the demands of these workers. Just imagine where we would be in a situation like COVID without these workers. Now is the time to pay them what they are owed. And these workers are also impacted, Mr Speaker, by the universal credit uplift being scrapped, the fuel price increases this winter and the general increase in the cost of living. Workers shouldn't be placed in situations where they're grossly underpaid for the work that they do. So EWO and UCU workers have shown what to do when faced with belligerent employers. Solidarity to them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Padraig Largate.
Friday the 3rd of December, as Ms Bradshaw has mentioned, as the International Day of People with Disabilities. The theme this year is rights in the context of the ongoing impact of COVID-19. So the global themes refer to a post-COVID era, but I don't feel that we're in a position as a region to discuss that at present in that terminology of post-COVID. While marginalisation, discrimination, vulnerability and exploitation can impact upon many people in society, the deaf and disabled people in particular have faced challenges in access to routine health and social care, have faced increased isolation, declining mental and physical health, and barriers in accessing food and medicine. So it's important to recognise that deaf and disabled people account for almost 2/3 of COVID deaths. I would ask that as an Assembly we acknowledge this and we recognise that this loss that the families in particular have experienced throughout this crisis. On Friday, disabled people across the North are asking that we, the people who represent them, wear purple to support them and their families as a mark of respect for those who've lost their lives during COVID-19, and to acknowledge the resilience and determination that disabled people have shown throughout the pandemic. I would ask all of you to reach out to the deaf and disabled community over the next number of days. I would ask that as an executive and as an Assembly, we commit to legislative reform which will improve the lives of deaf and disabled people.
Thank you. And I call Paul Frew.
Mr Speaker, and I suppose I thank you also for reminding this place of its milestone of 1,000 plenary sittings. This bastion of coalition, this champion of democratic openness and accountability in this House of relevant debate and important proper scrutiny. It's important that we also mark this day, the 29th of November 2021, as the day that we see, as I have warned about for many months now, the fact that one person can make, amend and enact legislation and regulation. Let those words sink in. But not only that, Mr Speaker, in this 100th plenary sitting, that person does so without bringing forward any equality impact assessment. No economic impact assessment. And no evidence whatsoever of positive health outcomes. This place of coalition, this champion of democratic openness and accountability, this House of relevant debate and proper important scrutiny. One person can make, amend and enact this very day regulations. But the ironic thing, Mr Speaker, is that that action, the impact of that regulation, discriminates against one family member from another, treats them differently, and prevents them from entering everyday services. What will this House do? What will the parties that make up this House do in this scenario? Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week, 27 people died in the English Channel when a vessel overturned carrying them. They are among the 150 people who have died crossing that channel in the last 5 years. They are people, they're human beings, contrary to some of the media depictions of them as simply migrants. The issue of how countries, the UK, Ireland, other EU member states deal with movements of people in crisis, people moving from places where they are either in conflict zones or they or their families are at immediate risk of loss of life, is something that has been a problem for the last number of decades. But the actions of this UK government over the last few weeks have been particularly shocking and egregious in terms of how they've handled this issue. It's first of all worth saying, despite some of the crass, immoral distortions and claims made by Tory MPs, the majority of people making this treacherous, unthinkable journey, particularly unthinkable if you've got a child with you, Mr. Speaker, because I think all of us, particularly those of us with children, know that it would only be in the most extreme, appalling circumstances that anybody would think to put their child in a dinghy to cross the English Channel. But the distortions of Tory MPs suggest that the majority of these people making this crossing are economic migrants. Well, that's not the case. Priti Patel claimed the other day that 70% of the people crossing the Channel were economic migrants. That is a complete falsehood and has been proven to be a falsehood. These are people moving from war-torn countries and often themselves and their families at extreme risk. Why are they having to make this appalling decision? In many cases, they're having to make this appalling, risky decision. Yes, because there are exploitative gangs who are working and absolutely they need to be dealt with, but also because the UK government has shut down legal means for people to enter the UK in order to claim asylum. The Syrian scheme has closed. The Dubs scheme, Alf Dubs, people will remember from this place, the Dubs scheme to take children. And let's not forget that 42% of displaced people on the globe are children. The Dubs scheme has closed. The UK government, which claimed it would set up a scheme to help allow asylum for people moving away from the Taliban, from Afghans, that has not yet opened, Mr. Speaker. We've seen a huge range of distortion from this British government over the last few years on how they've handled the issue of migration and asylum seekers. We need to take a stand on behalf of decency.
Members, time's up. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take the opportunity today to highlight World AIDS Day, which will take place on Wednesday, and is the biggest opportunity each year to raise awareness of HIV and show solidarity with those affected. In Northern Ireland, we have seen hugely significant advances over recent years, including the availability of PrEP medicine, the Undetectable equals Untransmittable campaign, and the work of committed local charities. According to the latest available figures, currently there are 1,123 people currently living with HIV in Northern Ireland. In 2019, there was 52 new diagnoses, a 35% drop from 80 in the previous year. Whilst these figures are positive, the absence of a HIV action plan or sexual health strategy for Northern Ireland means there is no way of guaranteeing this can be as part of a sustained long-term decline. It is also important to note that Northern Ireland has the highest levels of HIV-related stigma anywhere on these islands. According to the charity Positive Life, we lag some 10 to 15 years behind other parts of the UK in terms of how we as a society view HIV and those impacted. The fact that we do not have a strategy guided by targets and with ring-fence funding in place to support a long-term vision makes it even more difficult to play catch-up with this. HIV and stigma is not one department's responsibility. It requires an approach which is cross-cutting and covers key areas including education, health, employment, civic society and others. A 2020 survey from Positive Life found that 22% of people in Northern Ireland would not approve of someone with HIV looking after their child, and 39% would not approve of a family member dating someone with HIV. The same survey also found that 71% of people believe we need to do more to improve understanding of HIV and sexual health in schools. We need to advocate for modern and positive understanding of HIV with age-appropriate relationships and sexuality education at the core, so we can move away from harmful and outdated views. Put simply, we must get serious about HIV. In closing, I recall the slogan for World AIDS Day in 2021, end inequalities, end AIDS, end pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Liz Kimmins.
Today marks International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, and it's important that the international community takes this opportunity to show support for the hopes and aspirations of the Palestinian people to live in peace and freedom. Palestinian people continue to live under a brutal Israeli occupation which ignores international law and lays siege to Gaza and routine repression in the West Bank. If international laws are to mean anything, then the international community must stand up against this illegal aggression. That is why I am proud that Sinn Féin successfully passed an historic motion in Leinster House, which resulted in the Irish Government becoming the first administration in Europe to recognise that a de facto annexation has taken place in Palestine. My party is now calling on the Irish Government to recognise the State of Palestine and use its influence on the UN Security Council to demand the enforcement of international law and the full implementation of the existing international resolutions that Israel continues to flout. These are tangible steps, but as the fight against apartheid in South Africa showed, every show of international solidarity is important. I want to send a clear message to the Palestinian people here today. We stand foursquare with you in your long struggle for peace and justice in your homeland.
Thank you. And that ends members' statements. Members, just take your ease for a moment or two. Thank you. Okay, members, I have received notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must do this by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I do remind members to be concise in asking their questions. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. And I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I would like to make a statement regarding the new variant of the COVID-19 virus, which has been identified in Southern Africa. Although only a small proportion of the overall COVID-19 cases in Northern Ireland have related to individuals who have recently been outside the United Kingdom, there is a particular risk from international travel due to the potential importation of novel variants that have originated in other countries. It is for that reason that restrictions on international travel have been put in place throughout the pandemic, with different requirements on the provision of information, testing and quarantine depending on the country travelled from, reflecting the different level of risk for each country. But more recently, the distinction has been made in the restrictions between travellers who have been fully vaccinated and those who have a greater risk of onward transmission of the virus. During the course of the COVID-19 pandemic to date, a large number of variants have been identified, reflecting the natural tendency for viruses to mutate over time. Although many of these variants have involved only minor changes from those already in circulation, there are some that may be more resistant to vaccines, whilst others, such as Delta, are much more transmissible, and those are reflected in the current dominant status in Northern Ireland. Last week, evidence of a new, more concerning variant of the COVID-19 virus began to emerge. This has now been classified as the Omicron variant of concern, or B11529. Whilst this variant was first identified in southern Africa, it is now present in an increasing number of countries across the world. Although there is limited evidence of the impact of the new variant, there are concerns that it has a large number of mutations, which means that there is the potential for the variant to be resistant to vaccines and more transmissible. As yet, it is unclear if it would be more serious in terms of the clinical impact. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my thanks to the work of the scientists and clinicians in South Africa in identifying the new variant at an early stage. This highlights the importance of ongoing surveillance of the COVID-19 virus. At this particular moment, there have been no confirmed cases of the Omicron variant identified in Northern Ireland, but it is highly likely that this position will change in the coming days. The Public Health Agency is undertaking detailed risk assessments of some returning travellers from red-listed countries and is advising on any immediate public health actions which are required to slow the introduction of this variant and to limit its spread in Northern Ireland. In light of the cases identified in England and Scotland, it is to be expected that there may already be cases of the variant in Northern Ireland. The Public Health Agency has established with immediate effect a regional incident management team, which is in close liaison with a UK-wide incident management team, and there is ongoing engagement with the Republic of Ireland. The Public Health Agency is utilising passenger locator forms, and contact tracing has identified all recent returning passengers from Southern Africa via the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, and are actively contacting and completing enhanced questionnaires. In addition, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 positive results for the last 6 weeks will be reviewed for any suspicion of this variant. When evidence of the virus first emerged last week, I took immediate action by placing South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Lesotho and Eswatini on the red list of countries, with further assessments to be made of the other countries with strong links to South Africa. As a result, Malawi and Mozambique were also added to the Northern Ireland red list from last Friday, whilst Angola and Zambia were included from yesterday. In the United Kingdom, travellers who have been in a red list country for the previous 10 days are required to enter into managed quarantine accommodation for at least 10 days and take Day 2 and Day 8 PCR tests. Although the local managed quarantine hotel has been scaled back due to the removal of all red list countries in October, it resumed operation yesterday. Any positive cases and arrivals from red list countries will continue to be prioritised for genomic sequencing. The imposition of travel restrictions on southern African countries has now been put in place by a number of other countries. In the Republic of Ireland, arrivals from Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa and Zimbabwe are required to undergo home quarantine and PCR testing. Over the course of the week then, there was confirmation of the first cases of COVID-19 in England, with mutations consistent with the Omicron variant, whilst earlier today the first cases were confirmed in Scotland. In line with the approach in the rest of the United Kingdom, I have decided that additional measures will shortly be put in place in Northern Ireland for all international arrivals in light of the characteristics of the variant. In particular, the Executive agreed in July 2021 to the relaxation of travel restrictions for those who have been vaccinated in the United Kingdom, which has gradually been extended to other vaccinated travellers. However, the evidence that the Omicron variant has potentially significant mutations which may change the behaviour of the virus with regards to vaccines, treatments and transmissibility, that means that there is a need to reinstate some of the previous requirements until there is a better understanding of the risks. So all arrivals into Northern Ireland from non-red list countries, including those who are fully vaccinated, will now be required to self-isolate for 10 days unless they receive a negative test result, with a PCR test to be undertaken on or before Day 2. The requirement for a PCR test when previously an alternative lateral flow test was available for Day 2 post-arrival testing for fully vaccinated arrivals is because it is not possible to conduct genomic sequencing in respect to lateral flow tests. We will keep all these arrangements under review and we will consider what additional measures may be necessary in the coming days. It is planned that these changes will take effect in the international travel regulations early this week, although the advice is that travellers should follow these new arrangements immediately. Whilst it is inevitable that there will be more cases identified, in the current context it is important to not only reduce the number of cases being imported, but also to limit and slow the spread of this variant within any local communities in which it may be identified. In response, contacts of new variant cases will be required to self-isolate for 10 days, even if they are fully vaccinated. Again, this is in line with the approach being taken across the rest of the United Kingdom. Although the scientific evidence remains limited, it is now reasonably clear that the Omicron variant is more transmissible, and it remains possible that it may reduce vaccine effectiveness compared with the Delta variant. In light of these risks and uncertainty, the measures will be reviewed in 3 weeks when more evidence will be available. Members will be aware of the severe pressures that we are already under from the current Delta variant. It had been hoped that the situation would improve in the coming weeks and months from a combination of further progress on the vaccine programme, the introduction of domestic certification and a renewed focus on the other measures to reduce the spread of the virus, such as improved compliance with the wearing of face coverings, working from home where possible, and good ventilation. Therefore, the emergence of the Omicron variant is a serious and concerning development, which has the potential to act as a further shock to our health and social care system. So whilst it is inevitable that there will be cases of the variant in Northern Ireland, if not already, it is essential that preventative measures are now taken. I recognise that the measures I am announcing today will have consequences for individuals, their families and the local economy. Recent figures indicate that there are between 5,000 to 6,000 international arrivals into Northern Ireland each week, primarily from Spain, with only very small numbers from Southern Africa. However, it is essential that we follow the approach that has been announced for the rest of the United Kingdom in order to reduce the risk of a potentially even greater and more serious wave of infection than we currently face. The position in the Republic of Ireland will also be kept under close observation. I sincerely hope that the scale of the transmissibility advantage of the new variant is not as large as feared, and or that the symptoms are more moderate than the Delta variant, particularly for the most vulnerable. But until we know more about the characteristics of the new variant, it is not acceptable to take the risk with the health of our people, and we need to take action urgently. It should be stressed that although the Omicron variant may reduce the effectiveness of the current vaccines, it remains very likely that vaccination will continue to protect against severe illness from Omicron as it does against other variants. This means that it is critical that we continue and indeed accelerate our vaccination programme to ensure that as many people as possible avail of this essential protection. We know that our vaccines produce good protection from the Delta variant, which at this stage remains very much the predominant strain in Northern Ireland. And while we quite probably need to take action on the potential Omicron threat, let us not lose sight of the devastation Delta has caused and continue to cause. Vaccination remains central to our public health response to the pandemic, and some 3 million jabs have been deployed in Northern Ireland in under a year. The programme has had and will continue to have its challenges. That is inevitable with an undertaking of this magnitude by a health system already under severe and relentless pressure. Mr. Speaker, let us be grateful for just how advanced the vaccination programme is here in comparison to many parts of the world. I'm thankful to all those whose commitment has made this possible. But I appeal to everyone in this House, everyone, to support and encourage vaccination by word and by deed. That is the responsible thing to do. Let us not be bullied or distracted by the tiny minority of anti-vaxxers and their fellow travellers. In addition, the Joint Committee of Vaccination and Immunisation has been asked to consider if anything needs to change in terms of our vaccination programme, and that's to meet the new threat posed by the Omicron variant, including the potential expansion of the scope of the booster programme Further advice is expected shortly, which will seek to maximise the vaccination programme in light of the advice to be provided by JCVI and the threat posed by the Omicron variant. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with a direct appeal to this House and to the public. This new variant is undoubtedly concerning. There will be more confirmed cases on these islands, and it is highly likely that they will include Northern Ireland. Preventive measures and vigilance are vital to delay and reduce any incursion coming our way. But this is not a time for either panic or despair, nor is it a time for helplessness, complacency or speculation. Variants all spread the same way, through contact between people, and we can all help stop that happening. That includes getting vaccinated and encouraging others to do likewise. It also means making safer choices in our daily lives. And the public looks to this House to lead by example, Mr. Speaker, to maintain a united front through our actions, our policies, our words, and indeed the tone of our debates. I am very conscious of the toll this pandemic has taken on the mental well-being of our citizens, as well as the devastating impact on the physical health of so many. We all need to be aware of that, to keep looking after each other, to be positive and determined about the actions we can all take, to convey a message of hope and not despair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Colm Gillernew, the Chairperson for the Committee for Health.
Gormagat, John Corlea, and Gormagat Leishanaira. Thank you, Minister, for coming to make this statement today. And I particularly note and welcome within your statement the fact that the necessity for PCR testing will be revisited in relation to this virus and the fact that it was picked up via PCR testing. I would like to put on record appreciation for the health experts in South Africa who were so prompt in alerting the world to this new variant. And Minister, you will be aware that the President of South Africa has raised the issue of global vaccine inequalities and how that is contributing to spread across the world. So in light of that, and in that context, would you agree that initiatives like the European Citizens' Initiative for a Right to Cure, for global equitable access to vaccines, treatments and therapies are important in addressing the issue of the threat of COVID-19 on a global level?
I thank the Chair for his comments as well. In regards to the international effort in making sure there is an equitable supply of vaccines worldwide, I will be supportive of that, as is the UK Government through COVAX, in regards to the vaccines that have been deployed through that system as well. And I think it is important, listening to the WHO statements this morning, that more is done in regards to ensuring that there is vaccine equality, but also taking into consideration the needs of our own population here in Northern Ireland in regards to the supplies that we have and the programme that we have to make sure that JCVI advice and guidance is followed when we do receive it. And I expect that to be later today.
I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement to the House this morning on this important issue. And of course it is important that we don't cause undue panic around this new variant, but we do not yet know what the impact of the new Omicron variant is, so it is vital that PHA are vigilant in tracking and tracing and gathering information that can be acted upon if and when required and as soon as possible. Given the complexity there is around age ranges and what's available where and how in terms of the vaccinations, will the Minister look at the introduction of a one-stop shop style app or telephone line to really provide the information that's required so that people can access vaccines as quickly as possible? And are there conversations happening around the period of time between that second dose and the booster dose on a UK-wide basis? And will the Minister ensure that if such changes do come about, that Northern Ireland will not be lagging behind in terms of changing tact and keeping up with the rollout?
And I thank the member, and she'll be aware that in regards to where we take our direction and guidance is from the JCVI in regards to vaccination. We'll continue to do that. There has been a number of meetings of JCVI actually over the weekend. We are expecting an update from them this afternoon in regards not just to eligibility of boosters, but also a review of the timeline between second vaccination and the receipt of boosters as well. And if that advice goes as to what seems to be have already briefed to some of the media, it will make that accessibility a lot easier and a lot simpler to confirm to people. So there still won't be that myriad of different avenues for people to get down. But at this point, I would like to thank not just our GPs, but also our community pharmacists and those again who are working in our trust settings in regards to getting the vaccines out and over. The large number of population, as I said earlier on, today I think our dashboard report we've now delivered 3,009,000 odd vaccines, and that's taken into consideration. This time last year we still didn't have a certified vaccine, so the programme continues to expand, and we will follow that JCVI advice and get it implemented as quickly as possible. Again, our vaccination teams and management structures have been meeting since the end of last week in preparation of what JCVI may say to make sure that we can get that enacted as soon as possible.
Colin McGrath.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and update to the House today, and certainly echo the remarks that it's not a time for panic or despair. I think if we all stick to those things that we know to do best, of washing hands and social distancing and getting ourselves checked out if we have any symptoms, that's how we will work together to contain this. In terms of some of the changes, maybe just to ask the Minister, you'd suggested that the planned changes in terms of the international programme would hopefully come in early this week. Can you just tell us about that process of how that becomes something that will need to be followed? And I also note that it says that a PCR test to be undertaken on or before day 2. Does that mean that people can get tested the minute that they arrive back and that the negative result from that will work out, or must they wait until day 2 before they actually take that test? Thank you.
I think the member will be aware that change is made through the change in regulations that I have been making in regards to international travel, but in regards to the sequencing of day 2 PCRs, that does need executive approval, and I have written to the First and Deputy First Minister by the urgent decision procedure asking for that to be expedited so that we do keep in line with the rest of the United Kingdom. At this point in time, it is the initial test at day 2 or prior, which is day 1 of arrival, as the member indicates as well, but the individual has to wait to a negative result before they actually release themselves from that 10-day isolation. But I will stress that that's all international travel, not from red list countries. Do need to specify that anybody coming from a red list country is subject to day 2, day 8 PCR tests and mandatory quarantine isolation as well, so that's through the hotel system. So to be very clear that one is about international travel from non-red list countries in regards to that day 2 PCR.
Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the indication that there's going to be a further announcement from the JCVI. Is the Minister satisfied that he has the staff, the vaccines and the infrastructure in place to meet whatever the new decision may be? And can I thank him for his calm, measured and responsible response to this latest development, especially his call for collective political messaging from this House? Thank you.
I thank the member. In regards to the JCVI final advice and guidance, we haven't received that as of yet, but we do expect to receive it this afternoon. We have been, one of my officials has been an observer in regards to some of those conversations, so there has been an indication as to what is expected. In regards to vaccine availability and the operation that we have, I am confident we have the vaccine. I am confident that we have the vaccinators as well in regards to the deployment of this. As I said earlier, it is a complicated system at this point in time, but I am hopeful that the JCVI advice and guidance starts to make that a bit easier. I will say to the member, look, in the last 7 days, we are averaging over 15,000 vaccinations per day across all settings, which is actually bigger or a greater number than we were doing this time 6 months ago. And as of today, our numbers of vaccines deployed are over the 3 million mark, with over 372,000 third and booster doses having been deployed to date. So the system has been a credit to all those involved in it, and I was slightly discouraged and disparaged when some members of this House tried to take away, I think about a week or a week and a half ago, in regards to the slowness of our vaccine system and the boosters being deployed, when I think and commend all those who have been involved since its commencement.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Health Minister, for your statement this morning. I'm pleased to hear that there's enough vaccines for the booster programme, and I hope that that's rolled out quickly. My question is in relation to the concern that's in the wider community because of this new variant, Minister, and I'm just wondering, are you going to update any guidance and advice for those who previously were asked to shield and/or their carers? Thank you.
As I will say to the member, we aren't at that stage yet, as we wait to see more evidence actually coming out of the severity, transmissibility and the potential medical implications of this variant. What we're currently doing is those precautionary steps that we know actually works. You know, we have enacted them here before in regards when we saw what was classified as the mink variant that originated in Europe and spread across Europe very quickly. These are similar to the steps that we took there, so the playbooks there in regards to what we do, what we know works, in regards to how we slow and delay this particular variant coming to the shores of Northern Ireland. We do need to be realistic that there's no way of preventing it completely. And as I said in my statement, for all we know, it may currently be here when we're seeing the indication of cases in England and Scotland now, but it's how we make sure that we delay and slow that spread as much as possible until we get the outworkings of the scientists, while they do their work over the next couple of weeks in regards to how susceptible this variant is to our current vaccines, our current vaccination programme, but also in regards to its transmissibility and its severity as well.
Caller Leah Flynn.
And I also want to thank the Minister for bringing the statement today and for providing the clarity that he has done thus far. Just to maybe follow on from Paula's question, I know it was specifically around the guidance for people who are shielding, but I wanted to ask the Minister of Health if he intends to update the advice on the COVID symptoms in accordance with this new variant, because I know there might then be some confusion or uncertainty among the public when they're hearing that this new variant is obviously spreading, and if there is any changes to look out for in terms of the symptoms of what to expect.
In regards to conversations I've had with the CMO and CSA, there is no specific change in the symptoms that have been declared or notable at this moment in time. I have heard some of the reports and some of the commentary and some of the interviews that have been done by some of the South African medics in regards to who first identified the potential of the Omicron variant in regards to that. At this moment in time, I have received no advice or guidance into changing that list of symptoms, but it is something that is kept under constant review by the CMO and CSA.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the House today to give us an update. I am particularly interested in the travel arrangements and the regulations that are coming into place. And as we look at Dublin, those travelling by air and sea there, and travellers have also raised a particular concern in relation to the availability and the amount of money that they have to spend in getting PCR tests, which are obviously very important as well. What consultation have you undertaken, or your department undertaken, with air and tourism sectors to ensure the availability of PCR tests? And indeed, has the Republic of Ireland ever agreed to share passenger locator form information with the Northern Ireland Executive? Thank you.
I thank the member. In regards to your last point, yes, we have got to that stage. Eventually, it was only actually a number of weeks ago that memorandum was actually signed. So we're fortunate that we persisted with that work, even though at that point in time, it looked as if it may not be necessary, but it is actually proven very useful in regards to even the sharing of information that has happened between my department and our counterparts in the Republic of Ireland, and sharing those travellers who have come in through the Republic of Ireland, through Dublin Airport, and travelled then on to Northern Ireland. We were able to pass those details on to our PHA, who have been in contact in regards to them as well. In regards to direct liaison with travel industry and PCR providers, that was part of a conversation that was had actually at a Four Nations meeting in regards to COVID-0 operational, whereas the Secretary of State for Transport actually took on that engagement as well on behalf of all the Four Nations in regards to how that conversation could be had. The PCR test availability was there I did, and unfortunately did notice that there was some commentary as well that how those tests and the price of those tests escalated as soon as the announcement was made. That's unfortunate, but I would encourage everyone still to take that PCR test if they are coming in on international travel at day 2, because it will allow us then to further sequence that in regards to notification of Omicron or the development of it.
Colin Dillon.
Elga Cancorley, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, as you've outlined, you intend to upscale the rollout of the booster vaccine programme, and I'm just wondering, on behalf of a constituent who contacted me, a 35-year-old lady who is 32 weeks pregnant, and she was advised by both her GP and midwives that she should have the booster vaccine as she had her last vaccine, her second vaccine in May, and she said that she was going around in circles last week trying to see if there was any way for her to access it because she falls outside of the age range. Can you advise when she may be able to expect to be able to get the booster vaccine?
And I appreciate that, and I actually thank the member and the GP and the midwife for encouraging her to come forward, because we did see a challenging aspect in regards to especially pregnant women coming forward to get their vaccines. So I'm glad that message is getting out there. In regards to her age range, she currently doesn't meet it, but if the member does keep notice in regards to the announcement the JCVI will make later this afternoon and the follow-up guidance that comes out from my department in regards to that, she can pass that on to her constituents at that point.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement today. Minister, we don't know yet, as you say, the transmissibility or indeed the effect on serious illness of the new variant. But we do know, and you have said it, that mixed messaging and differential messages coming out from different parts of the executive has a real and damaging effect on public confidence. Would he agree with me that if this variant is more transmissible, then effective rollout of domestic vaccine certification will be critical to managing the new world we will be in? And does he agree with me that statements from ministers undermining public confidence in that vaccine certification scheme is unacceptable?
Yes.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I thank you for your statement? This obviously brings home the reality that the fight against COVID is both complex and ever-changing. Last year, this House called for an updated health-led strategy based on find, test, trace, isolate and support principles. Is the Minister working on this strategy to take account of international travel, the booster rollout and the COVID-19 certificates?
And I thank the member, and I think it was actually something the Chair of the Committee raised on our debate in regards to regulations last week. We do keep an ongoing review of what Test, Trace and Protect actually provides and supports in regards to general testing and tracing, but also the involvement of our PHA in regards to what they've actually stepped up as an incident management site in regards to specifically following the cases that have been identified for Omicron, but also those international travellers that have come in to Northern Ireland from the past 10 days in those countries that have been now deemed red, that there is a programme where they are all being contacted, traced and being asked to come forward for additional testing if that's deemed necessary. So we have the systems in place through your PHA, through your Test, Trace and Protect systems in regards to what can be done and what needs to be done. But I'll also alert the member in regards to, as we see an increasing number of positive cases from Delta as well, it still is the same Test, Trace and Protect system that chases those up as well. So up until the 21st of November, we actually transferred in that week 11,500 positive cases to the Test, Trace and Protect system, and that again engendered another 30,000 contacts. So it's shown that for every positive case, they're now identifying 3 direct contacts to that as well. That's an increase as to what we had previously seen, and we're seeing at this time last year. So more people are having more contacts, increases the number of positive cases and the pressures that we can see come forward. So we would be asking people now just to look at the amount and number of contacts that they are having, because if you reduce your contacts, you reduce the opportunity for not just Omicron to spread, but also Delta.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy
Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I just thank you? At the end of a week when we became more aware of the threats on your life on social media and to your wider family, and the relentless pursuit by one former minister in this House to not support what you're trying to do for the public, the speed at which you and the department did act on Omicron and the threat that was posed. The Minister, you'll also be aware of the comments from the Scottish and Welsh First Ministers. Are you satisfied that as far as the UK health ministers are concerned, on the whole, that they have worked well together in recent days and will likely continue to do so in the time ahead?
And I thank the member for that point, and I think it's one of the strengths that we've actually seen coming out of this pandemic since the very beginning, and that's the interactions that have taken place between the four home nations health ministers in regards to what needs to be done from a medical and scientific point of view, being able to set aside party politics. And I think the workings of that group are a testimony and example that it could actually be utilised elsewhere. When you take it, you have an Ulster-Unionist health minister from Northern Ireland, Conservative Tory health minister from England, Labour health minister from Wales, and a Scottish Nationalist health minister from Scotland. We all come, even though those other members have changed over the past number of months, we all come to those meetings with the same sense of purpose, and that's to make sure that we manage this pandemic as best we can, but also support our health services and those who work in it. We've had a number of meetings since Friday afternoon over the weekend in regards to at Health Minister level and then at First Minister level and that level as well in regards to the ongoing commitment and engagement that is happening between our Chief Medical Officers and our public health agencies. So there has been a number of meetings over the weekend since Omicron first became or was escalated to a variant of concern by the World Health Organisations. That means we are coming at this with a unified sense of purpose.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your statement, and can I thank you for your words of encouragement to everybody in this House to speak with one voice when it comes to how we need to protect ourselves. Minister, can you tell us what discussions you may have had over the weekend with the Economy Minister and indeed other ministers who may have gone off message when it comes to the way in which we are moving forward to protect everyone in Northern Ireland? One of the objectives of the economy is to keep our businesses open. Would you agree with me that one of the best ways of keeping our businesses open is to follow the rules that you, through your health regulations, are laying down, and there needs to be absolute clarity around those rules and regulations?
I would agree with the member in regards to those regulations that have been brought forward, not just by myself but also through the executive and by debate in this House, in regards to the best way that we keep our economy open is by keeping our people safe. That's our key aim. That's what we set about on a daily basis actually to do and to deliver as well. In regards to comments that were made at the end of this week, had I any engagement with the Economy Minister over the weekend? No, I haven't.
I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank the Minister for his statement today? And I absolutely agree. Our message should be unified and we should be out there telling people to be vaccinated. I am due my booster after the 6th of December and I will be there to get my booster as well as my flu jab a few weeks ago. But I wasn't going to bring this up until Mr O'Toole decided to start on this subject. But Minister, would you accept that your mixed messaging at the latter part of last week has led to a little bit of confusion for some of our hospitality out there?
No, I wouldn't accept that in regards to the 13-page paper I supplied to my executive colleagues on Friday afternoon, setting out the change of, not the change of direction, but the change of step and speed and legal advice and engagement that we'd had with the hospitality sector over the week, especially led by the Executive COVID Task Force, had led to a change in the paper that had been originally set out. There was a number of small changes that were communicated to all my executive colleagues on Thursday afternoon in regards to that paper that was supplied. Slightly surprised. It was one of those papers that I supplied to the executive that wasn't leaked.
I call Aisling Riley.
Agus going buíhes leis aras hachtan chogs or ratchets or horts doing new. I thank the Minister for his statement today. This new COVID variant shows just how quickly it can mutate and spread across the globe, and it's important that we act fast and to coordinate responses, and you previously mentioned Scottish and Welsh ministers. Have you over the weekend directly spoken with Minister Donnelly here in the South, and what coordination is being carried out on an all-island basis?
I think the member I did, in fact, speak with Stephen Donnelly in regards to the steps that we were going to take in regards to just not Northern Ireland but the United Kingdom as well, so that he had an opportunity to not just only take similar steps but also to brief the Taoiseach as well. So that's why I think you will see a similarity in response from the Republic of Ireland in regards to the countries that have been listed as concern on our red list comparison to their red list as well. They haven't as of yet stepped up their managed hotel quarantine system. I am aware that was a conversation he said he would have in regards to actually instigating that policy again. Our officials, as I indicated earlier on, have been in touch over the weekend, especially in regards to the sharing of that data now that we have the agreement in place for sharing passenger locator form information. So that has been working over the weekend in regards to travellers who have come in through Dublin Airport and then travelled on to Northern Ireland. So that system again proves effective, and that communication and engagement between ourselves and our counterparts in the Republic of Ireland will continue, because that's the best way we can respond to this variant and this virus as well.
I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome that engagement between the Minister and his counterpart in Dublin. Cross-jurisdictional collaboration and coordination is going to be vital here. It's my understanding on that point that there's been letters from the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales to the Prime Minister seeking an urgent COBRA meeting to establish that coordinated approach across regions. Where are we in that? Has the Minister spoken to the First Ministers here to see if they'll be taking similar action?
I haven't had any engagement at that level, but I did attend a meeting on Saturday evening led by Michael Gove, which included representations from the First Ministers of all the devolved administrations, and the Deputy First Minister was represented there as well. In regards to the conversation, I'm not cited of a request from the Scottish or the Welsh First Ministers in regards to the request of a COBRA meeting, but again, maybe it's something that has been discussed at First Minister level and Deputy First Minister level rather than my level.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for taking questions and for his statement and for the very quick response that he's had to this variant over the last number of days. Minister, given the significant increase in the level of transmission within our communities and the uncertainties of this particular variant, and coming into Christmas, the increase in the level of connection between people and interaction, are we looking at the potential for a circuit breaker situation in the new year? And if there is the potential of such, at what point do you make that determination?
Look, I hope that the steps that the Executive actually enacted and agreed to at its last meeting, and the First Deputy First Minister and myself come out and made that statement, are in a place and a position that actually prevents us having to take those decisions, because no one in the Executive or no one in this chamber or no one in society wants us to see us having to take those actions. So I would encourage people once again to follow the advice that has come out from my department through the Public Health Agency that was actually conveyed at the press conference that the First Deputy First Minister and myself had last Wednesday following the Executive meeting. But as I think Ms Bradley, apologies, also said in regards to the encouragement of asking people to come forward and getting their vaccines. Should that be a first dose, second dose, third dose, booster or flu vaccine, all those actions help us to keep the economy open, keep society going as well, but it does take a collective response and a single message come out from this Executive. We've seen it work in the past. I still believe that we can see that especially coming into Christmas and the New Year, if we really are determined to keep things as open as we currently have them, that we have a collective responsibility to follow the guidance that's there.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for attending the Chamber today. In light of the statement and the domestic certification coming in today, and following on from Paula Bradley's comments as a non-executive party, could the Minister outline to me what the difference is medically and scientifically between licensed and unlicensed premises, if this is something he's reconsidering going forward, and if he's looking at any further enforcement measures to deal with the spread of COVID-19?
And again, I thank the member, and I think she'll know from hearing me speak in this House again, I usually don't disclose content of papers that I have shared with executive colleagues before they're wider shared. The reason we took the first step in regards to licensed premises was after engagement with the stakeholder. It has proved more difficult to have non-licensed premises actually in a position where it can be mandated under the regulations as to how they're identified and how the COVID certification would actually be managed or enforced. So we've committed to further engagement with industry, with the stakeholders as well, through the process that is led by the Executive's COVID Task Force, as to see how we actually take this in a phased approach in regards to the next steps taken in regards to these regulations.
I call Jerry Carl.
Speaker, Minister, given the new variant and some of the measures you mentioned, what discussions have taken place with yourself, Finance Minister and other ministers about financial protection? If we were to support people to isolate and to work from home, there needs to be greater financial protection for people, especially given the increase in fuel, food and everything else. So what discussions about finance? Thank you.
I thank the member, and again this was a conversation that was had at the executive meeting in regards to the paper that was put forward about what additional supports could be put in place in regards to those who do have to isolate. The members aware of the loan that is available through the Department of Communities in regards to support those who do have to self-isolate. It's a non-repaying loan that doesn't have to be paid back. So again, that advice and guidance is given out through the Public Health Agency in regards to any conversations they are having, asking people to, when they do have to self-isolate, in regards to not just this variant but also Delta.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The effectiveness of measures announced today and potentially more in the future will be dependent on compliance. But the public are lethargic, they are confused, they lack confidence in a very publicly divided government, but most importantly they are worried about their livelihoods, and statutory sick pay is not enough for 10 days self-isolation. But it is in this context in which you will make your decisions, and I appreciate that public health is your primary concern. So what support is being given to people, or at least what is being discussed around the Northern Ireland Executive table, and how are you trying to get on one message? You talk of it, yet we have no more press conferences. We do not see people coming together. We see ministers fighting on Twitter. You know, how do we get back to that one message rather than just saying we need to be there?
I give the member her dues. The last point isn't easy, but she'll know that I'm committed to being on a single message, because it's a single message that just doesn't resonate from me or my department, but comes from the entirety of everyone working in the health service, who've been at the front of this for the past 22 months, who want to see a collective leadership and a collective message, because they know that's what actually works, and that's what goes through to the people of Northern Ireland. We have seen, and I know there will be cynics who take away from what has happened towards the end of last week. There was, I think, a sense of unity in regards to the press conference that was held with the First Minister, Deputy First Minister, and myself. It's been a while since one of those has happened, so I hope people do take some comfort in regards to the fact the three of us were there, given as a united message at that point as could have been delivered, because we do need people to go back and refocus and re-energise their activity in regards to those things that we actually know that works. It's about wearing face coverings, it's about good hand hygiene, good respiratory hygiene. We all know those things work. We've now seen England reintroduce those things that we cautioned them about removing a number of months ago, actually at some point, where people were saying we should have kept pace with England. England is now reversing to where we've already been in regards to those measures, because we know they work. But again, it's come back to the previous comments as well. It's about coming forward and utilising something that we did not have this time last year, and that was a COVID vaccine. And it's about making sure people come forward, and we make it as easy and as accessible as possible for anybody to come forward, get their first dose, their second dose, and their booster doses as well, so that we can bring about and utilise the protection that those vaccines bring. So that's why I also make the ask and the appeal for those inside this House and outside this House who may declare themselves as not being anti-vaccine, but by the message that they're also putting out is actually deterring people from coming forward and getting the vaccine, because they think that the message they're given is that dog whistle that shows there is a level of support for them in this House, which I actually don't believe is really there.
And that concludes questions to the Minister on the statement. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Social Security Terminal Illness Bill. And I call the Minister for Communities to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Social Security Terminal Illness Bill.
A bill to provide that special social security rules which apply where life expectancy is 6 months or less are instead to apply where life expectancy is 12 months or less.
This bill are on the provisional order paper for next Tuesday, the 7th of December. If the bill passes the second stage, the amendments deadline for consideration stage will be the following morning, Wednesday, the 8th of December at 9:30. We now move on to the further consideration stage of the Health and Social Care Bill. And I call the Minister of Health, Mr Robinson, to move the bill.
I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the Health and Social Care Bill Northern Ireland 2021 be agreed.
As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Health and Social Care Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Health and Social Care Bill is therefore concluded, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. I ask members again to take their ease for a few minutes.
Today's business has been moving faster than originally anticipated. I would urge everyone to follow closely. We now reach the further consideration stage of the Damages Return of Investment Bill, and I call the Minister of Justice, Ms. Naomi Long, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Do I need the full wording? Okay. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Damages Return on Investments Bill today. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Damages Return on Investment Bill is therefore concluded, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Again, I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Members, the next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill. And I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Evan Coots, to move the bill.
I move that the further consideration stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill be now taken.
Again, as no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Horse Racing Amendment Bill today. Members will again be able to have a full debate at the final stage. The further consideration stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill is therefore concluded, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Again, that's the take your ease for a few moments for the next item of business. Apologies, members. A further delay. I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend for 5 minutes. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed.
Report on its inquiry into the decarbonisation of road transport. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly approves the report of the Committee for Infrastructure on its inquiry into the decarbonisation of road transport in Northern Ireland and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure and her executive colleagues to implement the recommendations contained in the report.
Thank you. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure to formally move the motion, please.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1.5 hours for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure to open debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I commend this motion to the House. Mr Speaker, I rise as Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure to speak on the Committee's report of its inquiry into decarbonisation of road transport in Northern Ireland. The Committee commends this report to members, but specifically it asks for the endorsement of this House for its recommendations, which, taken together, seek a clear and detailed plan for moving towards 2030, when the sale of new petrol and diesel vehicles will be prohibited. I will outline the specifics of these recommendations, but firstly, I will outline the work conducted by the Department in coming to its conclusions, and indeed the Committee. At its meeting on the 3rd of March 2021, the Committee for Infrastructure agreed to conduct an inquiry looking at the ambition to decarbonise road transport in Northern Ireland and our readiness to meet the Government's plans to prohibit the sale of new petrol and diesel cars from 2030 and plug-in hybrids from 2035. To gather evidence, the Committee conducted an online survey of the public and a call for evidence from stakeholders involved in road transport, such as public transport operators, road haulage operators, and indeed the public sector fleet managers and the 11 local councils. The Committee also commissioned a series of research papers from the Assembly's Research and Information Services and took oral evidence from the Department and its stakeholders. This report brings together an analysis of the evidence and the Infrastructure Committee's conclusions and recommendations. The main findings are as follows. Finding number 1, as outlined in the report, in 2019, Northern Ireland's greenhouse gas emissions were estimated to be 21.4 million tonnes, 20% of which was from transport, and the main source of these emissions from petrol and diesel vehicles on our roads. Furthermore, our evidence showed that over 70% of all journeys were taken by car, and that this has hardly changed in the last 20 years. We need a model shift, members, a move away from car journeys to public transport and indeed active travel, while also recognising the rural aspect of our society and in particular the difficulties that they still to this day face in terms of public transport options. It is in its consideration of the Audit Office's 2015 report on the effectiveness of public transport in Northern Ireland, the Public Accounts Committee called for investment and innovation and called for a stronger vision and leadership to deliver this model shift. 6 years later, and this committee makes the same call today. This is not to say that the work hasn't been ongoing. The committee acknowledges the increased spending on active travel and the development of services such as the glider service in Belfast to provide alternatives to car journeys. However, a holistic and long-term strategy needs to be guiding our efforts, and to that end, the Committee for Infrastructure recommends that the Department for Infrastructure regional transport strategy, policies and investment plans are updated and enhanced with a clear focus on how they will contribute to net zero ambitions. Finding number 2. Following on from this, the committee noted that the Department for Transport, the DFT, lists a model shift to public and active transport as its number 1 strategic priority. It states in its transport decarbonisation plan that public transport and active travel will be the natural first choice for our daily activities. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Infrastructure recommends that the Department establishes a new focus on transport decarbonisation and ensures the necessary personnel and resources are in place to develop and implement the plans required. Furthermore, a clear timeline should be identified as to when relevant policies and plans are expected to be in place. Finding number 3, Mr Deputy Speaker, as members will be aware, there is a circular conundrum at play with respect to the move to electric vehicles. On the one hand, they are, for the most people, prohibitively expensive, a fact that will only change as uptake increases and economies of scale drive down prices. And on the other, as evidenced in this report, the charging infrastructure is inadequate and therefore there is no incentive to persuade individuals to make the move to EVs, something that the committee has spent some considerable time studying. Northern Ireland's EV market has increased over the last 10 years, and although at a slower rate than the rest of the United Kingdom, however, it has also grown at different rates throughout Northern Ireland. And as I am aware that all politics are local, I would draw members' attention to the map on page 1 of the report, or map 1 in page 14 of the report. I would suggest that the more rural the area and therefore the less access to charging, then the less incentive there is to purchase an electrical vehicle with much more complex journey plans when commuting from a rural location. The knock-on effect of this disincentive to buy new is also the lack of a used EV market in Northern Ireland. As the House of Commons Transport Select Committee has highlighted, a healthy used electric vehicle market has an important role in widening access to EV. The report also points to a growing recognition of this fact in many jurisdictions, leading to policies of the provision of grants or loans to support market entry. The Committee for Infrastructure therefore recommends that the Executive should bring forward measures to support and develop the used electric vehicle market in Northern Ireland. Finding number 4. To return to the provision of EV charging infrastructure, the Committee acknowledges that the Department for Infrastructure has commissioned work to establish what charging infrastructure is needed in Northern Ireland, including whether this should be located and what type of charging points should be used, while there is also a proposal for an EV infrastructure plan. The committee survey and our call for evidence found that there was a general consensus that the public charging infrastructure in Northern Ireland is both inadequate for current demands and is only a fraction of what will be required if there is a significant uptake of EV in the coming years. One respondent to the survey commented, and I quote, "There has been zero engagement or investment from the Assembly to develop the public infrastructure or charging infrastructure. Any correspondence to try and prod them into action falls on lazy deaf ears. The current charging network is completely dilapidated and totally unfit for purpose. Department for Infrastructure need to get their act into gear if we are in any hope to reach and prepare ourselves to be ready for the fossil fuel vehicle ban." This is a quote from one of the correspondents to the survey. Indeed, such is the disillusionment in the infrastructure that those who made the investment to buy EV say that they are thinking of reverting back. To that end, the Committee for Infrastructure recommends that the Department for Infrastructure engages immediately with EV owners to ensure their views and experiences are built into an upgraded electric vehicle charging network. Finding number 5, the committee considered evidence for available funding streams for decarbonisation, in particular from the Office for Zero Emission Vehicles, and notes that there is no commitment for this funding to continue beyond the end of the year, next year. There also seems to be little coordination in availing of funding opportunities. The committee drew that conclusion that confusion over what public body or bodies should lead on the issue may be leading to missed opportunities for drawing down funding. The committee also felt that funding opportunities may be going to waste through a lack of experience or knowledge in local councils, etc., and that more engagement and coordination is needed to agree on priorities. Therefore, DFI should engage with the Office for Zero Emissions Vehicles, the Energy Saving Trusts and councils to ensure that the unique circumstances of Northern Ireland are considered. Our evidence also shows that early public investment in infrastructure is necessary to stimulate the EV uptake. It is only when this is at a sufficient level that a shift to private sector operation with decreasing government support will occur, and for that to happen, a funding package should be agreed that will bring the Northern Ireland charging network to a fit-for-purpose and future-proof standard. Therefore, the Committee for Infrastructure recommends that the Department for Infrastructure engages with current and potential energy providers and other partners, particularly local councils, to develop a charging infrastructure strategy and agree a plan to fund it. Also, the Department for Infrastructure should establish itself as the lead body for identifying and supporting available funding streams for charging. Lastly, when the committee heard from the government departments about their plans for vehicles within their remit, the state of readiness and forethought was a mixed bag, to say the least. The committee would say to all departments that on the issue there is no scope to say do as we say, not as we do. The public sector must lead by example, and therefore the Committee for Infrastructure recommends that the Northern Ireland Executive makes a commitment that where possible and practical, zero-emission vehicles are the first choice. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope in the time that I had available that I have given members a sense of the Committee's deliberations and rationale for its recommendations. I therefore, Mr Speaker, commend this report to the House and call for the Minister for Infrastructure and Executive colleagues to implement the recommendations contained therein. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Well timed, thank you. Agus Nishiram Sir Cahill Boylan Hun Canchai. Call Cahill Boylan.
I raise to support the motion and thank the Chair for the overview. And I just hope that this report just doesn't sit on the shelf like everything else, because there's going to be a number of debates that's going to rise in this chamber over the next number of months, and I hope that the recommendations and the findings coming from it will be shared amongst the other pieces of regulations that's coming forward. And I also want to put on record my thanks to the research team and also everybody who's associated with putting all this together, and committee staff as well. Mr. Speaker, just like the Chair said, we launched an inquiry into decarbonising the North's road transport in March of 2021. We undertook and commissioned an extensive programme of evidence collection and research to inform this inquiry, including research, an online public survey and a call for evidence from key stakeholders. Many of the findings of this report will not be surprising, but I will reiterate what we already know. We must adapt to a green and more sustainable transport system. The climate crisis must be tackled urgently. Failing to do so will cause harm to our communities and future generations. Lastly, on Cornwall, transport accounts for around 23% of emissions in the north. Emissions from road traffic are also linked to conditions including strokes, heart disease, lung cancer and respiratory infections. Air pollution is a serious public health issue, and no more so in Armagh City, as it was one of the most worst affected areas. So it's clear that we need to transform the way we travel, but we need the infrastructure in place to make this a reality. This means delivering first-class public transport, committing to active travel infrastructure and encouraging uptake of electric vehicles. One key finding of the report was that the Department for Infrastructure must develop a green transport policy in order to commit to a decarbonised transport system in the north. This strategy must clearly map out how the modal shift to public transport and active travel will continue to achieving this goal. What needs to play a pivotal role in green transport policy is the delivery of a first-class public transport system. We need more people to use public transport as we work to reduce emissions and tackle the climate crisis. The best way to encourage people to do this is to improve our public transport network and make it easier for people to access public transport. For many workers and families, particularly those in rural areas, public transport isn't an option. So, to make it easy for them, we must allow them to access public travel. Whilst we welcome the efforts so far to decarbonise the bus fleet, we also need to look at decarbonising the rail network. We need to massively improve our current bus and rail network. Our current rail network can be improved by cutting journey times and increasing services, which would increase its appeal. And I do welcome the Minister's intervention in the Armagh Rail Link feasibility study. Active travel also needs to play a key role in our green transport policy. We are all aware of the massive positive cycling can bring a person's health and well-being, as well as the environmental benefits of cutting carbon emissions and reducing pollution. Concern for safety when cycling is a huge deterrent for people taking up active travel. Moving forward, we need people to feel safer when cycling, and to do this we need to prioritise building dedicated cycle lanes, as well as seeing greenways expanded across the north. And I will welcome the introduction of the Monaghan and Middletown Greenway when it gets up and going. It's clear that having the right infrastructure in place is key to successfully promoting cycling, and that we need a gear change in government to greater prioritise cycling infrastructure moving forward. We need to promote walking and cycling for all generations. We need to encourage cycling in our schools, workplaces and communities across the north. There already is a lot of enthusiasm shown out there for cycling and walking, but they are stopped at the glaring lack of infrastructure. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak a wee bit about electric vehicles because I'm running out of time. The report also highlighted the need to make electric vehicles more accessible and affordable, and also stressed the need to develop a strong charge point network. Whilst I welcome some of the recent developments, such as ESB receiving £3.27 million to expand,
draw his remarks to a close, please.
They enhance the EV charging network. I welcome that, but I support the motion and look forward to the Minister's response.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 o'clock, I suggest that the House takes its ease until then, and this debate will continue after question time when the next member to speak will be Cara Hunter. Thank you.
Okay, members, it's time for questions to the Executive Office. Question 11 has been withdrawn, and I call Robbie Butler to ask the first question. Mr. Butler.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Communities in transition is a vital element of the Executive's work to tackle paramilitarism, criminality and organised crime. The programme continues to have a transformative impact on communities and is making a positive difference in people's lives. It is increasing the number of people participating in community life, improving skills and confidence, and reducing the space for paramilitaries and criminal elements to operate. As with the rest of the Executive's Tackling Paramilitary Activity, Criminality and Organised Crime programme, the Communities in Transition project has now moved on to its second phase of activity. This phase of activity will last until March 2024 and will be supported with an initial contribution of £10 million over that period. We will continue to consider options to augment this budget where possible. In May this year, a series of public procurement competitions were initiated, which resulted in the award of 22 new interventions, and more recently, 2 further interventions have been awarded, while others are currently being evaluated.
Supplementary, Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I take this opportunity to congratulate the former First Minister and former leader of the Democratic Unionist Party in taking up her position with Corporation Ireland, who are a stakeholder within this. The First Minister, years of tackling intergenerational issues related to troubles, has identified our young people as being the most adversely affected by paramilitarism and radicalisation. These areas correlate to low levels of educational attainment. What steps is being taken to address educational underachievement in the identified areas as a key to unlocking a future free of the chains of fear and hatred?
Mr. Speaker, the member is right in terms of one of the key ways that we can try and help young people is through that educational approach, particularly whenever it comes to underachievement. And he knows in our own constituency the work that's taken place through the Resurgam Trust and that early intervention project, which is now yielding real tangible benefits. So he is right to highlight that. Also is around employability. So people have that opportunity to gain opportunities, employment, and that's a key part of the 8 areas within the CIT areas in terms of work that's ongoing around that.
As the Minister knows, the Community and Transition Project was recommendation B4 of the Executive Action Plan, tackling paramilitarism, criminality and organised crime, and this is part of a package to support transition. The delivery of B4 is going well, so will the Minister now commit to ensure the progress is also made on the Executive commitment to adopt the recommendations of the review panel that Fair Employment and Treatment Order 1998 should be amended?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He is right to be highlighting again where you can gain opportunities for employment. I know this is an issue which has been raised in terms of the legislation that pertains around that, but that is something which is still under consideration. I know the member highlights where there were recommendations in respect of that, but it would require legislative change if that was to be taken forward.
Call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could I ask the First Minister's assessment of the recent meeting with the institutions about financial contributions?
I think that might be for a later question on historical institutional abuse, but I'll answer it whenever we get to that.
Okay, Dolores Kelly.
Speaker, I know the First Minister gave a glowing report there to the communities in transition, but and undoubtedly there is some good work going on, but I wonder in terms of an independent review of the work of the Communities in Transition programme, and indeed looking at who exactly benefits and whether or not the outcomes are actually meeting the objectives of the programme overall.
Well, there is an evaluation of what was the first phase of this project, which is in the latter stages of that being drafted. So there will be that kind of work to review the impact that the initial phase has had. That will obviously be shaping the second phase. But these are difficult areas that people are having to work in, trying to assist communities to transition. And trying to undermine the corrosive power that paramilitary organisations have had in communities for far too long. So this is something that requires considered and painstaking efforts to be made on it, and that takes time in order to see those benefits being realised. But there is evidence in parts of Northern Ireland where this has made a positive impact.
Thank you. And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Question 2.
Mr Speaker, the Executive Office wasn't able to reach an agreed response to this question.
Supplementary, Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. First Minister, I understand that a number of UK-wide projects are in development. If you look at some of the questions that were asked in Westminster by your colleague Carla Lockhart, I'm wondering if you could advise where these would be taking place in Northern Ireland or where they are situated.
Well, Mr Speaker, it is a remarkable achievement that Her Majesty the Queen will next year celebrate her Platinum Jubilee, and I'm sure that many throughout Northern Ireland are looking forward to witnessing this historic and unprecedented event. The Northern Ireland Office is engaging with the Department of Culture, Media and Sport in relation to plans to mark the Platinum Jubilee, and I would anticipate further information on these. I do understand that the main focus of the Jubilee celebrations will actually be on the weekend of the 2nd to the 5th of June, which will include a bank holiday that will be observed here in Northern Ireland, and this will provide an opportunity for organisations and local communities to design their own events to mark that occasion. So, Mr Speaker, I look forward to the opportunities that we will have to mark this historic event, and I know departments within the Executive will look at that. Local councils will obviously be an area where we will be able to see support being provided for this, because it is right that we would mark this very significant occasion in our history.
Call down, Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the First Minister. People across Northern Ireland will be rightly appalled that the Executive Office has not been able to agree such a simple question as to how we would celebrate with Her Majesty the remarkable years on the throne. Does the First Minister agree with me that this is just another one of those Sinn Féin tactics which causes great hurt and harm within the community in general in Northern Ireland, among those who respect, show loyalty to Her Majesty? And will the First Minister commit to further engagement to see if there can be a fund for communities in Northern Ireland to properly recognise this important occasion?
Mr Speaker, I am disappointed that there wasn't agreement within the Executive Office for a response to be officially communicated on behalf of both I and the Deputy First Minister. However, that's for others to explain. I think it is right that we would be marking this occasion, and it is a test, particularly for Republicans and Nationalists, as to how they are going to recognise and facilitate those within our community that want to pay tribute and to celebrate what is a historic occasion for Her Majesty the Queen. So many people talk about respect, equality, celebrating diversity. This will be a test for Sinn Féin. How are they going to do that? How will they facilitate those that want to mark this occasion to be able to do that? Because we have had evidence when it came to this estate and the marking of the centenary that was blocked. I hope that we're not going to be in a position, after some good work by those in Sinn Féin who did reach out and meet with members of the royal family, now retrenching and taking a backward step. Let us hope that that's not the position that we are moving into.
Call Jim Allister.
Isn't there a pattern here? The Sinn Féin Communities Minister has already refused a community fund to mark this Jubilee. The Sinn Féin Finance Minister has refused to allow a tree to be planted in the grounds of Stormont. And now the Deputy First Minister completes the trilogy of bigotry by blocking moves in the Executive Office. Does the First Minister agree that all the Sinn Féin and Deputy First Ministers talk about respect? All those platitudes reek of hypocrisy when weighed against these actions. And as for the First Minister,
remember, get the question, please.
In the office that he holds, unable to do anything about this, is he in office but not in power?
Put your question.
The member is right to keep the focus on where it should be, and that is to challenge Republicans whenever it comes to the marking of this important celebration. That's where the focus should be, rather than taking an opportunity to have a go on other issues. and the members may well be within his rights to do that, but let's keep the focus on where it is. He has highlighted, as have I, a number of opportunities that Sinn Féin have had to show respect, and they have not met the bar. I hope that they can reflect. This will be a test for them. Again, I'm always an optimist that we can work these things out. There is clearly a need to have proper recognition of this important event, and Sinn Féin, as part of the executive, has an important role in doing that. So let us see over the coming weeks if they are able to meet that test and show the respect and equality that they have often talked about being required of other people.
I call Cathal Boylan.
Cash Dever 3, Leda Hall, question number 3, please.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer questions 3, 8 and 14 together. The HIA Redress Board opened to applications at the end of March last year. By the end of October, the Board had received 2,100 applications for redress and paid out over £26 million to applicants or their solicitors. Last week, the junior ministers and I met the President of the Board, Judge Huddleston, to discuss the work of the Board and their engagement with victims and survivors. Responding to the issues raised by victims and survivors, the Deputy First Minister and I have approved the terms of reference for the review of the HIA redress process, and the review should commence in the next few weeks. In relation to the contributions from the 6 institutions identified by the Hart report as being required to make contributions towards the cost of the redress scheme, we held a round-table discussion on the 14th of October that focused on progressing negotiations on contributions. The independent facilitator, Paul Sweeney, has met with all 6 institutions and is continuing his engagements with victims and survivors groups. The delivery of an apology to victims and survivors remains a priority. We are giving consideration to the format and content of the apology, including how the review of the redress process might impact the delivery of the apology. Ministerial and official level engagement with representative groups is ongoing. We are determined victims and survivors will receive the acknowledgement, support and redress that they deserve, and we remain committed to the implementation of all the recommendations in the Hart report.
Cathal Boylan, supplementary.
Does the Minister recognise the importance of a formal apology to those who suffered historical institutional abuse, and does he acknowledge the importance of engaging victims and survivors groups in the apology process?
Well, the member makes a point that victims and survivors have made repeatedly to us, that the official apology is very important and they ought to be at the very centre of that apology. And that is something that we want to see delivered, and delivered in a timely way, but we need to make sure that the victims and survivors feel ownership of that process. And I know with the review of the Redress Board there had been some issues around proceeding with an apology, and we are in a better place in terms of addressing those concerns that should allow us to move forward whenever it comes to making this official apology. But it's important that we get the detail of that right, and that we get the moment right whenever that is delivered.
I call John Stewart.
Mr Speaker, we often hear about a victim-centred process, and for victims and survivors of historical abuse, key to that was an apology. I spoke to a victim and survivor earlier on today, and they said to me, we need a break, John, from having to constantly apply pressure on them to do a job that should have been sorted years ago. They took their hand off the wheel and left victims once again having to fight for justice that they promised us in 2011 and 2016. Unreliable, untrustworthy. We tried to put our trust in government, but they have once again abused it, let us down the way the government, state and church let us down in the past. How is this a victim-centred process, Mr First Minister?
Mr Speaker, there has been engagement both at official level and ministerial level on this, and there were engagements that were held in September and October, and also working with the Commissioner in respect of this. And Junior Ministers Middleton and Kearney also recently met with victims and survivors groups, and again there was a commitment that there would be continued and regular engagement both at ministerial and official level as work progresses in preparation for the apology being made. So there is absolutely no issue in terms of our commitment at ensuring victims and survivors very much are at the centre of this process.
Before I call the next speaker, I just need to stress the importance of people moving to the question without a long introduction. And I call Daniel McCrossan.
you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for the answers to the question so far. He's covered well the question about the apology. But, First Minister, will you undertake to work with the Commissioner to ensure that, that you reach out to the many victims and survivors that are out there and that that's done appropriately?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Commissioner has a very important role and engages with groups on and victims around this issue, and I know within our Executive Office team the Commissioner has an important role to do on that. But again, we will re-emphasise the point that the member has made about the importance of her role in this process.
Call Paul Bradshaw.
Thank you, First Minister, for your answer so far. Just on the subject of the Commissioner, First Minister, how satisfied and assured are you that she, in her office, has enough resources to cope with all the queries coming forward from the victims and survivors? Thank you.
Well, Mr Speaker, the budget for the Commissioner's office in the current financial year is just short of £800,000 and obviously is supported from within the Executive Office. So that does help her office in terms of supporting staffing arrangements and the governance and infrastructure that is required. If there are issues around resources being necessary that hasn't been brought to our attention, obviously we would want to know about that, but we are advised that there is the support that's being provided to the Commissioner, Fiona Ryan, in terms of her being able to do her job.
George Robinson.
And my apologies, Mr Speaker. And could I ask the First Minister's assessment of the recent meeting with institutions about financial contributions? And my apology again.
Mr Speaker, this is an important piece of work that we have had the independent facilitator take forward, Paul Sweeney, who is a former permanent secretary but is absolutely independent but has expertise in this. I know that he has met with the 6 different institutions and we will be anticipating getting an official report from Paul Sweeney in due course to provide us with the feedback from the institutions, because having financial contributions for them is something that the victims and survivors have said is very important as part of that acknowledgement that there is then financial contributions that come to the institutions. But we would hope to receive a report shortly from Paul Sweeney in terms of that engagement.
Thank you, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answer so far. It's back to the apology process again, I'm afraid. The Executive Office received a brief from the Commissioner last Wednesday in which she has made a recommendation that to decouple the redress and the review from the apology. Based on that recommendation, can you set in place a date that the victims and survivors will receive a heartfelt apology from this state, please?
Well, Mr Speaker, the member is right in terms of those 2 issues having had some overlap. We believe that there has been progress made to decouple that in terms of allowing the work to go forward. So we do have an apology project group which has been set up, and that includes officials, it includes survivors of institutional child abuse, the victims and survivor service as well within that. So there is a proper group that is taking this forward, and that is currently discussing the practical arrangements and has been focused on ensuring those victims and survivors are supported before, during and after the apology process takes place.
I call William Irwin.
Question number 4, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Executive met on the 17th of November where they discussed the issue of COVID status certification. At the meeting, agreement in principle was reached for the introduction of certification to begin on the 29th of November, with an initial 2-week grace period followed by enforcement beginning on the 12th of December. COVID status certification has a primary focus on indoor and outdoor events, nightclubs, licensed hospitality and other premises that permit the consumption of intoxicating liquor, cinemas, theatres and conference centres. The Minister for Health brought an additional paper to the Executive on the 22nd of November to discuss other contingency measures in the autumn-winter plan and how these could be deployed in tandem with certification.
William Irwin, supplementary.
Thank the First Minister for his response. When were you advised by the Health Minister that he was having difficulties putting into legislation the obligations that he wanted for copies in coffee shops?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was on Friday that the Minister for Health provided a paper to executive colleagues in terms of the issues around non-licensed hospitality and the inability to be able to get that drafted and contained within regulations that would allow it to be enforceable. And that has led to the subsequent public announcements that were then made by the Minister for Health that those forms of hospitality were not going to be included in terms of the decisions that had been taken by a majority of the members on the executive in respect of COVID certification.
I call Colm Gillernew.
Minister, we are still in the midst of an ongoing and an unprecedented health crisis and potentially facing a very difficult winter that threatens to pile more pressure on an already beleaguered health and social care system. Maintaining a strong public health messaging will be crucial to protecting our health care service in the time ahead. So can the First Minister give a commitment that we will see no more intemperate or ill-judged outbursts from outliers in his party who seem determined to undermine the public health messaging?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the executive does the right things and focuses its energy and efforts in those measures that will have real, tangible benefits, and that's why I continue to advocate for people who haven't been vaccinated to take up the vaccine, for those that haven't received their booster jab to take the booster jab. We announced collectively a re-emphasis of that important messaging whenever it comes to personal responsibility and actions that we can all take. But in respect of the issue to do with mandatory COVID certification processes, this was a politically driven decision. It was not evidence-based. And that is what has brought the executive into controversy. And I warned at the time that we shouldn't be engaging in divisive and distractive policies, but that we should be focusing on those measures that actually will see real benefits. And whenever I think about this particular issue around COVID certification, instead of a thought-out, orderly plan to make this happen, there has been a last-minute scramble from the parties in government, and they are producing legislation to be rushed through this week, which is discriminatory, which is ill thought out, and which many will regard as unenforceable. Not my words, but the words of Mary Lou MacDonald.
Claire Bailey.
I would like to ask the First Minister if he has attended any events or any venues where he had to provide any certifications to date, and if so, could he tell us how straightforward and non-discriminatory that process was?
Mr. Speaker, there have been occasions. There was a dinner for the Northern Ireland Chamber within the waterfront where, upon entry, they asked to see my COVID certification, which I happily provided to them. And that was a straightforward process for a dinner which I think there was around 600 people, and indeed the measures that were put in place were well distanced and in a well-ventilated room, and that's what we have been saying as an executive, and I said that last week. I want places to be able to be open, to stay open, to operate safely, and for people to take personal responsibility, and when you're moving about, to wear that face covering where that is required within regulations. So there have been examples that, yes, I can cite that have worked well. What I would say is those measures have been put in place on a voluntary basis. It is a very different proposition for a government to move to voluntary approaches to mandating it, and then to mandate it upon coffee shops, for example, that have 15 people as their maximum capacity, compared to a stadium that could take over 20,000. And they will be subjected to the exact same level of financial penalty as those large-scale organisers. I believe that it's disproportionate. But even more worryingly, it was not evidence-based. There was no equality impact assessment carried out. There was no legal advice provided to the executive from its human rights opinion. There wasn't an assessment as to the effectiveness or otherwise of reducing the transmission. And that was the decision upon which a majority of parties proceeded. I think that was the wrong approach to do, but I re-emphasise all of the other points. Get your vaccination, take up the booster jab, practice personal responsibility, and they will be the most effective measures rather than a divisive, distractive policy that political parties put through because of a political agenda rather than an evidence-based approach.
Well, Jim Allister.
Minister, could the First Minister clarify two things? Was the project for certification as approved by the Executive on a rolling basis, as now appears to be the case? And secondly, when will this House be voting on these regulations?
Mr. Speaker, there was no phased introduction that the majority of executive members voted for. It was hospitality in all its forms, where there was food and drink being served. And so the characterisation of this by the Department of Health as a phased introduction is not reflective of the majority of the executive that voted for the policy. And I think it's important that whenever people speak about this, they give the accurate position that the executive voted upon. I understand the arguments being made by Minister Swan that because of the rushed nature of this policy being brought through, they haven't been able to bottom out the regulations when it comes to unlicensed coffee shops and hospitality, for example. In respect of when this Assembly should vote on it, I want the Assembly to vote on this before this would commence. And again, I am seeking clarity because Department of Health had said this would be published on Friday last week. Then it was going to be Monday, and now it's in draft form. So it would appear that these regulations haven't actually been made in law yet, and therefore the grace period that would come 2 weeks later, I'm not clear if that clock has now started ticking today, but the Assembly should be voting on this. I understand that should take place next week. And I would appeal to the other parties in this place, reflect upon the decisions that you've taken. There is opportunity not to proceed, and the Minister for Health, as my Economy Minister has advocated, should not proceed on this. But other colleagues in this place will have an opportunity to vote on it. I'll be voting against them, which is consistent to what I've done in the Executive. But I would appeal to other colleagues to reflect in their position and to vote against these regulations whenever they come before the Assembly.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, the First Minister has mentioned that there are divisive and destructive and distractive policies being pursued by others, but does he not agree that his own members are actually being divisive, that they are being destructive, that they are distracting from what should be a clear and concise public message in the middle of a global pandemic, that we ensure the safety of our citizens and not create confusion and bluster? And that includes some rogue ministers in his own midst.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member about the need for consistency, a need for that collective approach. But it was 6 other ministers that decided not to go down a collective approach and pursued a policy which was not based upon evidence. And the members opposite raised their eyebrows. This is a party of civil rights, and yet no equality impact assessment has been carried out. No human rights legal opinion had been provided to the Executive, upon which the decision was then taken. I think the public will have much more buy-in to decisions that are based upon evidence. There is no evidence for mandatory COVID vaccine passports being brought forward in terms of their effectiveness at reducing transmission. I think the public expect us to take evidence-based decisions, and that will gain collective consensual approaches.
I call Keith Buchanan, and you probably will not get a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 5, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are implications for Northern Ireland and the Executive. COP26 agreed plans to reduce the use of coal and fossil fuel globally, which will help keep the challenging target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees within reach. There is now a plan for moving forward, and every country must produce their own plans by the end of next year. The implications for us are that we must also play our part in contributing to these targets by making the necessary changes to what we do and to fully implement our green growth, energy, environment and cleaner transport strategies. We will also look to share and learn from best practice on the challenges of climate change, and we will be discussing this with some of our other overseas partners over coming weeks. COP26 recognises there is a lot of work to be done, but we are committed to our strategies and plans for the way forward.
A very brief question and response, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, so far. Minister, what was the representation from Northern Ireland at COP26 and how did that come across to you?
Mr Speaker, Northern Ireland did put its best foot forward at COP26, and we had organisations that included the Armagh Observatory and Planetarium, the Northern Ireland Environment Link, Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful, Artemis Technologies within my own constituency, Wrightbus, the Ulster Farmers Union, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and then public representatives including NILGA, Danske Bank, and all of these organisations, to which there were more, I believe represented Northern Ireland in a very positive light and showed the kind of strategies that we are taking forward, where we recognise the seriousness of this and are making real tangible differences to tackling our contribution towards climate change.
Thank you. And that ends the period for a list of questions, and I now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I was interested to hear the First Minister talking about equality. First Minister, you'll be aware that the Ad Hoc Committee on a Bill of Rights has suspended its meeting until the panel of experts has been appointed by your office. Can you please provide an update on this process?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, it's a matter for the Ad Hoc Committee within this Assembly as to whether it wishes to continue to do its work. That shouldn't be predicated upon this particular issue. The Ad Hoc Committee is at liberty, which it has done, I believe, to get its own expert advice in terms of its approach to tackling this particular piece of legislation.
Supplementary, Kelly Armstrong.
I'm somewhat surprised by that question, First Minister. Could I ask then, what will you and the Deputy First Minister do to ensure that this new decade, new approach commitment to deliver a Bill of Rights is not breached?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Ad Hoc Committee has been taking forward this work, so I look forward to seeing the completed report from the committee, and that will obviously help shape what the next steps will be.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the First Minister if he can provide an update on hospitalisations as a result of COVID? Thank you.
Well, Mr Speaker, the member rightly raises an issue where we all know the pressures that are facing our health service. And indeed, it was on this issue that the Minister for Health brought forward, and other parties supported the proposition around COVID passports. And nobody should be complacent. We should all make every possible effort. But when I look at the current levels of hospitalisations, I think there is hope that people can look towards, and I think we do need to give people hope, as opposed to a constant level of anxiety and fear. And as of today, we have 318 beds being occupied by people that have COVID. That is a significant reduction from where we were even a week ago. We have 28 people in intensive care. At the end of the late summer, that figure was at 49. So we've had a reduction in the number of people in ICU. We've had a reduction in the number of occupied beds. And during this current wave, we had at one point a peak of inpatients that were sitting at 527. As of today, that's at 340. So I want to commend those that are making efforts and that are taking up that booster jab, because we are seeing the differences now in our hospitals and even within our care homes. In September, we had 135 outbreaks. That's now down to 32. So the evidence would show that the measures that are being taken around the rollout of the booster campaign, which we need to see accelerated and more taken up, is having a real impact upon the pressures in our health service. That's why I go back to the question that if the introduction of mandatory COVID passports was based upon the pressures in our health service, those pressures today are less than where they were even a week ago. Now, we need to continue to monitor that, but based upon the evidence, the question needs to be asked, why would we be pursuing a mandatory scheme when we have had the levels of reductions upon our hospitals within intensive care, within the general occupied bed occupancy rate, and the reduction in our nursing homes?
Stephen Dunn, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the First Minister for his answer. If the numbers have indeed been stabilising, why was there such a rush, do you think, to implement mandatory COVID vaccine passports?
Well, Mr Speaker, these are questions that those within the pro-passport party coalition need to answer. Based upon the evidence around hospitalisations and the pressures within our health service, why pursue a divisive, distractive policy which is not based upon evidence? I continue to appeal to people, take personal responsibility. Increase the efforts that you're making in getting your booster jab, because that is having a real tangible benefit. But the other members in this House have an opportunity to reflect on the position that they have taken, and I hope that they do that, and that these regulations are not brought forward, and that the Assembly, if they are brought forward, would vote them down.
Alex Eason's not in his place, and I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following the judgment by Justice Schofield on the 19th of October in relation to ministerial authority under the Executive Committee Functions Act 2020, can the First Minister outline the reason for the delay in bringing forward proposals to amend the Ministerial Code to provide legal certainty for planning decisions taken by the Infrastructure Minister, and will you now give a clear commitment to take this forward urgently?
Mr Speaker, the member raises an important point which the Minister for Infrastructure did correspond with the Executive Office around the outworkings of that judgment. It is important that the Ministerial Code can get agreement for that to clarify the issue, particularly for the Minister for Infrastructure. I have cleared a submission within the Executive Office for that to be taken forward, and we're awaiting the final sign-off within the Executive for that, but I would like to be able to bring that to the Executive as soon as possible.
Dolores Kelly, supplementary.
Thanks for the answer, First Minister, and I hope it will be given the answer sooner rather than later, because we all know about the importance of infrastructure in driving forward the economy. Can you provide any update on the establishment of the Commission for Infrastructure?
Yes, Mr Speaker, that is a piece of work that the Permanent Secretary within the Executive Office is taking forward, engaging with the other departments so that we can assess what such a commission would look like, where there is currently work taking place, to ensure that there isn't any duplication in terms of taking forward that infrastructure commission. So that is an active piece of work that's being taken forward by the Executive Office.
Call Jerry Carroll.
NIPSA education welfare officers, UCU lecturers and education workers on strike this week. What's your message to both groups of workers as they embark on industrial action this week?
Sorry, Mr Speaker, I just missed the last part of it, but in terms of industrial action, as a general school of thought, I always believe that it is best to get agreed, negotiated outcomes rather than resorting to industrial action. I think that should always be an absolute last resort for any sector to take, and I would hope that we're able to get an agreed way forward on whatever this particular issue is that the member has raised.
Terry Carroll, supplementary.
Thank you. It's disappointing the Minister couldn't say he supports workers taking action, but workers are calling for the Education Minister to intervene to fund the pay disparity the education welfare officers are facing. They're calling for the Economies Minister to intervene to pressure universities to make sure workers aren't paid low wages. So will the Minister intervene and make sure both those ministers act to resolve these workers' issues?
Well, Mr Speaker, I absolutely support workers' rights and particularly within education, because whether you're a teacher or a welfare support officer in this case, or a university or a further educational college lecturer, they carry out hugely important work and they're absolutely highly respected and regarded within society, and it is vital that they are appropriately remunerated for the work that they carry out. So I would hope there can be a resolution to the issues that the member has raised within the Assembly, because I think it is important that those within our teaching community are able to get on and deliver the job that they want to do.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for his answers so far. First Minister, over this past 12-18 months in this chamber, we have argued for the proposal for a 3-year budget, and I think that has been largely accepted now. Can I ask the First Minister what work has been done to actually put in place all the necessary mechanisms for a 3-year budget to come forward?
Mr Speaker, the member is right in terms of the importance of having a multi-year budget to facilitate that more strategic planning rather than living year to year. And as a result of the comprehensive spending review that the Chancellor announced, we now know the allocation that Northern Ireland has received in each of the next 3 years. And yes, it has been an increase in our budget, not everything being funded that we would want to be able to do, but that then requires the Executive to really look at the kind of priorities that we would have as an executive. So I can assure the member that there is work. It has been carried out in terms of assessing that 3-year allocation of both recurrent funding and capital funding, and there is an ongoing process now across the departments within the executive to take this forward.
Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the Minister made reference to a strategic approach to this. Can I ask the Minister, in the past one-year budgets, nearly a reactive situation has been to pump more and more money into health. In a strategic look that we now have in a multi-year budget, how will health be treated over the period of the 3 years or 3 rolling years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know the pressures that our health service is under, and it is the #1 priority for me and for my party, and that is shared across the executive. And so the funding allocations that would be made, indeed that are proposed for the next 3 years, does give health that priority. Things like tackling the waiting list for elective care procedures, that is something that we all agree on that needs to be taken forward. But we also need to have that transformation take place within the health service so that we're not just treating the symptoms of a system which isn't able to cope. And so in addition to addressing the waiting list backlog, there also would need to be financial support to deliver on that transformation of the health service. That will be, I think, reflected whenever the budget is published for consultation. And this Thursday at the Executive, the budget will be discussed again by ministers, and I would hope that we will be in a position where very soon we can put that out to public consultation to get the public's views before you would be getting an agreed final settlement.
I call William Humphrey.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for his answer so far. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been speaking to contractors, one of whom is building a new park in North Belfast to Marcus Centenary of Northern Ireland, the other building private housing in the constituency, both of whom have said to me they're having problems in getting materials for the development of their contracts. Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the efforts over the weekend to highlight the issues, the ongoing issues, and the problems that the protocol is causing for Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, it's a problem for a lot of businesses in terms of that supply chain. So whether it's for goods or, in this case, supply material, that is an issue that contractors are having trying to source that. It isn't just unique to Northern Ireland, and I've no doubt that there are implications from the protocol in terms of accessing goods, but there is a worldwide demand as well on goods, particularly timber, because of the infrastructure projects that are being taken forward on a huge scale in places like the United States, and that is buying up the availability of the materials, and that is pushing the prices up right across the globe. So he is right to highlight the issues around contractors and the difficulties to get materials. That is contributing to delays in build programmes, but it's also increasing the costs. That's why the Executive did agree, when it comes to procurement, a more flexible approach so that projects were not lost because of cost inflation, and on a case-by-case basis that is something where executive departments are working with contractors to make sure that they can continue to deliver on these projects.
Supplementary, William Humphrey.
Thank you. I thank the First Minister for his answer. The Jewish community has ongoing problems in securing kosher meat for their community here in Northern Ireland. That has been raised as high as the Prime Minister. I thank your predecessor for the work that she did around this issue, but it's a problem that's ongoing, as is the supply of trees to mark the centenary of Northern Ireland and the Queen's Canopy. These are issues that are effectively affecting negatively our people in Northern Ireland right across the community. Can the First Minister assure this House that the work will continue to ensure that the protocol and the difficulties it's causing will be removed?
Mr. Speaker, the member raises an important point, that whilst for a huge majority of the population having kosher meat is not an issue, but for a very important part of our community, the Jewish community, it is. And disturbingly, when I have raised this with UK government secretaries of state, they are alarmed at the response that they've had from Europe when this is raised as a result of the protocol and the dismissive nature at times, not understanding the impact that it's having on the Jewish community. And I know from his representation, from speaking to the rabbi in Belfast, This is having a real impact on the very small Jewish community because it is something that's absolutely important to them because of their beliefs. So that is one issue. The Queen's Canopy is another issue in terms of our ability to get those trees into Northern Ireland. And beyond that, the points are well made around the diversion of trade as a result of the protocol and the wider societal impact that it is having. It is for all those reasons that we need to see a resolution in the process that is currently taking place between the UK Government and the European Union.
And members, time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. We move on to the next item. I'll speak to you immediately after this session's over. Will be. Okay, thank you. Okay, members. Members, time to move on to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Questions 7 and 9 have been withdrawn, and I call Stuart Dixon. Mr. Dixon.
Number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
All animals moving through the Larne port are currently conducted by a veterinary-led portal inspection team in relation to imports. All farmed livestock are unloaded at approved facilities where detailed veterinary health and welfare assessment is completed before any onward travel is permitted. For other species, the same general rules apply to welfare checks. However, those animals are generally inspected on the vehicle and unloaded only if a welfare problem is suspected. In addition, documentary checks are completed as part of the overall welfare assessment to ensure that the vehicle is approved and fit for purpose, the attendants are competent and the journey is in line with the legislative parameters. Those animals moving to Great Britain through Larne Port, a general welfare assessment is conducted in all consignments to ensure compliance with the relevant welfare legislation before onward travel is permitted. These checks are in addition to similar checks completed by the certifying official veterinarian at the premises of origin. For dogs, an assessment is made of the animal's fitness to travel, plus the conditions of travel only where it is a commercial transaction or there are more than 5 animals being transported. The same documentary checks relating to the transporter and the vehicle, as for livestock, also apply to the transport of dogs. Should any adverse findings be disclosed during welfare inspections, all affected animals will be detained and treated in accordance with the nature of the findings. An associated range of enforcement measures are also available to department officials, including formal notices, a penalty-based system for transport authorisation, disqualification and potential prosecution.
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, you'll be aware that you halted an application for an equine facility and other commercial transportation of animals at Redlands Road in Larne. So can you assure the House, A, that with the additional inspections that are required, that the appropriate levels of animal welfare are being maintained, and when, Minister, will you agree to allow the expansion of the current equine and animal facilities at Redland Road in Larne as per the planning application? Well, were there to be welfare issues, my veterinarians would be obliged to draw them to my attention. These are people who specialise in animal welfare, and they haven't done that. So if they have those issues, I'm sure that they'll draw it to my attention.
Call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ewe lambs have been stranded, had been stranded in Scotland, and there have been restrictions to movements to agricultural shows, and there's been much talk of easing and removal of these restrictions. So can the Minister advise us what have been the numbers of live animals that have been coming into Northern Ireland from GB and going to Northern Ireland from GB, and when will all the new regulations be actually printed so we understand what is being proposed in the future?
Well, just to clarify with the member that livestock checks have always been taking place at the Port of Larne for at least around 20 years now, certainly since foot and mouth outbreak. And that has been something to ensure the animal health status, the very fine animal health status that we have here is maintained. So that should not be confused. A lot of those checks should not be confused with the Northern Ireland Protocol and the impact of that. However, the European Union has made it incredibly difficult for people who are showing livestock in Great Britain, and that has been hugely damaging to the pedigree sector and indeed for the important importation of lambs coming generally around this time of year from Scotland, which augment our hill farms in particular. And there has been considerable work has been done through veterinary officials to deal with all of these issues. I believe that my veterinary officials have proved to the European Union, beyond all reasonable doubt, that this causes no danger, no impact, no harm to the European Union single market, and therefore any potential delays at this stage are political delays.
I call Philip McGuigan.
And Minister, just following on from the two previous questions, and again in the interest of animal welfare, can the Minister confirm if he has enough veterinary staff within the department to carry out the checks at Larne?
Yes, we have. Now, in terms of transferring veterinary staff to carry out checks on groupies, for example, that is coming in where a lorry is carrying maybe 300 different food items, which is to be used in a store such as Sainsbury's, which doesn't have a base in the Republic of Ireland. That would be an illogical thing to do, yet it's being requested of us. And if the member believes it would be a good use of a veterinarian's time to be checking such goods, which again pose no threat whatsoever to the European Union single market, as opposed to be dealing with issues around bovine TB, about Jaundice disease, about many of the other issues that are looked after by department vets, then he should stand up and say that. I personally don't think it is a good use of a veterinarian's time.
Paul Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, would the Minister agree with me and indeed confirm, as he did earlier on, that there's always been checks at the Port of Larne and at the Irish Sea in terms of animal health, and if some people got their way and we put a border in terms of sanitary and phytosanitary goods on the island of Ireland, that farmers in this place would be faced with two sets of checks, one on moving goods onto the island of Ireland, and two, moving them from Northern Ireland into the Republic. So clearly we all want to see checks minimised, but given that checks have already existed at seaports, doesn't it make sense to minimise them and consolidate them in one location?
Well, certainly the checks that take place in terms of live animals, there has always been an element, a considerable element of that has taken place. And I have always indicated that I'm happy to assist the European Union in ensuring that goods that may have the potential risk of entering the Republic of Ireland, that we would carry out those checks on their behalf. I think that they should pay for it, mind you, because it's preventing goods entering European Union through Ireland. It shouldn't be coming from our purse. But nonetheless, us doing that, that doesn't have to be done at Newry, it doesn't have to be done at the Fermanagh border. It can be done elsewhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be done at the ports either, but we can do that. But that should be separated out from the goods that are remaining in Northern Ireland, and there should be no internal barriers between Great Britain and Northern Ireland in that circumstance.
I call Cathal Boylan.
Mr. Verdot, let hold question number 2, please.
I'm committed to raising the issue of fairness for all farmers in the marketplace. However, the price farmers receive for their produce and others pay at any point in the food supply chain is a commercial matter and therefore not within my remit. I am pleased that Northern Ireland dairy processors, farmers and stakeholders had the opportunity to make their views heard on how contracts are used within the sector through the 2020 UK-wide consultation on contractual arrangements in the dairy sector. The aim is to promote transparency and to improve the position of the primary producer in the dairy supply chain. Consultation was led by DEFRA, as the regulation of anti-competitive practices, including the regulation of contractual relationships, is a reserved matter under Schedule 3, paragraph 26 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. My officials will continue to work with DEFRA to further explore the Northern Ireland specific issues and to ensure that any UK legislation in this area would be appropriate for the Northern Ireland sector. Regarding information on prices, my department is currently consulting to seek views on the possible introduction of mandatory sheep carcass classification and price reporting in Northern Ireland to improve fairness and price transparency in that sector. Carcass classification and price reporting is already mandatory in Northern Ireland for bovine and pig carcasses. I am pleased to have recently published the Future Agricultural Policy Framework Portfolio for Northern Ireland, which sets out a framework for future policy around 4 key outcomes developed following engagement with stakeholders, which includes productivity, environmental sustainability and improved resilience, as well as an effective functioning supply chain. I intend to bring forward a public consultation on proposals for future agriculture support measures shortly. I look forward to engaging with all those in the industry as we move forward in developing better and improved support measures in the agri-food sector.
Cathal Boylan, supplementary.
Could I thank the Minister? Minister, it is crucial that there is transparency and fairness in the supply chain so that farmers receive a fair price for the food they produce. Would the Minister agree that ensuring that farmers receive a fair price reflecting the cost of producing food in the context of necessary welfare and environmental standards, this needs to be at the core of a future food strategy?
Well, in my opinion, the best way of achieving the best prices for food is to have the best food available. Northern Ireland has amongst the best quality food anywhere in the world, and therefore its prices should be at the leading edge. So I think we should be doing everything that we can to ensure that animal health, animal welfare, food traceability, food provenance, environment, and all of those factors, as well as quality, are right at the top end in everything that we do. And therefore, when it comes to facing perhaps commodity food being imported at a lower price, that then we are able to demonstrate to the buyers and indeed to the consumers that Northern Ireland food is the best that they can get, and therefore it is worth paying a bit extra for.
Deborah Ruskin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know that I'm very fond of the local produce that I eat, and I'm sure he is too. But Minister, do you feel that the Northern Ireland produce is marketed in a way which educates consumers as to the benefits of buying local, home-grown food and our high standards, highlighting the need to our farmers to receive a fair price? For example, given the issues facing the pig sector, what discussions have you had from representatives from that sector?
We've had a series of discussions with the pig sector, which is going through a pretty difficult period at this moment in time. And in particular, it was raised with me last week that one particular processor had made a cut which many of the farmers felt was excessive. And I haven't seen a clear demonstration of what the justification for in that cut of pig price was, other than there is perhaps a bit of an oversupply situation, but nonetheless there is considerable demand for the product right across the UK and beyond. So it is important that if you want to have long-term relationships with suppliers, you treat those suppliers well, and I would encourage all of the processors to do that, to develop those long-term relationships and ensure that the suppliers that are providing them with the product are in a profitable circumstance. Because very often you hear people talk about fair price farming, and they're thinking about third world countries and so forth. But for me, fair price farming should apply right across the board, and that farmers in this part of the world should be receiving a fair price for their products as well, because many of them will be in very difficult financial circumstances. Many of them are having their income augmented and subsidised through the various income support measures, and people should reflect upon that.
Just carrying on the theme of the pig farmers, of course it's a commercial matter, but does the Minister deprecate the action of the primary processor for many of our pig producers in arbitrarily reducing the price they were prepared to pay per pig by a colossal £13.50 per pig, on the basis that if they accepted all farmers' pigs, they would only pay the reduced price? Does that not seem an occasion of exploitation of farmers, which is not something which is in the long-term interests of the industry?
Well, I don't think it's in the long-term interest of the industry. I think it's important that both producers and processors have that sound working relationship, that they may have a degree of competitiveness, but ultimately that there's a trust that exists there. And I feel that the sooner that that is addressed, and indeed that cut of £13.50 is actually reduced, and reduced considerably, the better. And you know, that particular processor is importing a lot of pigs from the Republic of Ireland, and to have a problem with dealing with the numbers of pigs that are available in Northern Ireland, which isn't running into really large figures when you drill down to it, it is very unfortunate. And particularly when meal prices are high, the processors need to be cognizant of that, and ensuring that they're not putting their suppliers into a really difficult financial position at this point.
And just picking up on Mr. Alistair's point there, I did raise it along with Mr. Irwin, in fact, last week at the ERA committee, where it appears to be a form of commercial blackmail, where in fact some of these producers are saying, we'll take all your pigs, or sorry, 80% of your pigs at full value, or all your pigs at knockdown of £13.50. Minister, can you tell me, is there any way, and I know it's commercial and all that, is there any way either you or any other public body can intervene in situations like this to ensure that people aren't being done down in such a manner?
Well, there's a number of interventions that could be made. One of them would be an on-farm cull. Personally, I don't think that would be a particularly positive thing, because you know, UK is still importing, a net importer of pork products, and requires high volumes of pork products, and there's a demand there, and therefore to be, you know, slaughtering and rendering perfectly good food, which there's a demand for, it's not a route that I really want to go. Although I have also suggested that we could consider reducing the population of pigs right back to birth, and but you know, again, the processors don't like that idea. But the issue at this moment in time is there are more pigs available than there is slaughter capacity, although it is, we're talking on the margins as opposed to having many tens of thousands. So the numbers of pigs that are available to the plants and the capacity of the plants to actually slaughter those pigs could be picked up if there was more Saturday working and things like that that are happening. And I trust that that will be resolved in the not too distant future.
And I call Mervyn Story.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
My department's rural hurl refurbishment scheme closed for applications the 11th June 2021 with a total of 211 applications received. The first stage in the assessment process was to rank those applications according to the Northern Ireland Super Output Area Access to Services domain, after which officials worked through the eligibility process for each application. When concluded, 114 applicant organisations were deemed eligible for the scheme, with 97 deemed ineligible. All ineligible applicants have been informed that their application has been unsuccessful, with reasons for this decision provided in their correspondence. The applications deemed eligible but not shortlisted due to funding constraints have also been advised of the outcome to their application. The scheme guidance stated that the number of projects anticipated to be funded would be 30. However, I secured funding to enable 50 eligible applications to be included in this pilot scheme. This will result in training and refurbishment funding of just under £2 million for a total of 50 voluntary and community organisations. An initial 30 organisations have completed their training, and as of today, 16 letters of offer to the value of £562,000 has been issued, with a further 14 to the value of £474,000 expected to issue next week. A further 20 organisations will commence their mandatory Managing Your Space training in early December and should receive their letters of offer in March 2022, with an estimated letter of offer value of £665,000. At this juncture, it is anticipated that the first 30 organisations will have the majority of their refurbishment works completed by the 31st of March 2022, and the additional 20 will be completed by September 2022.
Member Story, supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his answer and also for the interest that he has taken in this particular issue in regards to the establishment of the pilot scheme. And clearly from what he has said, there is a demand out there in the rural areas for such a scheme. However, could the Minister maybe outline what his plans are in terms of how this scheme will be progressed in the weeks ahead?
I thank the member for the question. And whenever you get out there and you see a lot of the halls, a lot of facilities, it is quite shocking how poor some of those facilities are. And therefore, this funding, which can provide disabled access, or a kitchen which would meet normal health and safety standards, fire safety controls, or indeed just providing heating in some of these halls which are still using coal fires and so forth, is something that is demonstrated to be absolutely necessary, because there has been a lot of small rural halls and small rural communities that have been left behind. So we have proceeded with the scheme for the 50 halls at this stage, and we're looking at seeing how we can further assist the 114 applications in total, which demonstrated that they could be funded and they should be funded, but we didn't have the financial capacity to do that. But we're looking at how that could be done, and we're looking at how this programme, given the demand for it, could be mainstreamed in the future.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, a key element to the scheme was the requirement of 6 members of the community to participate in a mandatory Managing Your Space capacity building training programme. What evidence have you that this programme actually was successful in achieving capacity building?
Well, one of the things that we have been concerned about is that these halls, because we directed it towards halls that had never previously received funding. And one of the things that we wanted to do was, whenever they got this funding, that they would be in a better position to avail of public funding in the future. And therefore providing them with the necessary skills and support is something that we believe is important. And that is why the training was part of the programme. So this wouldn't just be a one-off, that whenever it came to other developments that could be carried out for the benefit of that rural community, that they would be better placed to do that. And that's why we carried out the training. It is probably too early at this point to ascertain the success of it, but nonetheless we think it was very important that was carried out.
Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far as well. Pardon me. Minister, I'm sure you'll agree with me that whether it's down to COVID or Brexit, that many of our rural communities are facing huge challenges at the moment, and these difficulties they face need to be addressed within the rural policy framework if it's to make any great difference. So while the Rural Hall Scheme is a good initiative, can you tell me if you're considering any rural business and community investment programmes as part of the framework, please?
Well, DAERA have been leading on the rural communities and have a number of projects which are providing real and significant benefit to the rural community. So through TRIPSI, we have engaged a whole series of schemes. So, for example, we have pilots on a website development programme, a rural tourism collaborative experience programme, rural micro-business growth stream, rural social economy investment scheme, micro-business investment scheme, rural community pollinator garden scheme, and then there's a whole series of others established programmes. These are all pilot schemes, but they're innovative schemes which are set out there to target rural needs, to drive up the numbers of visitors that come to rural communities, and to ensure that those small rural businesses that are never going to be tapping into Invest NI funding can get those modest grants, 20 to 50,000 in the main, that can make a real substantial difference to the viability of their business.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, with the emphasis now, Mr. Speaker, on rural investment, can I ask the Minister for an update on another rural development initiative from his department, namely the Rural Tourism Collaborative Experiences Programme?
The aim of that programme is to bring small numbers of businesses, clusters of rural businesses and other partners to work closely together to develop a range of products, experiences, which can be promoted either individually or as combined experience. So those clusters where people are operating in the same fields, so people who perhaps are producing food, artisan foods, linking them up to the provider of the raw materials, and further linking them to markets for those products. Those are the types of things that we wish to encourage.
Mark Durgan.
Question number 4.
The Executive Office, through the COVID-19 Recovery Plan, has assessed the needs of all dwellers, both urban and rural, as a result of the pandemic. These needs are reflected in the ongoing rollout of the COVID-19 Recovery Action Plan. My department is contributing to a number of actions documented in the plan that are targeted at rural dwellers and businesses, such as the COVID-19 Recovery Revitalisation Scheme and Tourism Recovery Plan. In addition, a number of rural stakeholders, when responding to public consultation of the Rural Policy Framework, expressed concerns regarding COVID-19 recovery, and these will be addressed through the framework going forward. At the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, I met with agricultural industry representatives and stakeholder organisations to assess the impact it may have on them. After examining the nature and extent of the financial losses that has been incurred, there was a strong economic rationale for providing financial assistance to agriculture and horticulture businesses. Financial assistance would be targeted at those farm businesses hardest hit financially and enable them to deal with short-term market disruptions that would substantially impact on otherwise viable business. My department secured £41.7 million in 2020-2021 year from the Executive for a range of COVID-19 support measures, including £25 million for market intervention in the local dairy, beef, sheep, potato, pig, poultry, wool and ornamental horticulture sectors, which is the most comprehensive allocation made by any UK or EU administration during the coronavirus emergency. In the current year, my department has secured £21 million and is using this to provide support in rural areas affected by the COVID pandemic. An equality and human rights screening exercise was completed and the policy was screened. The completed EQIA screening document is available on the DARE website. A rural needs impact assessment has also been completed.
Mark Durgan, supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. That COVID-19 has brought with it a plethora of problems, and many of those have been felt even more acutely in our rural communities than elsewhere. Could the Minister detail any particular work that is ongoing between his department and that of the Department for Communities in terms of assisting rural communities who often fall between two stools when it comes to being able to draw down public funding to run community projects, tackle isolation and many of the other problems that the Minister has alluded to?
Well, during the COVID outbreak, the Department for Communities, under its interim minister, previous minister, Carl Killian and I, brought together a scheme which supported both urban and rural small businesses, high street businesses, and that ensured that we were able to give fairly significant support to those businesses. So many of them were able to buy equipment which enabled them to maybe change how they were doing things during COVID. And that was something which was of considerable support. I should say that we also worked closely with DFI when it came to the scheme to provide rural transportation, and we used that rural transport scheme to provide food for people and medicines for elderly people who couldn't get out. So as opposed to taking people to the town or village to get their goods, we brought that to them. So there has been good cross-departmental collaboration to assist people in rural communities.
Gemma Dolan for a brief question and a brief response from the Minister, please.
Minister, given the soaring costs of inputs such as food and fertiliser, would you agree that your party's insistence on ending the areas of natural constraint payment was short-sighted and wrong? It has greatly increased the pressure on many farmers, and surely you can now accept that it would have been much better to retain this payment in order to provide proper long-term targeted support for our hill farmers?
Well, in terms of that, the price of fertiliser is the same for every farmer, just isn't for farmers who live in ANC areas. And of course, farmers in ANC areas got significant uplifts in terms of its funding through the way that single farm payment was now distributed. And consequently, if we were to have kept the ANC as well, then that would have meant removing payments from a significant number of other farming families who have actually demonstrated through the figures that they receive each year would have lower incomes than the farmers that are being referred to. So a party which speaks a lot about fairness, justice, equality, perhaps might want to apply it when it comes to this particular issue.
That ends the period for list of questions, members, and we now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in respect of the marine construction licence, discharge, consent and abstraction licence for Island gas storage, can you confirm that you were aware of the recommendations of your department's ornithologists whose response to concerns raised by environmental NGOs in respect of the adequacy of the environmental assets were set out on the 3rd of August 2020?
Minister.
I was provided with a considerable amount of information by my officials on this particular issue, and I was provided with their views on it and whether it was capable of safely doing this in terms of the environment or not. And I'm very clear that I followed the recommendations and advice that was provided to me by my officials.
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, as you've indicated to the House that you were aware that your own experts raised concerns about the adequacy of the assessment, why did you and your department fail to act on those recommendations by not requiring further information or indeed by refusing the application?
Well, I can understand that the member may wish to unpick the process that has taken place, and I have no doubt that others will seek to unpick it in another forum, and that is something which they're entitled to do. So I followed the advice that was given to me in terms of this issue, and therefore, if people wish to take that to another forum, then that is a matter for individuals or organisations to do that. But I believe that whichever decision that we would have made would have been challenged by one or t'other, and we have made the decision that we made on the basis of the best information that was available to us at the time.
I call Tom Buchanan.
Speaker, Minister, can you give your assessment of the independent report conducted by KPGM exploring the impact the private members' bill on climate change would have on areas across, especially my constituency of West Tyrone, which is a large rural farming constituency?
Well, the KPMG report was an independent report which was carried out, and it recognised that the impact would be greater in Fermanagh and Omagh council areas, Mid Ulster and the Newry, Mourne and Down areas, which accounts for some 43% of Northern Ireland's land farms, which are located in less favoured areas. And we have just received a question from somebody regarding ANC areas not very long ago. The ANC areas are the areas which are going to be most impacted as a consequence of our actions in dealing with the climate change issues, because the ANC areas happen to have more peatlands, and it's very evident, all of the information that we're receiving is information about restoring peatlands, about removing peatlands from permanent pasture, and consequently that will lead to a circumstance where many farms in the constituency that you represent being brought under pressure to actually not actively farm, and that is going to be a very significant debate going forward.
Supplementary, Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his response. What advice then would you give to farmers in Fermanagh, West Tyrone and other areas of similar land who fear for the future viability of their business going forward?
Well, I suppose the advice that I would give is more to this House. I would like this House to ensure that it takes everything into account before they make decisions, including the fact that they could drive many small family farms out of business. And that may be an easy decision to make for a member from South Belfast or a city constituency. But members who represent rural constituencies should be very cautious, very, very cautious about ensuring that people who live in their community can no longer engage in a business which has been transferred to them for many generations and taking something away from them that nobody else could have. This House has the ability to do that, which nobody else has ever done in the past.
Paul Kelly-Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in advance of International Day for People with Disabilities, what engagement have you had with stakeholders such as guide dogs and Northern Ireland Assistant Dogs on the dreadful issue that's rising on dog theft?
Well, certainly we want to work closely with the Department for Justice, particularly in providing an animal register and the register of offenders and so forth. We have different kinds of people who keep dogs, and there's those who love and adore their dogs, and thankfully that's the vast majority of people. And there's those who see dogs as a commodity and something that they can profiteer from. And I think that each and every one of us who have a responsibility on this, and my department has a significant responsibility, need to be identifying how best they can make it difficult for those people, and do what we can to ensure that they haven't got that ability to profiteer from something which the rest of us regard as one of our family in most instances.
Kelly-Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, as we know, it's the run-up to Christmas, and there's the unfortunate instance that happens every year where people get puppies for Christmas. Will there be a public engagement campaign in the run-up to Christmas or just after to make the public aware of the issue of pet theft, to ensure that they know exactly what steps to take should it happen to their family?
Yes, we helped launch the Pause for Thought campaign last week, and that's more focused on people's acquisition of dogs. And the shelter that I was up had 9 pups in there, which all had pneumonia. And we're holding those wee pups, and you can still hear it in their chest even after having substantial treatment. And there's just so much opportunism out there with dogs. Dog theft is a big thing. People need to ensure that their dogs are kept in secure areas, and that when they're out and about, that they have their dog under control, so that it doesn't run off and get lost, and give that opportunity for somebody else to steal it. But I do know that there are people who go around the countryside, in particular, stealing dogs, and particularly younger pups, which have very, very valuable in today's markets, are something which is easy pickings for thieves, and people need to be aware of it.
Minister, our farmers are facing an uncertain future. Brexit, COVID, labour shortages, spiralling costs, climate change and detrimental trade deals are all impacting on the viability of farms across the north. I know the farms in my constituency are on the brink and they're only surviving on the single farm payment. Given the unprecedented challenges that our farmers now face, partly as a result of the Brexit that you championed, has your department begun an impact assessment to explore the potential damage to farming businesses in each constituency at the ending of the single farm payment?
Well, I suppose if we look at the prices farmers are receiving, both for milk and for meat and for lamb and for cereals, all of those products are up. Pig sector is down, and the chicken sector has proven to be very stable. So actually, since Brexit, all of those prices have went upwards. So I'd have thought that that'd be something that the member would actually welcome.
Supplementary, Gemma Dolan.
And thank you, Minister, but I'm sure there's many struggling farmers who wouldn't agree with you. Would the Minister agree that the British Government cannot be trusted with food security, as it scrambles for trade deals in a race to the bottom, where food and environmental standards are secondary considerations?
Yeah, well, you know, we have a circumstance, and we certainly did have it in Europe, where the horse meat was being moved around, you know, all of Europe, and that's not something which is traditionally used in UK, United Kingdom. So the member may wish to reflect on some of those people who she prefer to be with in terms of that element of food security. I think for the UK government, food security will become ever more important. And I know that some people have in the past foolishly advised that, you know, the UK doesn't need to have farms. But COVID was a very clear demonstration of the importance of having a commodity such as food close to home. I also believe energy security is critically important. And you look at the circumstance today, we have energy being switched on and off as it suits particular governments and the prices that people are paying. So I think that our farms have a significant future ahead of them. Should we let them, and should we work with them, as opposed to imposing things upon them which is going to decimate farms? And I trust that your party will be wise when it comes to this and will take the right decision as they fully understand all of the implications of taking the wrong decision, and that we have vibrant farms which can supply both food and energy to the people that live in this country and also export it.
I call Patsy McGlone.
Could I ask the Minister just what's being done currently to speed up the consultation process between planning and NIEA?
I've been having meetings on that issue, and I've asked for further staff to be put to that particular area of work. There is clearly a problem, and I would trust that not just our department but other departments would look at that as well, to ensure that we have a system which is fit for purpose.
Okay, thanks for that, Minister, and appreciate the work that you're doing to try and resolve those issues. I'm trying to establish, is there a particular issue at the Natural Environment Unit within NIEA in terms of slowness of process? And I do have one particular case with the Minister's office at the moment.
Particular issue, and I'll not run away from it, and the particular issue is around staffing. We don't have enough of them. So I've asked for a paper to be submitted to me in order that we can go out and get more staff into that area and ensure that decisions can be turned around in a proportionate way. At this moment in time, our staff are under a lot of pressure, and as a result, we aren't taking calls to inquire about where the process is at the minute, because it was causing considerable delays just dealing with that, and it's better that the staff are actually focused on getting them out the door. I should say that in terms of longevity, the length of time waiting, that the Department for Infrastructure has some longer waiting times than NED, and perhaps the member could address some attention to that issue as well, and together we can improve the process.
William Irwin.
Can I ask the Minister his view on the cont'd system in Northern Ireland and the potential to review the current tax system to encourage generational renewable and greater land mobility?
Yeah, the cont'd system is something that we've had for many years. We have written to George Eustace. We've looked at what's happening in the south of Ireland. We're asking Her Majesty's Treasury to ensure that people who could take land on lease and invest in that land by putting on new gates and fencing and providing key pieces of work, providing lime, which will reduce the amount of carbon that land produces, that if they make that investment, that they get the tax relief on it. And I think that would be a significant step forward.
Supplementary, William Irwin.
I thank the Minister for his response. The Minister would accept there's other regions of the UK and indeed the Republic of Ireland where different systems are in place and work very well.
And that's why we have followed this up. We've been speaking to various agencies on this issue, and we recognise that there is an opportunity to create an efficiency, a benefit for the land and a benefit for the people who are actually renting that land, that they can do it in a way which will help them make long-term investments as opposed to having that uncertainty of year-on-year rental where they could lose it and therefore they don't make the investment in it.
Stephen Dunn.
Can I thank the Minister for recently visiting McKee's farm shop in Craigantlet alongside me and his support for local business. Would the Minister agree with me that more needs to be done to promote Northern Ireland produce right across the UK and indeed the world?
Absolutely, and we are working with Department for Economy on these issues. We see that there is tremendous opportunities to market Northern Ireland's produce. We do have exceptional produce, and that's why it's in companies like Fortnum and Mason and some of the other finest sales companies anywhere in the world who are selling fine quality foods, that much of that food can come from Northern Ireland businesses.
And members, time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two.
Okay, members, we'll resume business then. The report of the Committee for Infrastructure Inquiry into the decarbonisation of road transport in Northern Ireland. Agus initiatum Sir Cara Hunter Hun Council. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise today as a relatively new member of the Infrastructure Committee, and in the SDLP I'm also our climate champion as well as our infrastructure spokesperson, so it will be no surprise to colleagues here today. I'm very pleased that the committee has been able to focus time into this important report to decarbonise our transport here. Before I begin, I would like to pay tribute to my colleague Dolores Kelly, my predecessor on the committee, who put a lot of hard work into this report, and I know she will join me today in offering the SDLP's support for decarbonisation and our intentions to see this report as a partnership between the committee, the Minister and the wider executive to deliver change to our society, our people and our environment and its urgent needs. I'd like to thank the Chairman for his detailed contribution on the report. There are a few aspects I would like to draw out. I am sure it is accepted right across this House that tackling the climate crisis is not for one department or Minister's responsibility. The weight of responsibility to deliver this lasting change rests firmly on all of our shoulders. With that said, we all recognise that transport is a massive emitter, and I know that this is an issue our Minister Mallon, since coming into office, has been working tirelessly to address. While I won't rehearse all of the Minister's actions to date, I am sure she will provide us with more detail, but I want to applaud the Minister's leadership on this issue. It is frustrating and frankly embarrassing that the North is still without legislation to tackle the climate crisis. I believe that we truly need to get a move on. We want to see change as quick as possible to reach net zero. We are leading the way in Westminster and here in government. In Westminster next month, the SDLP leader Colin Meeswood will be bringing forward radical legislation to demand the rapid response we need to protect our planet and our future generations here and tackle that aspect of generational injustice surrounding climate change. In government here, our SDLP Minister, Minister Mallon, has been leading from the front. At COP26, she announced a task force to deliver more EV charging infrastructure, more investment in zero-emission buses. She has been greening her own departmental fleet, making planning changes, and has been clear that she has worked to ensure the Executive's energy strategy has a focus on decarbonising transport, including measures to support modal shift, the electrification of transport, the use of alternative fuels in transport, and the future of mobility. This all comes on top of the 20 million blue-green infrastructure funding where our Minister is truly putting money where her mouth is. And the best thing I think about the blue-green money is it empowers local communities as well to create a shared space as well. Even in the face of a global pandemic with the restart of vast operational public services, our Minister has continued to press for change. Notable areas include the establishment of a transport decarbonation branch tasked with delivering on the ground on modal shift. I could truly go on all day, and there really is a really positive abundance of activity and delivery I believe the Minister and her department have been working on, and this deserves recognition, but it also deserves our support as a statutory committee. I welcome that much of what is in this report is seeking to achieve, and I can see aligning with the Minister's priorities and policy direction. I do, however, want to mention again the energy strategy. While this is not for Minister Mallon, I understand it sits with the Economy Minister. Does Minister Mallon today have any information from the DUP Minister? Where is the energy strategy and what will it potentially look like? I cannot stress enough, if we are going to deliver the change our society deserves, we need to work together and we need to deliver. To conclude, any continued dither and delay on the energy strategy isn't acceptable, and we do know what the Economy Minister is proposing, and I accept today in relation to decarbonisation of transport. Minister Mallon wants to see the strategy come to the Executive for scrutiny. Thank you.
I call Roy Beggs.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise as the Ulster Unionist infrastructure spokesman to indicate my support for this report from the committee on decarbonising Northern Ireland's road transport. There has been much debate about greenhouse gas emission from agriculture, which is estimated to account for some 26%, but there are emissions relevant from many other areas: home, energy supplies, other land use business. But the second largest area of greenhouse gas emission is transport. and therefore it was very timely and appropriate for the committee to investigate this area and to produce this report. The UK Government, as part of its commitment to reach net zero by 2050 or earlier, has determined that petrol and diesel cars will not be produced after 2030, and indeed hybrid cars will finish in 2035. Given the reality of Northern Ireland and the relevance of the private car, it's essential to many people living in the countryside, and to enable them to do their work, to get to their work. Because of our limited public transport, there is a need to have a mode of transport that everyone can use when needed. But there's also a need to update our transport strategy, which refocuses on a range of issues which can reduce our carbon output: walking and cycling, greater use of public transport, and indeed the decarbonisation of public transport, as has commenced with electric and hydrogen-powered buses. But we also need to ensure that the private motors, when necessary, can also contribute to that. I would express my appreciation to the Assembly's Research and Information Service, who conducted a survey on behalf of the committee in the use of electric and ultra-low emission vehicles. This highlighted that there was a huge gulf between climate change rhetoric, which is being made, and what is actually being practically delivered on the ground in our community. Northern Ireland has the lowest proportion of electric charging points in all of the UK, but worse than that, they have been unreliable. I'm looking at figures where Scotland, per 100,000 people, would have 32, England 22, Wales 17, Northern Ireland 16. But then when you come to rapid chargers, which are essential for people who may need to quickly top up their power in the course of their travel, Scotland 7.5 per 100,000, England 3.5, Wales 1.8, and Northern Ireland 1 per 100,000. Clearly, there is a long way to go. Indeed, when you look at the response to the survey that was carried out, what has been highlighted is a lack of charging points, broken charging points, and that has transferred into range anxiety with many of those who already own an electric charge car. And it's also given concern for those who may be considering switching. So comments like charging infrastructure in Northern Ireland is hopelessly outdated and virtually obsolete. Long distance journey would be a nightmare. I mean, we must make sure we have a reliable infrastructure in place if we are to support our community as they make this transformation into electric-powered vehicles. Clearly, at present, we are not there, and there is a long way to go. But looking at what's happening in Scotland, I was during the summer in a village north of Inverness, a very small village. I would estimate maybe 500 people, 4 charging points in the public car park. I remember visiting a garage, charging points in the garage. I mean, I was shocked. Our infrastructure is so far behind, it's vital not only that the infrastructure department moves, but other departments. And in particular, I've been posing the questions in terms of building regulations. Why are we not building into place charging points whenever there is a new development? And there has been a slowness to change our building control regulations, because that is the most efficient way to do this. When you build a new apartment block, when you build a new building, the infrastructure should be put in place. It will be cheaper in the long run, and actually will be ensure that there will be lower carbon outputs or lower carbon inputs in building that infrastructure. It's vital that we move forward together and all departments play their part.
The member draws remarks to a close,
the recommendations
please.
that are contained in the report and ask others to support them.
Thank you. I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think it's been a very good-natured debate and a constructive one for a change, so hopefully I can contribute to that. From my perspective, from the perspective of the Alliance Party, time is quickly running out to tackle the climate emergency, and therefore myself and the party welcomes the report that's been tabled here today, and hopefully the Chamber can agree it. From my perspective, one of the quickest and simplest way to enact the report would be funding TransLink's plan for decarbonisation, which is about road transport, because remember TransLink has road and rail. They have a clear plan, which is to move to net zero by 2040 and then move to climate positive by 2050. But the reality is today, as we debate this motion, we have a funding issue with regards to TransLink, where there's questions over whether they're be able to be a going concern as a result of non-allocation of funds during the October monitoring. So whilst we have the discussions and the debates here today, we need to be realistic that if we want people to move to decarbonised road transport, we do need to fund our main public service and public transport provider in Northern Ireland, which is TransLink. I do welcome the announcements that have been made to date in relation to the full electrification of the urban fleet in the city of Derry, Londonderry, and also the further rollout of hydrogen vehicles. But we must go further and fund TransLink properly to deliver services on the ground here and now, but also their plan to move to climate positive by 2050. The report also highlights the immediate impact that enhancements of active travel can have towards transport, and I think that's important. I do welcome the actions that were taken by the Minister last year in relation to a walking and cycling champion, but realistically we need to be investing an awful lot more in active travel in Northern Ireland. We come right down the bottom of the league table in Northern Ireland compared to the rest of the UK and Ireland in terms of investment. We also have to be realistic if we're going to call for investment in active travel. That does require difficult decisions about where we're going to put infrastructure to ensure that people have safe and sustainable travel routes. So there is a real need to look forward in that, and Alliance Party has been very clear that we need an active travel commissioner to be able to drive forward the change in relation to that, because there is substantial change that is required. Turning to electric vehicles, I've been working with Electric Vehicles Association Northern Ireland, as have many others in this chamber, for a long time, and I do genuinely appreciate that the work that they've been doing to make electric vehicles more accessible to people in Northern Ireland, and they've delivered quite significant achievements in terms of recent announcements. A number of the recommendations and the findings in the report touch upon electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and I think it's important that that is taken forward, particularly in relation to the used EV market. If we want people to take up electric vehicles, one of the biggest barriers to that is obviously the charging infrastructure, but also the cost of the vehicles. The committee recently got evidence that how other jurisdictions have dealt with that. So, for example, in Norway, the cost of buying a petrol or diesel car is on a par with an electric vehicle, and that does require intervention from the UK government in terms of taxation policy, so people can consider that. In terms of the Alliance Party's own position, we're clear in the Green New Deal in terms of our support for electric vehicles and for the decarbonisation of transport. And part of that is about interest-free loans for people who want to take up electric vehicles. Also recently, in the last month, I think it was, I presented a petition to the Minister about the need for a joined-up strategy to drive improvements in terms of the charging infrastructure, and we really do need that. So the recent announcement by ESB in terms of new chargers and also the EasyGo and other providers is welcome. Yes, no problem.
Would the member agree with me that whilst it's very welcome that there are new chargers put in place, it's also vital that there's maintenance contracts in place and contracts in place that will ensure that they will continue when they need to be replaced, so that they're not left to funk, and that those who have electric vehicles can have confidence that they will work.
Members, next a minute.
Entirely agree with the member. I think the worst thing is having an electric vehicle and then going to charge it and you can't get charged. It's the worst nightmare around that, and it's the fear that a lot of people have that puts them off even considering an electric vehicle. And there's many examples of the charging infrastructure in place here at Northern Ireland where you can turn up to the charger and it doesn't work. So that needs to be resolved, and also the issue about how the market is regulated and the pricing of the market needs to be considered going forward, because the ESB network is currently free of charge. We need to move to a system where there is charging, because look, being honest here, guys, if the charger is free of charge, where's your disincentive to come and get your vehicle and take it away after a period of time? Many people leave it for hours, and thereby you can't have access to the charger. So those issues need to be addressed going forward, and that's why it needs a coordinated, joined-up strategy. And I agree with the member around the energy strategy. Where is it? We do need to see the strategy for many different reasons, not just for today, but also in terms of the cost of living crisis. Talking about electric vehicles, I'm also very conscious of two issues about how the substances are sourced for the production of electric vehicles in an environmentally sustainable way, and also ensuring that good labour practices are ensured, and also how do we deal with waste from electric vehicles. The industry is not doing very well in that regard. It's actually doing appallingly, and it needs to do much better in terms of how we source the materials and also how we dispose of them. And last of them is in relation to hydrogen. So we've talked an awful lot about electric, but in relation to hydrogen, I had the pleasure to meet Hydrogen NI last week, and that is really something that we need to be looking for in the future. But it has to be green hydrogen. Grey hydrogen should not be acceptable. It has to be green hydrogen, and that requires us to improve the infrastructure across Northern Ireland, particularly in terms of public transport and also the logistics industry in terms of powering a decarbonised future. So I welcome the report. I think it's good that we can come together in the Chamber and constructively debate things,
close, please.
and I welcome the Minister's response.
Agus na siadam Sir Liz Kimmins on Canchai Liz Kimmins.
And I rise to speak in support of the motion as Sinn Féin Party spokesperson on transport. And I want to also pay tribute, as others have, to the departmental officials and the research team who have put a tremendous amount of work into this important remote, and I think it is very timely as we just have had COP26. And I think at this stage it is very clear to all that the climate crisis is no longer in the distant future. It is upon us now, and it must be tackled imminently. And failure to do so will harm our communities and the future generations, and we all have a part to play. As others have said, our most common methods of transport account for 23% of emissions in the north, and these are linked to a range of medical conditions. And there's no doubt that air pollution is a serious public health issue. So it's inevitable that we must transform the way we travel and work towards cleaner, greener transport. But to do this, we need to have the adequate infrastructure in place. One key way of moving towards reducing emissions is to ensure we have a high-quality public transport system in place, and to encourage more people to use public transport as part of their daily lives by improving accessibility to public transport and consequently reducing reliance on the private car. My constituency has a vast rural area, and one of the main barriers to using public transport for people living in rural communities is the lack of connectivity to the nearby towns and cities, which results in many having no choice but to rely on their car, subsequently contributing to the challenging situation we find ourselves in regarding emissions and the climate crisis. There needs to be an overhaul of our current bus and rail network by cutting journey times and increasing services. This should include improving the Belfast to Dublin rail services, which is used by many commuters and could be used by more if it was more frequently serviced. Similarly, we must see the urgent reinstatement of the hourly Newry stop at the Belfast to Dublin bus service, which is an important route for people travelling to and from Dublin Airport, and has been a huge loss, particularly as we approach the Christmas period, when many people will be returning home to Ireland for the first time in 2 years to be with their families and friends, yet will have no choice but to travel to and from the airport by car due to the lack of capacity in the current service. If we're serious about decarbonising the road transport system, we need to show greater efficiency and effectiveness in the current service provision and ensure there are no unnecessary gaps in the existing public transport system. Similarly, active travel must play a key role in any forthcoming green transport policy. We are acutely aware of the huge benefits that walking and cycling brings to the health and well-being of society, both on an individual basis and environmentally. And whilst many people are keen to engage in more active travel, there are simply too many barriers preventing them from doing so. Safety for pedestrians and cyclists must be paramount, and we must not just pay lip service to this well-known fact. Just last week we saw World Remembrance Day for road victims, which acts as a significant reminder of the sadly very high numbers of people who have lost their lives on our roads, including many pedestrians and cyclists. And I recognise that while this is not always directly linked with the infrastructure, it remains imperative that better, safer infrastructure is in place to reduce the numbers of those who are seriously injured or killed on our roads, and to encourage and enable more people to take up active travel. Across my constituency of Newry and Armagh, we have many keen walking and cycling enthusiasts who are increasingly frustrated at the lack of appropriate active travel infrastructure to enable them to fulfil their preferred mode of transport. We need more footpaths and cycle lanes for proper connectivity to our town centres and key facilities, particularly in rural communities which are severely lacking in both. And I welcome the Blue and Green Infrastructure Fund, which has been very successful in helping to address this. But in conjunction with this, street lighting is also an important factor. And as the Minister will know, one example of this where I've recently raised is an issue in relation to the Bog Road in Forkhill, which is the main connecting route to Peter O'Dornan's GAA Club and Forkhill Community Centre. Current policies make this location ineligible for the implementation of street lighting, despite the high numbers of pedestrians, particularly young people, coming to and from facilities every day. It contradicts everything we are discussing here today if we do not take on board the important elements that need to be in place if we want all ages to take up active travel and to do so confidently. Encouraging uptake of active travel must be from the earliest stage possible, as it will require a cultural shift, and this can be demonstrated by the findings of the 2020 Young Persons Behaviour and Attitude Survey for travelling to and from school. This survey indicated that only 3% of students in the north cycle despite living less than 3 kilometres from their school. It is in stark contrast to the findings of European studies on the same topic, which have shown approximately 1/3 of students cycle to and from school.
I would ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
It is important we gain a better insight into why this works so well on the continent and transfer this learning into any forthcoming green transport policy and active travel legislation.
Nish, Adam Third Forig Delargy on Kanchai, call Porig Delargy.
By all accounts, this has been a very robust and a cross-cutting piece of work. So it cements, I suppose, what we already know in terms of the commitment to sustainable green travel and also the impact that air pollution can have on health. So I want to touch there's 3 key areas of the report that I want to touch on today. The first is public transport. So at the minute, this doesn't meet its purpose, particularly in my own constituency of Derry. I've heard a lot of people talking about rural constituencies, and I suppose from my perspective, I want to talk about my experience in a more urban constituency in Derry. There's a real lack of bus lanes, of the irregular times of buses, of trains, and that lack of connecting services really between the two. So the Derry to Belfast line in particular, it doesn't meet the need for demand at all. We've seen overcrowding, particularly in the last number of months with COVID. So this is something that we really need to look at, because if you start work at 9:30 in Belfast, you have to leave Derry at 6:15 in the morning. So that's not feasible, and it's certainly not acceptable. So we need to improve the current services that we already have. And I think that we're very willing and very happy to work with the Minister on that, to put in place those changes that we need to see happen, to encourage those, to drive those. We need to see that desire and that commitment to deliver on the A5 and on the decarbonisation of the road network, and particularly the rail network, because the rail network offers an opportunity for us to open up the entire West. For me, you can look at a map of the North, and it really, as you well know, is cut in two. The West is completely neglected of rail, so that's something that we really need to change. It is time to open up the West, and particularly to deliver on the commitments to an all-Ireland rail service, to work with the government in the South. The Wild Atlantic Way, for instance, is a massive tourist attraction, but it isn't serviced at all by rail at the minute. So that's something that I think as a committee and as an assembly we need to take on board and really look at, because it offers us a real opportunity to change that. Second part then is on active travel. As a primary school teacher, I was always very aware and very involved in the Walk to School Week. And while that's a fantastic initiative and it really highlights and emphasises the importance of active travel, it is once a year, and it's something that perhaps in the rest of the year it's forgotten about. And I heard a number of people talking about education and that, and I think that does need to be a real core tenet going forward. We need longer term solutions, particularly cycle lanes across the north, because it's fantastic to see them in Belfast and in certain areas of Derry that are more built up. But as my colleague Liz said, we need to see them across the north so that everybody has access to them. There's 360 million that's currently going towards active travel this year in the south, and it's only 13 million in the north. So again, that's the comparison there is stark. So we need a solution for our families, for our young people, to build a framework and indeed a mindset of active travel for the future. The last point, and I know it has been touched on a lot by other members, so I'll just touch on very briefly, is around electric vehicles. I've heard many mention what's unattractive about them. So let's look now at what we can do better, at how we can work better, particularly with the ESB around the charging ports. And again, I don't want to rehearse what's already been said around the need to develop those and to indeed increase the number of them across the north. So ESB have a lot of work to do, definitely, and I'm glad and looking forward to meeting with them as part of the committee to work together on this issue. So I do commend the report, and I've touched on the electric vehicles. Thank you.
Good. I now call Steve Aiken.
And may I indeed thank the committee for their hard work and their diligent work in bringing this a very valuable piece before the Assembly. As my colleague Roy Begg has already said, the Ulster Unionist Party welcomes this report, and I think everybody who wishes to see decarbonisation of our transport network, and indeed decarbonisation full stop, going through, is something that we would particularly wish to see. A declaration of interest, I too was at COP26, and I was particularly interested in indeed what our nation is doing about getting to zero net carbon as quickly as we can, but also the amount of effort that's being put into decarbonisation and the move towards EV vehicles and the importance to do with that. But there are some fundamental issues that have to be addressed, and I think it's things that I would like the Minister to address in this conversation as we come forward. The first one, and we've already alluded to it, is the situation with ESB and the electrical charging system across Northern Ireland. Quite frankly, it's an utter disgrace, and the fact that it's reached this point, I think it's something that should be a concern of everybody in this Assembly. Secondly, and here's a significant point, and here's what a message indeed for the Finance Minister, and I make another declaration here as the Chair of the Finance Committee. We are in charge of the building regulations, and we've already seen in the rest of our nation a push towards making sure that every new building that is being built, and every building that has been modified, indeed by 2030, are going to have electrical charging points built into those buildings and those designs. That is something we as an Assembly should be ensuring that happens. And I will give my commitment as Chair of the Finance Committee to push the Finance Minister to make sure we're getting in that position. But we need all executive ministers. And I know many of us seen today sort of the less than stellar performance of a unity amongst the executive. But on this issue, I think it's vitally important that the Economy Minister, the Infrastructure Minister and the Finance Minister work closely together to make sure we achieve this. And it can be achieved, and that's something we should do as well. I also welcome the Minister's remarks today about the Union Connectivity Report, and I think we can all, speaking again as somebody who is probably the only member of this Assembly who's been at the bottom of the Beaufort Dyke, not intentionally I will say, but I did, I say that Boris's bridge and Boris's tunnel was never a starter to begin with. But what is important is the union connectivity piece, about making sure that we have proper infrastructure that meets our decarbonisation targets and works there as well. And there are opportunities here. There's opportunities here about improving road infrastructure, and I would really like to hear what the Minister is saying about York Street Interchange, because yet again we still haven't heard what's happening to York Street Interchange, because that deals with the connectivities to ports, and that is a vital piece that we need to be looking at going forward. But there's something substantial as well, and I think one of the other members has talked about the importance of green hydrogen. And I will agree, we can't have grey or blue hydrogen. We need to have green hydrogen. But we have certainly.
I thank the member for giving me. While the focus of the report has been on EV in particular, I share the member's enthusiasm for the potential exciting market of green hydrogen in Northern Ireland. But would he agree with me is there is still a lot of concern among those green hydrogen enthusiasts as to how slow our planning system is performing to actually adapt to this growing market. Because if we want to change, and the committee visited Wrightbus just 2 weeks ago, there's huge potential in this market, but they feel that the planning and government perspective, whether that be through planning and indeed the department, are simply not quick enough to meet the needs of this exciting sector.
And I thank the member very much indeed for his remarks, and I think the member could have just stopped at planning, because we don't need to talk about green hydrogen, because we have real significant issues with our planning system across Northern Ireland. It is an impediment to getting our economy going again, and it's something that needs to be urgently looked at. But the other issue about green hydrogen, I think, gives us a great opportunity as well, because we have talked an awful lot about decarbonisation of our whole network. But one of the most significant things we could be doing is using the ports of Belfast and Larne as centres for hydrogen bunkering for shipping. And we have already seen in the Baltic, we have seen a push towards zero or no emission shipping that's coming across. We should be pushing for the same thing across the Irish Sea, and we should be using Belfast and Larne as hubs to do this, and we should be incentivising the shipping industry to move to the use of hydrogen to do that as well. And while we're at it, Northern Ireland is uniquely placed to be a place where we could be a centre for sustainable aviation fuel as well, not just for the domestic market, but for the transatlantic market. And that would give opportunities for us to be market leaders, but also to be leaders as we push towards decarbonisation to try and achieve that as well. I think, Minister, the most important piece we need to get to is, I think everybody in this Assembly agrees, we need to get to the point where we can have a fit-for-purpose EV charging network across all of Northern Ireland. But that needs to be part of a major move towards decarbonisation of what we have to. We have an opportunity here. We see what's happening across the rest of our nation. We should be grasping those opportunities. And when Sir Peter Hemby talks in his report about the ability to tap into funding and resources to do that as well, we should be doing that. We should not be allowing FTC to be going back into the situation. We should be using that 66 million. We should be holding the likes of ASB to account to make sure they actually deliver on what they're supposed to be doing. And yes, if we have to make sort of difficult decisions, yes, we do have to go for charging and the rest of it. Anybody who's been driving on the motorway network in the rest of our nation and is pulled in and sees 20 or 30 Tesla charging points or other charging points as well, it is doable and it can be done. We have to do it. But, Minister, you have our commitment from the Ulster Unionist Party to be behind making these changes. All we need is the courage to get ahead and do them. Rather than talking about it, let's do it. Thank you.
Call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Following the comments made already by my colleague Andrew Muir, I wish, if I may, to make some additional remarks as Environment spokesperson for the Alliance Party. Mr Deputy Speaker, the restrictions put in place to limit the spread of COVID-19 have had a widespread impact on people's lives, changes to transport behaviours included. Global road transport activity was almost 50% below the 2019 average by the end of March 2020, and commercial flight activity almost 75% below 2019 by mid-April 2020. Changing patterns of work, shopping and business travel as a result of the pandemic have provided an opportunity and can be a catalyst for shift towards more sustainable transport behaviours, avoiding a return to pre-crisis behaviours. But this will require governments to take decisive actions to limit transport energy use. While the current health crisis is, Deputy Speaker, unparalleled in terms of the scale of impacts and government responses, examining past crises can be instructive in informing policy to incentivise sustainable behaviours as we go forward. And this transition to carbon-neutral transport system brings new opportunities highlighted in this report. Mr Deputy Speaker, creating a sustainable transport industry filled with well-paid, secure green jobs will simultaneously combat the climate emergency and inequality through investment. Investment which will create meaningful modal change, support equal opportunities, reduce social exclusion and break down the socio-economic transport divide. Chronic underinvestment in public transport has created a highly car-dependent society in Northern Ireland. Significant infrastructure investment is vital for a clean, sustainable transport system that works for everyone. Absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way. Will he, like me, be somewhat heartened by the representation from the members from Sinn Féin in relation to the importance and value of public transport, and therefore welcome their intervention with their Finance Minister Conor Murphy to pony up some money to enable some of these aspirations to be met?
Deputy Speaker, thank the
members an extra minute.
And I can certainly add my support to any investment support for public transport, especially those constituents such as mine, which contribute so heavily to commuter traffic into city areas. Deputy Speaker, if we are serious at all about a green recovery, then there is no other option. Northern Ireland must contribute to UK and international commitments and move to decarbonise our existing transport network and make significant infrastructure investment enhancements in relation to active travel, greenways and reducing car use. This will be vital in the transition to a clean, sustainable transport system that works for everyone. I should also put in record my thanks for the committee to the report, which is a significant step forward in driving that collaborative effort. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I, like others, pay tribute to the researchers and indeed the committee staff for all their hard work in getting us this far, because it did take a lot of effort given the change in committee business in terms of dealing with the COVID pandemic and some of the issues that arose out of that. And I want to also pay tribute to the former chairperson of the committee, Michelle McElveen, who was quite determined to see this report tabled. And it does actually contain very important recommendations which many members have referenced, but it does also acknowledge the fact that the outworkings and the actioning of the recommendations will depend on executive collaboration. I'm an optimist, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the day that's in it, and I would hope that eventually the penny will drop amongst all of the executive parties, that if we're all to benefit for the greater good, then collaboration and power sharing and working together is the only way ahead in which all of these wonderful recommendations will ever come into reality. I will.
So I agree with the member, but the member also then agreed with me that to see these recommendations enacted requires funding, and prevention is better than the cure in terms of health. So to fund high-speed rail links between Derry, Belfast, Dublin, Cork and all the other things will require intervention as part of the 3-year budget settlement coming forward.
Members next a minute.
I want to acknowledge the importance of the intervention by Mr Muir, because we can all put on about the lighting around different roads and the street lighting and the active travel, but it won't happen unless there's significant investment in infrastructure. And indeed, I heard Ms Kimmins refer specifically to a GAA club. But you know, I have a GAA club, the Wolfe Tones, that asked for street light now the Derry McCash Road, which was turned down by Conor Murphy a number of years ago. So we haven't actually seen, you know, people actually say what their own party is going to demand be delivered in the past, and indeed in terms of the budget round, it will require significant investment, both from the executive, and one would hope Mr Aikens referred to the failed Boris Bridge, and whether or not any of that funding that might have been set aside for that will actually reach these shores in terms of building rail connectivity and assisting in the decarbonisation of our vehicles. No, I just want to also then put on record just a couple of things, and then I'll see about giving way at the end. But just want to say that in terms of the SDLP's commitment to dealing with the climate crisis, I don't think anyone can falter our aspirations and our actions, both at Westminster and in the Assembly, and indeed in the work of Nicola Mallon and the work that she's done, both in charge of her own portfolio and looking beyond these shores at good practice elsewhere, and indeed only today working closely with Minister Eamon Ryan on looking at an all-Ireland rail network. And members are quite right to point out the deficits in terms of west of the Bann and how the people there have been failed by the closure and the short-sightedness of many of our railway networks. But Nicola Mallon is picking up that particular challenge. And also, I think at this week in Westminster, Colm Eastwood's bill in terms of climate change is also subject to debate and further progress through Westminster. I know that we have supported other parties here, and indeed I have my own nature restoration bill, which I hope at some stage should get to the floor of the Assembly here at some point in the new year, that looks to deal with measures in terms of improving air quality and air pollution and the health of the nation, and also to actually help to restore nature and the environment in which we all live and have so valued over the last couple of years in relation to the pandemic. I think it would be fair to acknowledge that this report can be a driver for change, and it should be seen as key to our partnership with the Minister and the wider Executive. We welcome that the Minister and her department will look closely at the recommendations and what more we can do together. And we know that Minister Mallon has put forward options for change for the decarbonisation of transport through the energy strategy. While this is not for Minister Mallon, we want to know, as others have said, what the Economy Minister and the wider Executive, where the energy energy strategy is. And if we're going to deliver the change our society deserves, we need to work together and we need to deliver not just for this generation but for future generations. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And like others, I also thank the committee for producing this report. I think this is a great discussion. It's exactly what we should be doing as an assembly as well. But I don't want to go over, I suppose, the many points and issues that have been raised. But the report is pretty damning about the state of our current infrastructure system, and that should be absolutely no shock to anybody who has been paying attention. And we do know that our transport is our second highest emitting sector, and exactly when car usage should be decreasing, our emissions from transport are actually increasing and our car dependency is rising. And this is not just about the current Minister for Infrastructure. Minister, I feel your pain. But a failure of successive ministers and successive executives and governments who have failed to prioritise and fund the necessary investment in our transport system. The Audit Office tells us that DFI need £1.2 billion just to bring the road network up to standard, not to transform it, not to improve it, not to reach net zero, but £1.2 billion to stand still. That's the extent of the level of neglect that we're dealing with. And I would caution anyone reading the report that EVs are absolutely no panacea. There's little acknowledgement in the report of the emissions from car production. And while those emissions may not be recorded here at home, that does not give us the green light to ignore them. The report does acknowledge the immediate impacts that could be achieved if we focused on short-term, targeted investment in our existing network. And yet we have no active travel infrastructure worth talking about. 1% of journeys here are by bicycle, compared to 70% by car. And the majority of journeys taken in Belfast City alone are less than 2 miles long. But we have little over 2 miles of protected cycle lanes in the city as a whole. So is it any wonder that most people are not engaging? We need to spend just a wee bit more than £2 a head on active travel. We need to stop building roads and start building cycle lanes. We need to give buses priority on all routes and urgently expand public transport networks to ensure it's properly integrated with active transport and actually connects people with place. And of course make it affordable, which our current public transport costs are not. Now, I really do hope that this report will signal a change in how we operate, but you'll have to excuse me, I'm cynical, so I don't. We've seen a lack of ambition in the past year alone. And while other places have grabbed the opportunity that COVID presented to transform their use of public space, we've managed a couple of pop-up cycle lanes and give about half a dozen car parking spaces for a parklet. And a government department actually lodged an objection to a planning application seeking to extend pavements outside their offices to try and improve public spaces for people. And they objected because they didn't want to lose the parking at the front door. I kid you not. I'm actually scundered for us. So I put it to all those speaking in this chamber today, saying all the right things, do more. If we're to take anything from COP26, let it be this, that words count for nothing if we don't take the action. And this goes beyond DFI. This goes to the heart of every single executive department and what they do to ensure that we transition to a sustainable, inclusive society today. So I call on them all to start taking green action and to stop talking greenwashing. We've really, really waited enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Agus na sílam tre naira infrastructure on Fragarha agus the suas le cuig womit jego gadaira. Now I call the Minister for Infrastructure to respond, and Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank the Committee for Infrastructure for undertaking this important inquiry, and to thank the chairperson of the committee and other committee members who have spoken on this important debate on decarbonisation of road transport. It's very timely following COP26. As Minister for Infrastructure, I am very focused on doing what I can to tackle the climate crisis, including through addressing emissions from road transport, and I've listened carefully to the views expressed by members. As has been outlined by several contributors to today's debate, road transport is a key contributor to emissions and energy use. And as the inquiry report rightly identifies, if we are to reach net zero targets, simply switching to electric vehicles will not be enough. It will also require reducing the number of vehicles on roads and promoting alternative modes of transport such as walking, wheeling, cycling, and also the use of public transport. Mr Boylan talked about his concerns that this would become a strategy, another strategy that is left to sit on a shelf and gather dust. Well, I want to assure members that in my department we have been taking action across a number of fronts and in line with the recommendations in this report. If I take the first recommendation, that the department updates its strategies, policies and investment plans with a clear net zero focus. In June of this year, I published Planning for the Future of Transport Time for Change, which clearly sets out my views on how we in Northern Ireland should be following a sustainable hierarchy approach to achieve a better transport network. And I want to assure the committee and other members that I am committed to developing policies and plans that will deliver a long-term plan for cleaner, greener transport in Northern Ireland. My commitments will be set out in the forthcoming Executive Energy Strategy, to which my department has been contributing as Transport Lead, and which will support the Executive's Green Growth Agenda. While my department is not responsible for bringing the Energy Strategy to the Executive and forward for publication, my sincere hope is that it is published before the end of this year, as it is a critical part of how we tackle the climate emergency and also address the energy crisis as well. In respect of recommendation 2 within the report, earlier this year I established a dedicated transport decarbonisation branch with new personnel within the department's Transport Policy Directorate to take this work forward. I have made the promotion of sustainable transport a priority. And members, as I have identified, will know that in the allocation of £20 million through the Blue-Green Fund, £13.5 million will be spent this year for active travel projects across the north and to provide support to councils for greenways and other cycling measures. I also published the Belfast Cycling Network plan earlier this year, and I've promoted walking, wheeling and cycling as the first choice in modes of travel to benefit the environment and people's physical and mental health. The inquiry report also rightly recognises that there is a need to prioritise low-emission, comfortable, coherent public transport to encourage its use. This is particularly the case as we continue to build back from the effects of the COVID pandemic. In December 2020, we introduced the first hydrogen-powered double-decker buses into public service. 3 new hydrogen fuel cell buses were introduced as part of a zero-emission bus pilot project powered by green, and that is important, green, renewably produced hydrogen. I have also provided funding of around £74 million for the purchase of 145 zero and low emission buses that have and will continue to enter the TransLink fleet during this year and next. Of these, 80 will be electric powered buses and 20 will be hydrogen fuelled. And plans are in place to have all bus services in Northern Ireland operated by zero emission vehicles by 2040. And I want to respond to the point that were particularly raised by Mr Muir around the funding. This will require substantial amounts of investment if we are to do this and to get it right. And in October monitoring, not a single penny was allocated to TransLink, and indications are that that may also be the case in January monitoring. That then presents a challenge to me as a Minister for Infrastructure, to the committee and to this House, because it will then be around trying to ensure the survival of our existing public transport network, which members have rightly identified should be significantly increased and enhanced. So I sincerely hope that we don't find ourselves in that position in January monitoring, because we need to have sufficient resource funding to maintain and protect the current network, but we absolutely should be ambitious in expanding network provision, particularly for our rural communities, but also ensuring that we are delivering the zero-emission fleet. In line with that commitment, members will be aware that very recently announced £30 million of additional investment to replace the Foyle metro fleet with zero-emission battery electric buses, and I'm proud to say that that will make Derry one of the first cities across these islands to have a zero-emission urban bus fleet. In addition to this, earlier this year I announced the launch of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review to consider how the rail network on the island of Ireland can improve sustainable connectivity across the island and improve the environment. And I'm delighted today to launch the public consultation element of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, which will give citizens, businesses, communities the opportunity to have their say in terms of their ambition for rail across the island. My department continues to promote car sharing and using public transport through the ongoing expansion of park and ride and park and share sites, and to explore integration with active travel options. Reducing our journeys and maximising our modal shift to walking, wheeling and cycling and sustainable transport is the first step to reducing emissions from transport. However, not all journeys can be done in this way, as members have rightly pointed out. So on behalf of the Executive, I was pleased to endorse the Glasgow Declaration on Zero-Emission Cars and Vans announced at COP26 to accelerate the transition to 100% zero-emission cars and vans. Turning to recommendations 3, 4, 5 and 6 of the report, members will know that to drive things forward, I recently announced the establishment of an EV infrastructure task force, and this group will help us to deliver a modern, reliable public electric vehicle charging infrastructure to provide confidence to users of ultra-low emission vehicles. It will comprise public and private sector organisations working together over the course of the next year, and it will, as the report has rightly acknowledged, include representation from EV owners, energy and local government sectors to consider the actions that are required to address some of the barriers identified in the inquiry report.
Way, and I do welcome the task force, because I think all members have noted, both in the report and their contributions, the dire state of the charging infrastructure, and it is something that we all need to get behind in order to advance. Would she equally, maybe she has mentioned hydrogen, and obviously that's a key commitment for the Minister, and I think it's a real exciting development. Would the Minister consider perhaps a hydrogen task force to look at the issues pertaining to that industry, particularly in its fledgling years, to ensure that we have the infrastructure in place to meet the need?
Well, in terms of the green growth strategy that DAERA are leading on, there was a group of ministers convened to discuss a range of issues. Previously, one of those issues was hydrogen. My understanding is that we're due to be reconvened again. I've no doubt that hydrogen will be one of the areas that are discussed, given the importance to the environment, but also to the economy as well. And I will continue to engage with executive colleagues and the British Government in respect of funding to support development of the EV infrastructure network. Very recently, ESB has been successful in securing £3.27 million from the Levelling Up Fund to expand and enhance the network across Northern Ireland. And I'm very keen that councils access the £20 million of on-street residential charging funding that is available. As members will know, to try to incentivise councils to apply, I've also set aside £350,000 of match funding, so that my officials will work with the councils so that 100% of their capital costs will be covered when they make a successful application. I'm very supportive of the move by organisations to green their fleets, particularly within the public sector, because I believe that there's a responsibility there to lead by example. But I do recognise the current challenges with harder to decarbonise vehicles, including HGVs. Members will also know that I've previously encouraged executive colleagues to lead by example by switching to electric ministerial vehicles. I made that choice and taken up my post, and I believe if the executive were to do it, it would send a very strong and positive message of our commitment to helping others to make that switch. In addition, my department has purchased electric vehicles as part of a pilot project, so that's going to allow us to assess the suitability of electric vehicles to meet operational needs, and with a view to replacing other vehicles in our fleet with low-emission vehicles in the future. The The Department is also working to reduce diesel emissions from the Strangford ferry service entering the environment, and I have provided £1.36 million from the Blue Green Fund to assist community transport organisations to assess the feasibility of using electric vehicles for the services that they provide to communities right across Northern Ireland. This is also in addition to providing financial support to enable the people of Rathlin to have access to e-bikes and a greener community car, because I want to do what I can to support the people of Rathlin in realising their ambition to be carbon neutral. Where possible, my department will continue to facilitate demonstration projects of alternative fuelled vehicles in Northern Ireland, and we will also continue to liaise with other jurisdictions, including through the British Irish Council Transport Working Group, to learn from their pilot projects and trials, because that shared learning, Mr Deputy Speaker, is very, very important. Decarbonisation of road transport will mean behavioural change that will impact on everyone, and in bringing forward these changes, I welcome the support of the committee. I want to assure the committee that I will consider the inquiry report and its recommendations carefully, and that I am genuinely committed to working with the committee and to be working with members right across this House and with our communities to ensure that we make the positive progress that is required if we are to tackle this climate emergency. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Infrastructure, David Hilditch, who will have up to 10 minutes to conclude and wind the debate on the motion. Please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And firstly, as the Vice Chair of the Committee, can I thank all the members who have made a contribution this afternoon, both committee members and those outside of the committee as well. Much appreciated. I'd also thank the Minister for her attendance today and the contribution that she has made in her last speech there. And particularly the committee staff and the research in the Assembly here deserve a big thank you for having carried out basically the donkey work and the spade work behind the report. Mr Deputy Speaker, today we have heard many contributors to this debate talk about the urgency for action on this issue, and they are correct. This is an urgent matter. Although the deadline for the banning of petrol and diesel vehicles in 2030, this will be upon us much quicker than we think. The development of our infrastructure takes time, and we must act now to be ready. The report and its recommendations are a call on government to take issue seriously and begin to plan. The Committee for Infrastructure report outlines the challenges and obstacles ahead for us, but also highlights examples of what can be done through a willingness to plan and to invest. As part of our inquiry, the Committee carried out a survey of the public, and we spoke in particular to the owners of electric vehicles. From this work, it was made very clear that the Committee that our changing infrastructure is not fit for purpose and needs urgent action. I am aware that over the last number of days, ESB has received money from the Levelling Up Fund to enhance its charging network. This is something we called for in the report, and I'm delighted to welcome that move. However, more needs to be done at the government level, and we need policies for planning and integration of home charging points. We need financial assistance for individuals to purchase electric vehicles, and we need a willingness in government to move to electric fleets itself to show that it takes these issues very seriously. The recommendations from the Committee for Infrastructure Inquiry are based around a central point: to meet the challenges of 2030 and 2035 deadlines, and that will take a unified effort. We will need a strategy across government and the various departments, down to councils and across to businesses and local communities. The Committee in its report and recommendations calls for a plan. Those considering investing in the electric vehicle would, I believe, take comfort from seeing a plan coming out of government that shows a direction of travel and strong commitment to what it will put in place and for when. This in itself will stimulate an uptake in electric vehicles. The public will take confidence in seeing government adopt these new technologies and will see that it isn't just a flash in the pan. There is a need for the Department of Infrastructure to know where it wants to end up on this issue and to have that embedded into all its work. It is also important that the development of the electric vehicle charging infrastructure is supplemented with an increasing push to develop public transport, both rail and bus, to the development of opportunities for active travel. Where do we get to in 2030 could be completely different from what we have now, and done badly, we could have electric cars, public transport and active travel all in competition with one another for support from the government and from the public, with none doing anything really well. I can see the work is ongoing on this issue. I was delighted to hear the Minister's commitments here this afternoon, and I support this action, but as it is so often said in this House, it needs to be joined up and with a well planned out end point for what we are trying to achieve. Just some comments on my own and as a member of the Democratic Unionist Party. The shifting public transport to alternative energies and away from diesel has been a party commitment of ours for many years. This is a core component of the energy strategy, which hopefully will be delivered by our Economy Minister, Mr Gordon Lyons. We believe it is unacceptable that Northern Ireland has only a third of the total number of rapid charging points and top-up chargers for electric vehicles recommended by the Independent Committee on Climate Change currently in operation. Even amongst those that are in place, there are concerns around the postcode lottery. There is quite clearly a disjoint approach to the infrastructure, particularly in my hometown of Carrickfergus, where charging points could be counted in one hand. Indeed, from research, I only believe there is one at the railway station. So, ultimately, if commuters and businesses are to have the confidence to take a leap of faith, they need to be able to benefit from a fully resourced, joined up and well-maintained charging infrastructure right across our province. It is essential that electric charging points be required as part of our planning for new homes, as indicated, I think, by a number of members, and office developments. With better and earlier interventions, there are an opportunity to drive forward the uptake of electric-powered vehicles and ingrain this within our community development plans. It most certainly requires our executive to focus on policies that reduce both the financial and the non-financial barriers that exist to electric car uptake, and we do not let sections of our society slip through the cracks and ensure cooperation with various departments and agencies to see a maximum benefit throughout the community. Northern Ireland is uniquely placed to use renewable electricity to produce green hydrogen. This would make use of the wind that is available with the demand for electricity is lower. We would want to see our province become a world leader in the development of electrolysers, hydrogen fuel and hydrogen fuel vehicles, for which there will be a rapidly growing demand worldwide. Yes?
Would my colleague agree that Great Bus in Ballymena, who the committee had the pleasure of visiting recently, are leading the way in manufacturing hydrogen buses?
Thanks for that, George. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to that due to other commitments, but I know it was a very positive visit, speaking to the chairman at that point. The new Hydrogen Training Academy, to be based at Silverwood Business Park in Ballymena, is to receive £511,000 from the UK Government's Community Renewal Fund. With hydrogen emerging as a leading sustainable energy solution, the first of its kind project for Northern Ireland will enable and develop a dynamic skilled workforce that can take advantage of hydrogen and clean tech opportunities. The Hydrogen Training Academy is one of 31 projects across Northern Ireland set to benefit from a total of 12 million CRF funding, all focusing on skills, education, local business and employment. Skills strategies will also be important if we are to exploit emerging green technologies with the transport sector and public sector more generally. Training and upskilling our young people must be at the heart of this. Again, my own constituency, East Antrim, has long been a powerhouse supplying electricity to the Northern Ireland economy. The power stations at Carroot and Ballynunford on the coast have long supplied the majority of Northern Ireland's electricity needs. EP UK Investments Limited took over these plants in late 2019 and are transitioning to a new cleaner source of generation involving the integration of renewables. The Carroot plant near Carrickfergus is also the location for a planned green energy park, investment of some 600 million, incorporating a range of technologies and applications. As Vice Chair of the Committee, I fully welcome the Committee report and believe it is one of the many steps that we must take as an Assembly to move forward to create a more sustainable, cleaner and environmentally friendly future for all. I commend the motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you for that. And just before we move to the next item of business, I have received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday, the 29th of November 2021 be extended to no later than 8 p.m.
Okay, and I call Andrew Muir to move the motion, please.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing in the name of Andrew Muir be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried, and the Assembly may sit until 8 p.m. this evening if necessary. Thank you for that, and just take your ease when we move to the next item of business, please.
Thank you, members. If members would resume their seats. The next item of business is the introduction, the introduction of the onshore fracking prohibition bill. I call Anya Murphy to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the onshore fracking prohibition bill.
Thank you. Could I ask the clerk to please read the long title?
A bill to prohibit onshore hydraulic fracturing.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it will now be printed. The next item, one moment, members. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill. I call Ms Rachel Woods to move on the second stage.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill be agreed.
The second stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on the debate overall, but has agreed a limit on individual contributions. The sponsor of the bill shall have 15 minutes to move and 10 minutes to wind. The Minister will have up to 15 minutes to contribute, and the committee chair and all other speakers will be allocated 10 minutes. I call Ms Woods to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I would like to begin by paying tribute and speaking directly to victims and survivors of domestic abuse. This bill has been developed with your interests and experiences at its core. This bill is for you, and it will also help your employer. By helping you, they will be helping themselves and address the significant costs that arise from domestic abuse. At the outset, it is important to say, if you are suffering from abuse, please reach out to someone, please get some support. But this bill is about saving lives, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. It provides victims and survivors with a pathway to safety. It protects them from the effects of abuse in the workplace by providing at least 10 days paid safe leave. Safe leave can be used to deal with emergency situations. It can allow victims and survivors to get medical care and mental health care. It could be used for moving house, to attend legal appointments, going to court, resettling children or other family members, seeking advice and help from support services, sorting out finances, organising the logistics and transition from an abusive relationship to a place of safety. We have an epidemic of domestic abuse in Northern Ireland, and the pandemic and the restrictions imposed have exacerbated the scale of the crisis that we face. The PSNI recorded over 31,000 incidents of domestic abuse in the last year, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, as we know much of it goes unreported. The number of domestic abuse crimes recorded, over 19,000, is the highest since records began, and nearly twice the level recorded in 2005, representing 1 in 5 of all crimes recorded in the last year. PSNI figures from my own constituency show that the number of domestic abuse-related crimes recorded in Ards and North Down jumped from 546 in 2020 to 692 in 2021, an increase of 146. Domestic abuse is not confined to the home. It is a workplace issue, and a growing body of research demonstrates the impact that abuse has on workers and on businesses. Common themes are mental health problems, declines in productivity and performance, on-the-job harassment or being assaulted before or prevented from going to work, disruption and a reduction in time spent in the workplace, employment instability and job loss and unemployment. In 2017, a survey of 450 people commissioned by Women's Refuge in New Zealand found that out of 60% of victims and survivors that were in full-time employment before they entered an abusive relationship, more than half of them lost their jobs during that relationship. And in terms of research that has been conducted here, a 2014 survey by ADJOURNMENT that included responses of over 1,700 people in Northern Ireland found that more than 80% of those respondents who had experienced domestic violence reported that it had affected their work performance due to being distracted, tired or unwell. And roughly a third said that they were late for work. Nearly half said that they were forced to take time off. That report also highlighted what can happen in the most extreme circumstances. It mentioned high-profile cases of Claire Bernal and Holly Gazzard, who were both murdered by their abusers at their place of work. And in Northern Ireland, since March 2020, 10 women have been killed or are suspected of being killed by a man known to them. The current legal framework of support for victims of domestic abuse in the workplace is not sufficient, from both the perspective of victims but also from employers. For victims, the threat of losing their job or losing income are significant barriers that are faced when help and support is sought. Many may not have holidays to take at short notice or have any holidays left, be forced to take unpaid leave, go on statutory sick pay or leave employment altogether. Others may work shifts, which they might not be able to get covered or swapped, or then become subject to disciplinary procedures when they desperately need time off. And from the perspective of employers, difficulties arise through lost output, additional costs, extra resources required. Estimates from 2009 suggested that domestic violence cost the economy here $180 million per year. However, the most recent research by the Home Office would appear to show that the cost could be $400 million per year. This is the context in which I have introduced the bill, which will coincide and complement the provisions of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act. And I believe this bill has the power to save lives, and we should consider that potential in the context of everything that we discuss around it. From December 2020 to January 2021, I ran a public consultation for 8 weeks and received 450 responses. The vast majority of these, 440, were responses to an online survey, and some key findings include that 96 of those replied believing that paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse should be enshrined in law. 90% agreed that victims and survivors of abuse face barriers to accessing support services because of work. 98% agreed or that they're concerned about how seeking help and attempting to change their circumstances will affect their financial situation. 94% agreed that paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse will enable them to seek help, and that paid leave for victims of domestic abuse would help them access healthcare services, treatment and therapy to deal with long-term effects. And 95% agreed that paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse would improve their ability to access emergency and specialist support services. In terms of personal experience and comments, a large number of respondents used this space to reflect on how financial support is a huge factor for those who they feel they cannot leave abusive relationships. and others explained that many of the things involved in changing circumstances and leaving the abusive relationship are highly demanding and require time during normal working hours. Issues like childcare, court, legal appointments add to the mental and financial strain of the situation when victims and survivors are already trying to hold down a job. One respondent noted how the lack of support in work had led to attempted suicide, and many that identified as victims and survivors of domestic abuse explained that they had to leave their jobs or were unable to access help because of work. So this bill will address the current inequality between those who have access to support and those who do not. So to the specifics of the bill. Clause 1 inserts a new Chapter 4 into Part 3 of the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996, entitled Domestic Abuse Safe Leave, which requires the Department for the Economy to make regulations entitling an employee who is a victim of domestic abuse to paid leave. The term safe leave is a growing international concept to describe paid time off work that is used to deal with issues related to domestic abuse, which is why it's used here. New Article 112EA explains that an employee is a victim of domestic abuse if they are subjected to or have been subject to behaviour as described in Section 1 of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act 2021. And Section 1 of this Act describes abusive behaviour as that which is a reasonable person would consider likely to cause the victim to suffer physical or psychological harm. The person accused of engaging in abusive behaviour must be personally connected to the victim. And paragraph 3 makes it clear that the reference in the Domestic Abuse Act to a course of behaviour can be disregarded for the purposes of safe leave. And this is important because safe leave is partly a protective measure and it should be responsive to a single incident. So, for example, if a victim suffered a very serious injury or was subjected to extreme mental or emotional abuse and it was one time, they would still have the right to safe leave. The victim may be looking for help due to the harm they've suffered, and they might be thinking, I need to get out of here, my life is at risk. Paragraph 5 gives a non-exhaustive list of the things that safe leave might be used for, including finding alternative accommodation, seeking health care, social security support, protecting family members or getting legal advice. Paragraph 6 ensures that employees would be entitled to a minimum of 10 days of leave each year. Should an employer wish to exercise their discretion and offer greater allowance or flexibility where an employee uses 10 days and needs more, there is nothing to stop them doing that. The regulations to be brought forward by the Department may make supplementary provision, including enabling employers to attach conditions in respect to the entitlement of safe leave. For example, an employee may be required to give notice where it's practical and possible to do so. New Article 112EE gives the Department considerable scope to develop regulations around notices, records and procedural requirements, including the consequences of failing to comply with such requirements. However, there is no requirement in this bill for the worker or employee to provide evidence or proof that they are a victim, and this is crucial because in doing so it will present a substantial barrier to accessing safe leave. And through the public consultation process, we heard from victims and survivors who said loud and clear, and I quote from one respondent, that a burden of evidence for victims seeking leave could cause stress and shame. Another respondent provided an example of how mental health issues arising from domestic abuse caused enormous stress and upset when they had to disclose treatment and request a fit-for-work letter from their doctor in order to start a new job later in life. This respondent explained that having to provide this felt like I was paying again for something that someone else had done. Another explained, I think asking for proof or evidence will negate the whole scheme due to shame and stigma. And as a society, we must address and dispel the culture of disbelief around abuse. Disclosure is immensely difficult. Requesting this kind of leave is an incredibly hard thing to do for someone who is suffering in horrible circumstances. And imagine that person is you, filling in the leave request form and then being asked to prove it. We don't need to place any other hurdles or hoops to jump through in order to access safe leave. The process should be as simple and quick as possible, just as it is for other forms of leave. Safe leave is to be a day one right. In other words, it will not require a probationary period before entitlement is granted. This is essential to reflect the fact that victims and survivors do not decide when and how the abuse happens, and they may require support at any time. Indeed, it might be a matter of life and death. This bill is drafted deliberately to be simple, clear and to give the Department an appropriate degree of flexibility to develop the regulations. This is important to ensure that we can introduce this kind of leave as soon as possible. The regulations will require approval of the Assembly, and there will be a very important role for members to scrutinise them when they are brought forward. The bill also requires the Department to provide guidance about safe leave and to report on and monitor the effectiveness of the regulations. It is long past time that we in Northern Ireland caught up with international best practice and standards to deal with domestic abuse and its impact on workers and businesses. Safe leave is a statutory employment right in the Philippines, New Zealand, Italy, parts of Canada and the US, and over 1 million workers in Australia have access to it. Now there are some local councils in Scotland, in Wales, and the private sector companies such as Vodafone and Danske Bank that have introduced it in the UK. The Irish Government is due to publish its proposals to legislate for this kind of leave very soon. And I recognise that it will be the employer's responsibility to provide safe leave and that there will be costs involved. However, we should not detach costs from the benefits. We need to recognise the interrelationship between social cost to victims and the financial burden on employers, and not to mention the cost to the state. And my view, which is based on the evidence and research in this area, as well as the experience overseas, is that any costs associated will be offset by the benefits. And we know that victims and survivors are desperately trying to manage their circumstances without this support through absence, statutory sick pay, unpaid leave and so on. And we know that the lack of support, the status quo, is costing businesses a huge amount in lost output and reduced productivity. And in 2016, research by Australia Institute's Centre for Future Work suggested that only about 1.5% of female employees and around 0.3% of male employees are likely to utilise paid domestic leave provisions in any given year. It also noted the costs to employers associated with those payouts are likely to be largely or completely offset by the benefits to employers associated with the provision of paid domestic violence leave. And over 1 million workers in Australia already have access to safe leave through their employer. So the private sector here is actually led, which demonstrates the clear benefits to business and the economy, and there's now moves to put it on a statutory footing. The minor recurring cost to the Department will be to report on the operation of the law and monitor the effects of the regulations, including on issues and compliance. And I would urge all members to support the passage of this bill at second stage. And I want to thank at this stage everyone who has played a part in getting the bill to this point. To my family, my team, in particular my researcher, and to my party colleagues, thank you for your support. And to everybody that has listened to me talk about this at length for the last 18 months. I want to thank the Assembly staff and the bill team, the legislative drafter and all of those sector organisations, the trade unions, Women's Aid, Men's Advisory Project, Victim Support and the women's sector. We owe you a huge debt of gratitude for the work that you do. And finally, I would like to thank the Committee for the Economy for allowing me to present to them last week, and I'm grateful to the Minister for the Economy and to the Minister for Finance and all of the departmental officials who spared time to meet with me to discuss this bill. We have a unique opportunity, as the days remaining in this mandate begin to dwindle, to pass legislation that will save lives, that will help and support victims and survivors who suffer daily from the effects of abuse, and that has the potential to transform people's lives for the better. So let's grasp this opportunity. Send a strong, unified message from this House that we will not tolerate abuse and that we will help you. Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Gemma Dolan.
Sorry, should it not be the... Oh no, it's all right, sorry. The Chair of the Committee.
Beg your pardon. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I do beg your pardon. Dr Archibald.
How long do I have? 10 minutes. So first of all, as Chair of the Committee, I'd like to outline the Committee's consideration of the bill to date, and then I'll speak in my party capacity. As the bill proposer, Ms Woods, has outlined, the bill will entitle workers or employees to at least 10 days paid leave in each leave year that they are victims or survivors of domestic abuse. She has set the bill out in detail, so I won't repeat any of that. The Committee received a pre-introductory briefing from the proposer at its meeting on the 24th of November, where she outlined the detailed policy proposals within the bill, and I thank the member for her early engagement on the bill and for the briefing on its principles. This Committee is aware that domestic abuse victims face a range of concerns when needing to access help and support. This legislation is long overdue, given that up until now there has been no statutory entitlement to paid safe leave for people in these extremely difficult circumstances. Workers should be given adequate time to receive help and support required and should be supported by their employer. Most employers, it is hoped, will be compassionate and understanding of people in such circumstances. Some public and private sector employees have already successfully introduced safe leave policies. The committee previously sent a letter to the then Minister of Economy on the 16th of November 2020 regarding its support of paid special leave for those who suffered domestic abuse as part of the discussions around the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill. The issue was raised as a recommendation in the Justice Committee report on that bill, and the then Economy Minister also supported the provision of safe leave. However, no progress has been made by the Department so far in bringing it forward. The committee shares the bill's proposers' desires to see this support in place, and members understand that much of the detail will be specified in regulations brought forward by the Economy Minister, which will be subject to committee and assembly scrutiny. The committee welcomes the second stage of the bill and looks forward to engaging through its own consultation at all levels with those impacted by the legislation, including organisations who work with domestic abuse victims and survivors, and with employers to ensure that it is fit for purpose and that workers are adequately supported when they most need it. So I'll just make some comments Príomh Can Comhairle as Sinn Féin economy spokesperson. And I'm conscious I'm speaking on this important issue in the context that we in the North have the joint highest rate of women killed as a result of domestic violence in Europe. That's a stark statistic. But make no mistake, domestic abuse is a workplace issue and it needs to be treated as such. The emotional and psychological cost of domestic and gender-based violence is absolutely devastating, but there are also significant economic costs associated with this crime, including a person's ability to attend and perform at work. A study by NUI Galway and Safe Ireland put the average individual cost of domestic abuse at over €115,000. In 2017, the European Institute for Gender Equality estimated that intimate partner violence against women cost EU member states €109 billion per year. The three main types of costs identified were lost economic output, provision of services including health, legal, social and specialised, and the personal, physical and emotional impact on the victim. In fact, as outlined by a Council of Europe report into violence against women, employers and the business sector have to bear substantial losses caused by the psychological and ill health consequences of violence against women, such as unpredictable absenteeism from work, reduced productivity, poor concentration and accidents. As the proposer of the bill has outlined, any costs are offset by the benefits. Paid leave for victims of domestic abuse is already in place and successfully working in a number of other countries, in local authorities in Britain and in private companies here. The civil service here in the North also operates a special paid leave policy for domestic reasons, which can include domestic abuse. Facilitating domestic abuse safe leave, which provides for paid leave, will enable the person experiencing the abuse to take time out from work without fear, to put in place safeguards to keep themselves and their family safe, and not have to worry about losing a day's pay, being forced to take annual leave, being penalised or reprimanded for taking time off, or to be at risk of losing their position within the organisation. Employers have a duty of care to their staff, and workplace health and safety procedures should include provisions that acknowledge domestic violence. It's also important to recognise that work can provide a safe and supportive space for victims of abuse, and a supportive environment and the removal of stigma is something that needs to be encouraged. Additional to the provisions for guidance in this bill is the need for guidance and training on a greater awareness of the signs of domestic abuse in the workplace. Can Comhairle, it's no exaggeration to state, as the proposer has done, that this bill will save lives. It will certainly make a difference in the lives of victims of abuse. If we are to stamp out violence against women and girls, then alongside tackling the root cause of misogyny and the culture that enables it is removing the stigma for those who are victims, and as the proposer outlined, the stigma of disbelief. There is no shame in being a victim of abuse. We need workplaces to acknowledge the needs of those who suffer at the hands of abusers, and for employers to stand with victims and survivors to ensure they get the support they need. This bill will hopefully go some way to achieving that. Príomh Can Comhairle, with a little bit of indulgence, I just want to make a remark on some of the commentary at the weekend, including on Sunday politics in relation to legislation that's progressing, including this bill, and that's unlikely to pass before the end of this mandate. I don't believe that's the case. I think the letter from the Speaker in relation to legislative pressures were referenced. However, I have to say, in particular in relation to the most recent letter from the Speaker last week, which outlined steps that are being taken to ensure as much legislation as possible can pass before the end of the mandate, I was reassured that that was the case. Certainly, as a chairperson of a committee that's dealing with a number of PMBs, I'll be doing all I can to ensure they pass with due scrutiny and in a timely manner. So I'd like to offer some reassurance to the bill's sponsor and to those who have campaigned for this particular bill that the intent is to get it through before the end of this mandate. So just a final comment, I suppose, to the proposer of the bill. She will know that my party colleagues, Mary Lou MacDonald and Louise O'Reilly, have introduced a bill in the Dáil making similar provision on domestic abuse safe leave. It passed second stage last December and has been somewhat delayed in progressing, despite cross-party support, I believe, due to some technical wranglings between ministers and departments. So if she could encourage her ministerial colleagues in government to work with my colleagues to progress that bill and ensure workers across the island suffering domestic abuse are entitled to this statutory paid leave, I think that would be a very positive development. So in conclusion, I support this bill and I look forward to it progressing to committee for further scrutiny.
Ms Gemma Dolan.
There were 31,196 domestic abuse incidents recorded in 2020-21, and that's the third highest level recorded since the data series began in 2004-2005. And unfortunately, the pandemic's impact on domestic abuse will extend well beyond the easing of any lockdowns. Domestic abuse and sexual assault walks into the doors of each workplace every day across Ireland. Domestic abuse doesn't stop when you leave for work in the morning. For some, it actually follows them. Victims are known to have experienced domestic violence in their workplace, such as stalking, excessive phone calls and threats. For others, the workplace often offers a safe space and a respite away from their abuser. Either way, domestic abuse robs employees of their dignity and their health. It is crucial that we break down any barriers or stigmas surrounding domestic abuse, so employees will not be afraid or ashamed to approach their managers about domestic violence concerns. Victims may have to leave work early due to a crisis at home, have absenteeism from injury or stress, had to leave their home in the middle of the night with only the clothes on their back, could be staying in a refuge which may be miles away from their support network, or have multiple court visits to seek a domestic violence order. Now, add to that the stress and worry that you might lose your job or might not be able to afford to take unpaid leave. Employers have a legal responsibility to provide a safe and effective working environment, as well as a duty of care to employees. The introduction of this paid statutory leave will send a clear message that the health and safety of all employees is taken seriously and places the victim at the centre of the process at a time when they feel isolated and they have nowhere to turn. And whilst the emotional and psychological cost of domestic violence is devastating, there are also significant economic costs associated with this crime. An international study commissioned by Vodafone found that the potential loss of earnings per female victim of domestic abuse is £5,800. The same study also found an estimated direct cost of domestic abuse to businesses' bottom line to be £316 million a year due to decreased productivity, time off work, lost wages and sick pay. I would imagine that unfortunately there could be a number of employers who may be opposed to this, especially those who already treat their workers poorly and who don't provide fair workers' rights or conditions. However, other employers may just need support and clarity, and therefore a holistic approach is required to build awareness and understanding of the impacts that domestic abuse can have on individuals. Colleagues and managers can often be the only other people outside the home that survivors talk to each day, and are therefore uniquely placed to help spot signs of abuse. We need to ensure that employers have the means to develop safe and inclusive workplace environments where victims can feel confident to disclose domestic abuse, and also how to support victims in a variety of situations, such as where domestic abuse impacts on safety in the workplace, leads to performance issues, and where the victim works with the perpetrator. Across the water, the Employers' Initiative on Domestic Abuse has been established, and it is a network of over 470 public and private employers which aims to enable employers to take action on domestic abuse by raising awareness among all employees, supporting those facing domestic abuse and providing access to services to help perpetrators to stop. I think this is something that should be explored here, and I was just wondering if that was something the bill sponsor had come across during her research and her consultation. Other jurisdictions around the world, including Italy, Canada and New Zealand, have now introduced statutory provision for safe leave. And as my colleague just mentioned, closer to home, our party leader, Mary Lou MacDonald and Louise O'Reilly, have brought a similar bill to Leinster House. And I would hope that the Dublin Government is listening to this debate today and step back from obstructing that bill. I support the bill.
Thank you. Mr Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate. Can I welcome indeed as a member of the Economy Committee. We had the first opportunity to be able to deal with some of the details of this with the sponsor of the bill, which I think was a very useful session. And can I say at the outset, I think there will be a unity of purpose within the Chamber today, indeed a unity of views in terms of domestic abuse from across the Chamber, and for obfuscation of any doubt that certainly my party, and I hope all other parties, will be supporting this bill at second reading today. I think it is also the case that I'm sure the proposer of the bill would agree with me as well, that in certain regards there is a pity maybe that we have to, that legislation of this nature is necessitated, because I think all of us would like to live in a society in which domestic abuse had been eliminated from our society. But unfortunately for too many women, and indeed also some men, they are victim of domestic abuse. Both the chair and indeed the proposer of the bill have highlighted directly, which is, I suppose, of particular relevance to the Economy Committee, the impact on our workforce in terms of the economic impact that is their employers, and indeed a number of studies have been highlighted. But beyond the pure facts and figures of the economic impact, the scourge of domestic abuse is particularly something which bears down on the individual, which can ruin people's lives, and we've seen tragically in a number of cases has actually led to the death, particularly of a number of women, and that is something which is utterly unacceptable in our society. So the more that we can do to combat domestic abuse, the more that we should embrace those opportunities. It is the case that from the point of view of neighbouring jurisdictions, should we reach a point at which this bill does become law, if it is able to be brought through in this mandate, we will be potentially the first jurisdiction in a neighbouring sense to be able to bring forward this on a statutory basis. Mentions being made, and I don't know what the level of hold-up that there has been. Similar proposals brought in the Republic of Ireland. I suspect the Irish Government may not be necessarily hanging on my every word on that basis, but we should be in a position which the actions that we take, while not unique, while, if you like, we would be the early runners, I think, within these neighbouring jurisdictions. As indicated, I think, by the proposer of this bill, we can draw from examples from other jurisdictions, be it New Zealand, be it Canada, be it Italy. And so there are lessons, I think, that can be learned. Similarly, I think, as has been indicated, for even of more local examples, in many ways this is providing on a statutory footing what in many cases is provided on a much more informal basis by a number of employers. That has been in both the public and the private sector. And again, I think the committee will want to learn the lessons of what is being brought in elsewhere in terms of what is happening on a more informal basis. As with, I suppose, many pieces of legislation, there is the balance to be struck between how prescriptive the bill is in first instance and what then needs to be brought in regulations. And I suppose this bill in particular, while it highlights a number of key principles, is essentially acts as a certain level of paving mechanism. Now, it does highlight a number of key principles, so the level of leave is clearly put on the face of the bill. Similarly, the issue that has been dealt with that would indicate that to qualify for this leave, that there is not a particular process of having to show a burden of proof, and I appreciate the point that has been made by the proposer in relation to that. And similarly, which I think is a very important concept, because as much as possible, this should be preventative in terms of the and proactive in terms of combating domestic abuse, not simply reactive. The provision which indicates that it is not, doesn't have to be a sustained system of abuse, but essentially can be provoked by a clear initial one-off incident, can, I believe, help as a certain level of intervention, again help save lives and can be there to do that. But it is often the case in this House that whenever we look at that balance between what is there in terms of the detail at this stage and what is then put in regulation, there is perhaps a tendency, which this bill doesn't fall into, that there can be an over-elaboration at the initial stage, that we can be too prescriptive in terms of the details initially. And I suppose, as the member would concede, as this essentially places a particular requirement on the department to be able to bring forward regulations, those will clearly have to be subject to considerable level of consultation, so there will have to be additional levels of steps. It is right that it is not overly prescriptive. However, I think that one of the areas we want to probe in terms of the committee is, I suppose, to try to make sure that the level of detail that is there is at least sufficient at this stage. I think what is important, both to those who are employees and potential victims of domestic abuse, but also for employers, that as much and as early as we can, if we can give a level of certainty to those victims and indeed their employers. And to that extent, maybe I'll just highlight a couple of issues which I think are important. The direct financial burden upon the department, in the grand scheme of things, potentially may not be that large, but it is also important, I suppose, and as we look at the detail of this legislation, that we ensure that the correct powers are there for the department. And so, for example, if there is a need for the department to obtain particular pieces of information to be able to draw up a report, does it have the legal authority to do that? Will that be something, again, which we will have to look at in terms of amendments to ensure that the department is in that position? Secondly, while I understand very strongly the proposal which indicates that it would be too much of a burden then to try and have that burden of proof that is there, I think we do need to tease out, it may ultimately be there in the regulations, as to what format or level of notification, so that there's both certainty to employee and employer as to how this is to be triggered on that basis. And I think it's important that we do have that level of recognition of some relatively straightforward process by which this can be triggered. And I think allied to that, and I suppose particularly as Northern Ireland tends to be a very small place, how we can ensure that from the relationship between employee and employer, that we have a level of confidentiality of information, so that it is not obvious whenever, for instance, somebody is suddenly missing from work for a few days, that the whispers suddenly go round that so-and-so is off because of domestic abuse, and their business gets put in the public domain. So we need something, I think, that is clear-cut within that. I'll take a brief intervention because my time is limited.
No, just to say, I suppose, that there are other examples from elsewhere, and maybe the member, when she's summing up, can refer to them, of how this is done and you know, what is that notification, what is that kind of guidance around the procedures that are in place in workplaces, so perhaps the member can enlighten us.
I agree with the Chair. I think we will have to draw from lessons from other jurisdictions. I suppose it has to also be put within the particular culture of Northern Ireland, where we seem to live, in one sense, in a very small enclosed world at times, and what will work in practice in Northern Ireland. Similarly, I think it is important, mention has been on a number of occasions of the research that has been done, and indeed, to use a phrase that the member highlighted, that she sees as essentially financially self-washing for employers, that effectively any money that will be saved as a result of this will more than compensate for any level of cost. But I think we do need, I think it is a duty on the committee to drill down to make sure that employers are also protected, to make sure that they are not left in a disadvantaged position because they are in a position of trying to ensure that they do the right thing, both in terms of following the law but also protecting their employers. And also, I suppose, which a point which I think one of my colleagues raised with the proposer, again, there is probably a limited level of detail on how we directly define a victim of domestic abuse, and whether that is something that is the direct victim, as it may be described, or indirect victim. And I believe my colleague may dwell on this a little bit longer. But it's clear, I think, that the broad principles of the bill are ones that all of us around this House can accept and support. I look forward to the work that will go on in the committee in delving into the details, because I think while the regulations will be brought forward at a later stage, it is important that we get this as right as we can from day one, and that will mean around a range of the what is there in terms of the legislation, that we balance out the need to foursquare future sort of levels of consultation with actually providing the greatest level of certainty to employers, but particularly as much as possible to the victims of domestic abuse.
Thank you. Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Rise today to strongly support the passage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill through second reading and on to committee stage. First of all, worth saying that the context for this bill, as has been already stated, is the particularly shocking position that this region finds itself in relation to domestic violence. There were 32,000 domestic violence incidents, that's nearly 90 a day, recorded in Northern Ireland in 1819. As has been pointed out, since the beginning of the pandemic and the associated lockdown, there have been 11 murders, killings, deaths related to domestic violence. That context is shocking, and it places upon all of us a burden to explore all avenues, including legislation that might address the very real and particular challenges we have here around domestic abuse. But of course, as I'm sure the bill sponsor has already touched upon this, that this is an example which is already beginning to be practiced in jurisdictions around the world, particularly in Australia and New Zealand, but also in jurisdictions closer to home. And as has been mentioned, there is an Irish Government consultation, but also draft legislation in the Oireachtas. I think it's worth saying, first of all, this is a short bill. It is, and also to thank the bill sponsor for giving very comprehensive initial evidence to the committee last week, the Economy Committee, and also thank her for the meeting she had with my party earlier on today to address the purpose of the bill with my colleagues. This is a short bill whose principles are clear. They have already been laid out. It proposes a statutory provision of at least 10 days paid leave each year for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. There is a non-exhaustive list of what that leave can be provided for. There are specifications around the types of regulation that the Department of Economy is empowered to make under this bill. And I think, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that is critical in understanding what this bill is. It is a tool to provide, it puts an obligation on the Department to make regulations that create a minimum level of safe leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. But beyond that, it is not prescriptive in a detailed way around all of the mechanics of that. And in a sense, that is welcome, because if the imperative here is to get this on the statute books and to get the principle in law and to allow the department to go away and do the detail, then that seems to me to be a practical and pragmatic way of dealing with it. I think it's also important to point out and to, I guess, echo the remarks that others have made around the fact that the core motivation behind this bill is around addressing the unacceptable and appalling human cost of domestic abuse to victims and survivors of it in this society. But it's also legitimate to acknowledge, as others have done, that domestic abuse has a tangible economic effect, damage to individual businesses, small and large, and indeed the economy more broadly. There is clearly an effect on employee productivity. Not that that is the most important thing, but it's not an irrelevant consideration. And secondly, there is as has been said, a broader hit to the overall economy in relation to time lost. But the most important thing is that in providing these statutory rights, we begin to address this epidemic which is facing our society. There will be specific detailed questions that we will want to examine in the committee as we proceed through committee stage. It is my hope that we can proceed through committee stage in a way that is swift, that we do our work in terms of the bill, but that we can proceed through. That we can do that scrutiny swiftly and give this serious consideration, but not give it undue delay, because our party doesn't believe that there's anything in this bill fundamentally that should cause undue delay. It is a credible piece of draft legislation which has been brought by the member who has clearly done a significant amount of work on it. Many of the questions that people have raised already, broad questions around costs on employers or indeed on definitions, have already been answered by the bill sponsor, and indeed, for example, in relation to potential costs on employers, as I understand it, the experience in New Zealand and Australia is that actually this has posed a relatively small cost on employers, and the effort might be to increase awareness of employee, or the effort might be needed to increase awareness for employees that this statutory right exists. But let's also bear in mind that in relation to costs that are borne on business, not only is there a longer-term benefit to businesses in terms of ensuring their employees are safe and are able to do their jobs in a way that they're protected and not being kind of the rest of their lives aren't in turmoil. But there is, of course, a disproportionate damage to individuals who are affected by domestic abuse. So, in closing, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, we will of course be supporting this bill's proceeding to committee stage, where we look forward to doing detailed scrutiny on it. But I very much welcome that it's been introduced today, and I congratulate the bill sponsor on introducing it.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I at the outset thank Ms Rachel Woods for bringing forward this bill. I'm not the member that would be potentially speaking on this as we go forward. I spoke to both Mike Nesbitt, who is on the Economy Committee, and also my leader, Doug Beattie, who I believe met with Rachel Woods a number of weeks ago to speak about the bill. And in a bit of a, if you like, when you get your handover, this was something that was given to me and said, this is a good bill. This is a pragmatic bill. But this is, whilst it, as the member from South Belfast pointed out, may only be 4 pages, but it's 4 pages that could be transformative in the lives of those that it affects. And it doesn't just affect those that are directly impacted by that domestic violence, be that physical violence, be it sexual violence, be it coercive, but there are other people that are affected, and those are the kids sometimes that belong to those families and that are impacted by those that are subject to these incidents. And as has been pointed out, I did a little bit of a calculation there. In this hour in Northern Ireland, disgracefully and disgustingly, there are probably somewhere between 3.5 and 4 incidents of domestic abuse. As we've heard, somewhere in the region of 31,000 to 32,000 incidents last year. But as the sponsor has pointed out to us, this is potentially just the tip of the iceberg, because there is still a stigma attached to reporting incidents of domestic violence. And that's reprehensible. We have faced down many things over the years. I think back to the strategies that we've seen to be important in the past, where we've seen success when we do affect a change. And I think back to my own background in the fire service, where we said that deaths due to accidental fires is unacceptable. And it was, and it is, and we changed that. We changed it because we looked at legislation, we brought in legislation, we looked at how legislation can affect the safety of people in any structure, whether that's at their home or in a private event, and we did advertising campaigns. And I see this piece of legislation brought forward by Ms Woods as something that actually will save lives. And I know that 4 pages talk very much to the leave that it will give and that paid leave that it will give to workers. But it's not about the money. It's very clear from the words that have been spoken, it's about creating that space and that confidence for people to speak up, to reach out for help, not hindered by the thought of losing a day's pay, not hindered by ridicule or someone not understanding, not hindered by the thought of losing their job or the pressures that it will bring to the workplace in terms of that lost productivity. In fact, what has been shown by some of the information that we've got, that actually it could be better for the economy, it could be better for the businesses, and if that is the environment that this is brought forward in, well then that should make it easier for those people who are struggling. I think it would be remiss of me not to revisit some of the statistics that have been brought out today, because I hope that this bill does more than just create that space for those. I hope that in a number of years, when we look back, when we look at the statistics that are put out by the PSNI, that this will be reversed. And Mr. Weir did point out that it is not just females that are the victims of domestic abuse, it is also males. And the statistics that we've seen this year, it said that 69% of reported incidents are female, 31% the male. But what we have to also look at is the fact that in terms of the offenders, 86% of them are men. Now, I have a 22-year-old daughter, she'll be 23 shortly, and I know that I was brought up with a little thing in the back of my head: treat your wife or others as you would like your daughter to be treated. And there's just a phrase of toxic masculinity going around my head. And when we look at these stats, guys, in this chamber, if this is happening as often as is being reported, we're not too far away from it ourselves, in our own families or in our friendship groups. And this is something that needs to change. I think it's a transformative bill that is coming forward, but what will it actually do? I think it will provide security and peace of mind for those people that it affects. I think it will help destigmatise, and I think it will help educate and improve business owners and operators, and indeed productivity. I think that there are wide-ranging implications, positive implications of this bill, but I'm sure that on the committee, the member for the Ulster Unionist Party will bring forward prospective additions. Any additions that they does bring forward, I'm sure will be positive and will speak to the bill, and we look forward to working with this. And the final piece, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a member of the Business Committee, I'm well aware that there is a legislative pressure building, but there are items of legislation that are coming through that are non-contentious and actually will help save lives. And I would like to see and think that there's things that we can do with bills like this that can see bills prioritised that will actually make a difference in people's lives. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Alliance Party, I rise to support this piece of legislation, this bill on domestic abuse and safe leave. As others have said, the bill proposes allowing 10 days annual leave for victims and survivors. Principal Deputy Speaker, the sexual, mental and physical abuse felt by victims cannot and must never be overstated, as it is entirely shocking. So I'd like to thank the member for bringing forward this vital piece of legislation. And I must also add that it builds on the tireless work from my colleague, the Justice Minister, Naomi Long, as she delivered the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Act earlier this year. When we think of domestic violence, we don't typically think of the workplace, but we should. Domestic violence may happen behind closed doors, but it has far-reaching consequences on the impact on working lives and those living with an abusive partner. The scale of the problem, as others have alluded to, is huge. In a Trade Union Congress survey, it was reported that in the UK, in any 1 year, more than 1 in 5 victims of domestic violence have to take time off work because of abuse, and while 2% lose their jobs as a direct result. Those are shocking figures. We can now say that domestic abuse has reached pandemic proportions, because in Northern Ireland we have some of the most concerning rates of domestic abuse in the United Kingdom. From April 19 to March 21, there were nearly 32,000 incidents of domestic abuse. 20,000 in 2020, this equates to an incident every 17 minutes. The proposed legislation allows Northern Ireland to catch up with countries that have already introduced this or similar legislation, like Australia, New Zealand, and, as we've heard, in the Republic of Ireland, where similar legislation is currently being legislated upon. It's so important that we offer the same protection to our victims and survivors in Northern Ireland. Support in the form of paid leave is crucial in ensuring that they retain employment and have the economic flexibility to escape an abusive relationship in all the circumstances that have been alluded to in the bill, but indeed not exhaustively so. From my perspective, on a personal basis, from working some 30 years in the Labour Relations Agency, I think that this bill is taking us absolutely in the right direction. However, I do have some areas of concern, Principal Deputy Speaker, and one is around confidentiality, an area of which we raised in the committee last week, and one which I hope the committee, the member sponsoring the bill, and indeed myself will look forward to over the next few weeks. This came up when I worked on the bereavement bill leave regarding the embarrassment, perhaps around a miscarriage, not wanting news to be circulated, and that's completely understandable. But in the case of this bill, someone in an abusive relationship, this is not an embarrassment. They are at risk of life and limb. And therefore I believe that this needs to be an area of consideration which the Economy Committee should be looking at, to ensure that there is a higher level of confidentiality to protect victims against what might be described as water cooler conversations. That indeed we look to see that those who hold, are given and retain information in the employment context are held to a high level of confidentiality, perhaps even to that of criminal conviction, if they disclose information against the victim. I also believe that we should be looking at the extent of the safe leave time off to victims and survivors of sexual assault, which is traumatic and life-changing. Ultimately, we will want to support the victims of abuse, whether it's domestic or sexual, and this appears to me to be the right thing to do. I'll conclude by thanking Rachel Woods for bringing forward this private member's bill. I look forward to working alongside her in my role in the Economy Committee and to ensure that the legislation is victim-centred. But we do need to look also at the survivors of sexual assault, not just in domestic circumstances, but anyone who has been sexually assaulted will be in not dissimilar circumstances in terms of confidentiality, in terms of the shock and trauma which they have faced. And so I would encourage the committee and the member presenting this bill to look to see whether within the bounds of this bill that it would be possible to extend that out to include those not just in domestic circumstances. We must not turn a blind eye to the issues of domestic and sexual violence, and this bill is an essential step in increasing the necessary support. So I would like to thank the member for bringing it forward. I look forward to the work that we will do in the committee, and I am very cognizant of the comments that others have made, both the chair and the member for the Business Committee, that it is important that legislation like this is expedited as quickly as possible, effectively and efficiently, but taking into account all of the serious areas that it raises, and that we pledge to get this delivered in this mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next person on the list is Mr. Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support this bill in front of us. What is domestic abuse and who can become a victim? The simple answer is anyone can become a victim of domestic abuse, regardless of gender, age or ethnic background. It is not just physical abuse, but includes sexual abuse, financial abuse, emotional abuse, coercive control, or indeed other abuses. You do not have to be physically harmed to be abused. We must always be mindful that domestic abuse has consequences for other members of the household and or family. While in principle this bill seems a reasonable and justifiable bill, there are some issues that would need to be addressed further when it reaches committee stage, which no doubt it will. And these are not negative comments I'm about to make, these are just general observations and comments for obviously for the committee and the bill sponsor. So will this bill impact wider current employment law? Will it have any of effects? What will be the evidence requirements? And I appreciate the bill sponsor has referred to that earlier, and as indeed my colleague. Obviously other countries have implemented this, so what do they use? So now how does a an employee have that conversation with the employer, which is not an easy conversation to have, bearing in mind that obviously the department is going to have to report on how this bill has been implemented, etc. So it's a difficult one to get sort of clarification, but I think it's something we need to drill into and get best practice. Who will be classified as victims in this bill? Will it only be direct victims, and we touched on this the other day at the committee, or will it be classified in the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act, Northern Ireland 2021, or will it include those who, for example, live in a household who are affected directly or indirectly by the abuse? And that's something we need to maybe tease out and get clarity on. How far does that go? Because obviously you can be a victim of domestic abuse but not be a direct victim, and I'm sure the members understand where I'm coming from on that point. So we need to consider that more when the bill progresses. It should be noted that while similar bills are in place in other jurisdictions currently, there is no UK law that provides an entitlement to paid time off for those suffering domestic violence or abuse. As the bill currently stands, it does not provide substantive detail on the implementation of the measures. The details of outworking will fall to the Department for Economy, and as a consequence, significant public consultation would be required for the associated regulations. A situation may arise where the legislation as drafted may not provide for or permit regulations to be made in accordance with the findings of any future consultations. Further clarification would also be required regarding how the sensitive matter of seeking supporting information from victims and survivors of domestic abuse will be addressed. Without careful examination, the handling or indeed mishandling of such matters, and the previous speaker touched on this to be fair, runs a risk of undermining the employee-employer relationship. This could ultimately, in a worst-case scenario, result in further trauma. It should also be recognised that some employees may be reluctant to discuss such issues with their employer. Members will be aware that currently there is a wide range of employment law issues that continue to be of interest to the Assembly. A number of bills in respect of employment law have been proposed within this mandate. If each of these are taken forward as a single issue on a piecemeal basis, there is a risk that there will be not sufficient opportunity to fully assess the potential implications that each piece of legislation could have on the other and wider employment rights framework. It will be necessary to ensure that any legislation drafted is operable and is fully assessed to ensure that there are no unintended consequences. So, not taking away from any of the points I have made or others have made, to be fair, we're content that obviously this goes to committee, and the previous points I made, just to clarify my position, are not negative comments, they're just purely for seeking clarification, which we'll tease out no doubt through the committee at further stage. So thank you very much for the bill sponsor bringing it forward, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Linda Dillon.
I just want to start my, first of all, to say support the bill, but just before I go any further, I think that whilst I welcome the comments of Mr Butler, I think we need to acknowledge that maybe we're not so far away from those people. And I've said this in this House before. I think we need to acknowledge that nobody is above potentially being either a victim or abuser, not even the people in this House. Nobody. This affects everybody, right across every sector of our society. And if we don't acknowledge that, then we allow people to believe that somebody is above that, or that somebody is, outside of that spectrum, and it's not the case. Anybody right across our society has the potential to be a victim or a perpetrator. And for me, that's why this piece of legislation is so important. And during the debate around the domestic abuse bill, we did look at the possibility of putting this in. However, unfortunately, it was found out with the scope of the bill and did come under the Economy Minister's brief. So I do think it is important that we now have an opportunity to address that issue that was left out of the domestic abuse bill. We now have an opportunity to really do something that will support victims. And I think we need to take that opportunity, grab it with both hands, because the issue of domestic abuse is not an issue for the courts. It is not an issue for the police. It is an issue for every single person. It is why we ensured that Operation Encompass was included in the domestic abuse bill, and I do want to acknowledge that the previous Education Minister, Peter Weir, did actually run a pilot project in the run-in to the domestic abuse bill going live, and I do think that all of these elements, every possible protection, every possible support that we can give to victims of domestic abuse is what makes what makes the whole package, because it's not good enough just to say that we have judicial process, because we all know how many perpetrators will actually ever see the inside of a courtroom, and even those that do, we know the statistics of the success rates, and some victims are just not strong enough to go through that process. So we need to put other things in place that ensure that they have the best opportunity to either make their lives better, to give them the support to potentially leave their abuser. Some will never leave their abuser. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't avail of this. They may never have the courage, they may never be able to be in a position for whatever reason to leave their abuser. It's not our job to judge them for that, it's our job to support them, to ensure that if they are able to even get a couple of days respite, that we're allowing that potential for them. And as already been alluded to by a number of members, it is not just the victim. In these situations, children are very often the victims. Those who we want most to protect in your life. I speak as a mother myself, and I'm quite sure all of the parents in this room would feel the same way. You want to protect. And again, not being able to leave the home or not being able to get a way out of that circumstance for a number of days because you have to stay at your work. What you have to... Absolutely.
And the member's very passionate about this subject because I've listened to the member many times on this. The member agree with me, we do have an intergenerational problem. When you look at the statistics going back as far as 2004, that the numbers are not changing. In fact, some years they're up. And that the effect on children sometimes can be that it empowers another generation to carry on the issues of the past, the wrongs of the past.
Absolutely, I agree with the member, and it's for that reason I think that all of what we're doing now is only a starting point. The domestic abuse bill is really, really good. This will be really, really good. But how do we actually improve things? How do we actually make things better? We have an awful lot to do in our education system, and right across every sector. We have a responsibility to really make a difference. And for me, that is mainly around what is a healthy relationship and how do we support every child from the very minute and before they come into this world to understand what a healthy relationship looks like. Because if we don't do that, then we are allowing it to be that transgenerational problem, and that we already know that it is. So I'm not going to go over the points that have been made by other members. I don't think that there's any value in that, but I just want that realisation to be understood. These are real people, and we have a real responsibility and a real opportunity to make a real difference. Whilst they may never see the courts, they may never see justice, they will at least have the support of this Assembly in every possible way that we can give it to them. And as I say, this is only a starting point to ensure that we can make lives better, that we can make lives better for the victims and for those unseen victims, the children and those who live in their homes. So I would ask everybody to support this bill across the House. And I know I understand some of the points that are being made by other members about the difficulties, but I have faith in our MLAs. I have faith in the proposer of the bill. I have faith. I really sincerely hope that the department will give all the support they can, and I have faith in the Economy Committee to give the support that they can and to come up with solutions and answers, and some of them are already out there. So I do think that all of these issues can be overcome, and confidentiality is a massive one. And I will say this, the messaging around confidentiality needs to be very careful, because people don't have to be silent about this if they don't want to be. And they should be given the confidence that they have done nothing wrong. And a shroud of silence is very often what allows perpetrators to continue doing what they're doing. So they should be given the support and the confidence if they want to tell their colleagues, if they want to be open about what's going on. But equally, the absolute confidence, the confidentiality will be a priority for anybody who they give that information to, if that is what they want. Gormila Mayo.
Thank you. Excuse me. I call Mr. Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I too also welcome the opportunity to speak on this very important issue in the House today on the second stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill, and I am certainly happy to support at this stage. Domestic abuse is indeed a scourge in our society, and unfortunately it has been on the rise in recent years, impacting women, men and children regardless of colour, class or creed. And it can be in so many forms, including physically, emotionally, verbally and indeed digitally, to name but a few. Indeed, as has been said, a lot of good work was achieved over the last year and a half through the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill, which completed its journey through this House earlier this year to help tackle this most heinous and cruel of crimes. The pandemic, which we are still continuing to face the challenges of that, has indeed brought about a number of lockdowns and restrictions, which has left many people spending more time at home, often being more isolated, leaving them more vulnerable even to being a victim of domestic abuse. Since 2004, according to PSNI statistics, there has been an alarming general increase in levels of domestic abuse incidents and crimes recorded by them, with incident levels in 2020-21 being 1.5 times higher than those in 2004-2005, with crime levels nearly twice as high. There are also many incidents which regrettably will never be reported and recorded through fear or coercion. And I know from regularly speaking to the PSNI within my own constituency, they often talk about the considerable level of time taken, unfortunately, in having to deal with issues around domestic abuse and the very seriousness and complex and sensitive nature of that. And figures highlighting 179 more crimes in the Argent North Down Policing District alone within the last year confirms this worrying rise in this type of crime. I fully support any measures to support victims of domestic abuse, both in people's homes, within our community and within the workplace. Whilst the statistics do alarmingly point to higher incidence rates across Northern Ireland, I believe there is undoubtedly greater awareness around this type of abuse, and I think that's something we can all welcome. And I think this has helped people have the confidence to speak up and speak out and get that vital support that they need. And I think I would like to commend the victim support groups right across our country who work in rural areas and urban areas and right across our constituencies, and thank them for their work that they do, particularly around awareness and support, which is so greatly needed, given the reality of the statistics, and that it is in every constituency, every 18 constituencies, it can be in anybody's home, as I said, regardless of background, wealth or any other measure. The general principles of this bill in supporting victims of abuse are something which no doubt we can all agree with. There is a sad reality that we must face up to, and that is that unfortunately home is not always the safest place to be. It is not that haven sometimes that it should be, and this is particularly pertinent to victims of domestic abuse. For some, the workplace, as well as being unfortunately a place where abuse can take place, but it can also be a welcome distraction for those who may be suffering from abuse at home. In some situations, work can be one of the few places where people actually feel safe. And having that confidence to speak to colleagues, to speak to employers, can often be one of their main sources of help, and it affords them that opportunity to reach out and speak up and speak out. There are also cost issues around this bill which have to be considered, whilst not taking away from the seriousness of the issue in hand, and I do have some concerns around the significant financial responsibility that some outworkings of this bill could put onto employers, particularly given the context of Northern Ireland, where we have such a strong group of small businesses which are indeed the backbone of our economy. We are blessed to be made up of many micro, small and medium-sized businesses here, with our SMEs accounting for some 75% of all employment here. Many of these businesses have faced an incredibly challenging 18 months, with restrictions, lockdowns and uncertainty, which unfortunately continues to this day. So I do believe there are gaps at this stage, and I'm keen to see more progress and more work done, particularly in terms of consultation and engagement with key stakeholders around this issue, to ensure this bill would not have a disproportionate impact on these businesses as employers, and mitigate against any unintended consequences which this bill may have. Indeed, many employers are very responsible. Many employers are very compassionate and understanding to employees and their individual needs and circumstances. Whilst that is not always the case, I do believe that is a point worth making. I believe targeted support working in partnership with employees can often be the best way of resolving issues and addressing domestic abuse, which must be done in a sensitive and a very sensitive way, and indeed in confidential way, as some other members have alluded to earlier in this debate. I think it's important that we see further clarity around the definition of a victim. And I know my colleague Mr Buchanan touched upon that as well. I think we definitely need to see, I suppose, some more meat on the bones in terms of that, the definition of a victim. Victims are not just those who are directly impacted by the abuse, but they can include family members, friends and work colleagues can be equally indirectly impacted by such violence. And that indeed raises more issues that would be better looked at, I think, collectively by the department going forward, with full consultation, engagement and focused outcomes. So I'm certainly supportive of the bill at this stage, and I look forward to working alongside colleagues and the sponsor to see this progress further. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a welcome piece of legislation that will make a real difference to the lives of victims and survivors of domestic abuse. Too often we read the tragic stories in the papers and there's a public outpouring of grief, yet our institutions are not moved into action. The status quo remains and we go on. Then it happens again and again and again. It's not at all an exaggeration to say that this bill has the potential to save lives. Indeed, we have learned recently, as others have said, that Northern Ireland has Europe's joint highest murder rate against women suffering domestic violence. This is really a terrible indictment of our society, and action is not an option. The right to pay time off work will help to empower victims and survivors of domestic abuse, giving them invaluable time and space. While this bill sets out some examples, I welcome that it does not limit safe leave to those purposes alone. Flexibility is absolutely crucial. Many report that they fear losing their jobs, so we must strive to alleviate any pressures at all that we can during what can only be an incredibly frightening and difficult period. Of course, this is just one part of what must be a multi-departmental approach to tackling domestic abuse. It is my hope that the Executive Office strategy to tackle violence against women and girls will contain actions that support women and girls suffering violence and to prevent this. We know that domestic violence is all too common in our society, and the recent stats underline the scale of the issue. It is also really important to make clear that it can happen to anyone, as Linda has just outlined. We need an action programme that includes improved rescue support for women and children at risk, and it is essential that the police and other criminal justice agencies take effective and fast action when there are warning signs. But we also need to take steps to ensure that our society has a culture of mutual respect, which dismantles misogyny. The principles of respect and an understanding of what constitutes consent must be taught in all schools, making reform of relationships and sex education an absolute necessity. Moreover, we all have a part to play in attempting to challenge unacceptable behaviour when we see it and if it is safe to do so. Therefore, as Chair of the Assembly's Committee for the Executive Office, oversight of the strategy addressing violence against women and girls is one of my most important and pressing priorities. Returning to this bill more specifically, I would like to commend the bill sponsor, Ms Woods, for including an important sentence that states that the regulations may not impose conditions about length of service for eligibility for safe leave. We have already seen how allowing compassionate leave to be at the discretion of the employer can place some employees at an absolute disadvantage. It is vital that a minimum standard is set so that all employees are treated fairly and can access the support that they need. Mr Deputy Speaker, we should take full advantage of the employment law being a devolved issue. Northern Ireland can and should lead in this area. It is heartening to see the bill aim to achieve just that. I support this stage of the bill going forward. Thank you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, I want to welcome the introduction of this bill and thank the member for bringing it. Like many others in this chamber, I've been harrowed by the number of women murdered since the beginning of the pandemic as a result of domestic violence. This shows that not only is this an issue in our society, but one which has been worsened in recent years. I also welcome recent confirmation from the Justice Minister. She will introduce legislation in this arena next year, but I also think it's a fair charge that this Assembly and the Executive has done far from enough to tackle this issue over the years. Indeed, as Suzanne Breen wrote in the Belfast Telegraph over the weekend, quote, "We have the joint highest rate in Europe of women killed as a result of domestic violence. 11 women have been murdered here since the start of the pandemic. Imagine if they had been killed in sectarian attacks. A multi-agency task force would long ago have been set up as Stormont to urgently tackle the problem." I can't help thinking she is right, because the headline this weekend, which puts us on the map as the most dangerous place for women in Europe, was simultaneously gut-wrenching but not wholly unsurprising. From everyday sexism and misogyny to anti-choice legislation, a terrible record in the justice system of dealing with rape and sexual assault, and headlines such as this, we are all too aware of the situation facing and feeling women and girls here. And while this bill is obviously not gender specific, it is clear that the gendered impact of domestic violence is a key factor in why it hasn't been prioritised or properly addressed. Outside of this building, Deputy Speaker, the real bulk of the work done to raise awareness and secure services, support and refuge for women in domestic abuse situations has been women's groups, activists and volunteers, groups like Women's Aid, who say they've supported 530 women in refuge since 2020. Groups like WRDA, Alliance for Choice in Belfast and Derry, Belfast Feminist Network and more. Without their work, I fear the situation would be far worse, and they are to be thanked not only for that important work, but the information they collect and produce, which is key to exposing the scale of the problem. I think this bill is very timely. I think the changes it will make are very important. I think this bill is right to situate this issue as also being a workers' issue. The increasingly precarious and low-paid nature of work, particularly for women, means taking time off to deal with an issue arising from domestic abuse can be incredibly difficult or impossible for many. As with cases where a worker may require termination, has suffered a miscarriage or has had to take on additional current duties, these scenarios, including domestic violence, overwhelmingly impact women workers, and yet we have a dearth in legislative protection and support for those workers. So I hope we can get this legislation passed as soon as possible without much interference. I support it, and I hope everybody will do so today. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for the Economy, Gordon Lyons, and you will have up to 15 minutes to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And firstly, can I thank the member in her efforts and the work that she has been doing to bring forward this proposal to legislate for leave for the victims of domestic abuse. Can I also thank her for taking the time to meet with me over the summertime to go through some of the details on it. And I think that her efforts in getting the bill to this stage are to be commended, and as are her efforts in shining the light, as so many people do, on what is a truly horrific situation for those who suffer domestic abuse and domestic violence. And I do not underestimate the strength of character that it takes for someone to stay in employment when dealing with such trauma, or the escape route that employment can provide, as Mr Dunn had spoken about earlier on, or indeed the benefit that can be realised for individuals when employers do everything that they can to support their staff when such awful circumstances arise. And I'm also fully aware of the need for society to support victims of domestic abuse as much as possible, including the workplace where that is the appropriate place to do so. I think all of us in our roles as constituency representatives will have seen firsthand the impacts that it has had on our constituents, some of the harrowing stories that we have heard, and it must be the case that there should never be any room or any excuse for this in our society today. And I also want to place on record my thanks to those voluntary and charitable organisations that do so much to not only help those that are suffering from domestic abuse, but also that promote greater awareness and understanding of the prevalence of this problem in our society. So I do recognise the issue that exists, and therefore I am content that this bill proceeds to the next stage. However, I believe that the next stage is an opportunity for us to tease out some of the issues that I have raised privately with the member and that other members of this House have raised today as well. And one of those issues is specifically around cost and how we can make sure that that is wholly and adequately assessed. The explanatory and financial memorandum that the member had attached to the bill seems only to have considered the costs to the department and not to the employers who will be required to fund the proposed safe leave. So while I understand that the member has suggested that there would be some savings for employers in the longer term through less working time lost, I think it's important to note that this doesn't fully calculate the potential costs to individual employers, particularly those micro, small and medium-sized employers. Many of these will be wanting to support their employees through dreadful situations, but may find it disproportionate to provide that level of support. So I think it's important that that is. I think it's important that's teased out. I'm going to address this issue further, but yes, it will give way.
For giving way, would the Minister be concerned, or recognise that other people would be concerned that the use of a cost the employer is used? I mean, we wouldn't use this language when it comes to people taking time off for medical appointments, so why should we use it when it comes to dealing with people taking time off for domestic abuse?
Simply because I think it's important that when we bring legislation through the Assembly that we know the impact that it's going to have. I don't think that's irresponsible of us at all to ask those questions. In fact, I think it's irresponsible of us not to ask those questions and to be fully aware of the implications of any decisions that we might make. I think it's important to have engagement with key stakeholders, with those who are going to be impacted upon this and those that could potentially benefit from it as well. And like I understand that this is difficult and it can seem distasteful to put a price on this. And certainly it's my hope that all employers and that we as an executive and assembly as employers in our own right will show that compassion to victims of domestic violence. The reality is to keep people in employment, we need to make sure that those businesses are viable in the first place, and that whenever we impose responsibilities on employers, that they can be afforded and absorbed by them. And I do want to recognise that the member has recognised that point, and I note the assurances that she has given. And so it would be good to have that teased out, to hear the experience in other jurisdictions where this has gone in, so that we can give that encouragement and clarity to businesses as well. That all being said, I do want to make the point that we do have businesses and employers in Northern Ireland who in so many cases are sympathetic, and I don't think that this legislation is saying that we have unsympathetic employers in Northern Ireland. I understand what the member is trying to do is create that statutory right for everybody. Yes.
The Minister for taking the intervention. I'll make it brief. Would the Minister recognise that there is a disparity at the minute between those who work in the public sector, because the Finance Minister has already acknowledged that they do get domestic abuse, and those who work in the private sector, and that is a real issue for anybody who's suffering for domestic abuse?
No, and I understand that point, and I want to make sure that as this legislation is considered, that we take all of those things into the debate as well. And I think people would find it unfair if there's different standards applied at different times, recognising that different employers have different rights. But I agree with the member on the need to support employees in that way. But I just think on this wider point, it is important that I raise an increasing concern that I have around employment law in Northern Ireland, and the need for us to make sure that, however well-intentioned some of our proposals are, that we have that full, proper consultation and consideration, not just on this piece of legislation, but in terms of everything that we bring through. We have to understand that the decisions that we make will have consequences, and so it's our job as legislators to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to make sure that we do consult fully and ensure that we recognise the implications of everything that we do. I just want to pick up a little on the frustration that I know some members have in relation to the department's work in this area. I think people will recognise that it has been hindered because we've had to prioritise the response to the pandemic. But I think it is important that when we're considering these changes as a department, we do so in a holistic manner when we're in a proper position to do so. And the reason why we haven't been able to move on as much of the employment law as I would have liked is because of the other pressures that my department has been under. But returning to the legislation before us, I understand that similar legislation has been introduced in New Zealand. But I think it's also important that we look not just at legislation, but the other measures that can be put in place. So, for example, the Department of Business, Energy and Industry strategy into support for victims of domestic abuse in the workplace has been to also focus on workplace interventions that do not require legislative change, such as increased awareness and understanding, adoption of effective workplace policies, and the creation of a safe space within the workplace for victims of domestic abuse. Indeed, I am sure that many members are aware that many employers have recently adopted new workplace policies for their organisations, which aim to provide support and guidance to those that find themselves in these difficult circumstances. And while providing time off work or allowing for flexible working is one important aspect of the support needed, there are many other things that employers can do to support their workers through difficult times, such as encouraging the individual to contact a specialist support agency, ensuring the employee does not work alone or in an isolated area. If the employee is absent, a method of communication should be arranged with line managers so they are aware that the individual is safe, keeping a record of any incidents of abuse in the workplace, including persistent telephone calls, emails and other forms of communication. And these are just a small number of the examples set out in guidance for employers on developing a workplace policy on domestic and sexual violence and abuse, which was developed by the Department of Health and the Department of Justice. So we need to be certain that the approach that we take, whether a legislative route or otherwise, enables and encourages employers to provide the most appropriate support to their employees when they need it most. And regulation may not necessarily be the best vehicle to encourage the supportive and understanding environment that we want to secure for those who are most vulnerable. I do just want to also mention a few of the comments that have been made in and around the limited time left in this mandate. I certainly hope that we can progress legislation through this mandate, though I have to say I am disappointed about time limits that have been placed on debates in this chamber. I think that there are some that are more interested in the volume of legislation that goes through this place rather than the quality of legislation. I don't like the fact that we are having time limits. I think it does a disservice to legislation that is important as this, and so I would just urge a note of caution around what we can do in the time that we have. But of course, as I said previously, I do want to make sure that when we're discussing this issue that we don't only think about the legislation, but we think of what employers can do right now to support those with empathy and with flexibility. And I send that message out today, and they don't need legislation to do that. Providing safe leave is certainly an approach that some employers already offer, and I would encourage all to consider. But we need to make sure that before we make such a step mandatory, that we do all the necessary preparatory work. So finally, I want to close my remarks by once again thanking the member for bringing forward this bill and providing the opportunity to discuss this important issue. I think that we can all agree that domestic violence is a blight on our society, and we must work to provide adequate support to victims and survivors of domestic abuse, and we need to ensure that we provide the right support. Although I believe there's still a number of issues to be worked out, a number of questions that need to be answered, I am more than content for this bill to proceed to the next stage so that we can tease these issues out. But again, it is important that we place on record our thanks to the member for bringing this issue to the floor so that we can have this debate and hopefully encourage those that are suffering in this way. Thank you.
I now call on Rachel Woods to conclude and wind up the debate, and you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank all the members for their contributions to this debate over the last hour and a bit. I am very grateful for the support that has been expressed from every corner of this chamber, which I think rightly reflects the strength of feeling regarding the issue of providing paid leave for victims and survivors of domestic abuse, and that was evident from public consultation as well. Indeed, one of the most striking questions that I kept being asked when I was consulting and developing the bill and engaging people was, does this support not exist already? And the answer, of course, well, yes, it does exist, but only for a limited number of workers. And at the moment, your right to safe leave will depend on who you work for, and that shouldn't be the case. Victims and survivors of domestic abuse are facing the same struggles, and it doesn't matter who they work for. Each and every one should be entitled to the same level of help and support. So this bill will address the current inequality by creating a new legal entitlement to safe leave that will apply across the board, both to workers, that is those without a formal contract, and employees. And I'm not going to repeat my opening remarks, which set out the rationale and the principles of the bill, but I would like to briefly address some of the comments and questions from members and the Minister. The Chair of the Economy Committee mentioned that the committee had previously expressed support for the principle of safe leave, and I very much welcome that. She also recognised that costs would be offset by benefits, and again, I totally agree. That is what the experience elsewhere clearly indicates. I welcome the Chairs, Mr Butler, Mr O'Toole's and Mr Dixon's comments around expediting the bill's passage through the Assembly, and I also agree that we can and must ensure that this becomes law before the end of the mandate. Gemma Dolan raised a very valid point on training and awareness in the workplace on domestic abuse, and employers and workplaces should be able to recognise abuse, the signs of it, and employer training did come up in the consultation, and I know that there are some really good guidance documents available for workplaces and a lot of good training that does go on within workplaces, and a lot have their own policies in development. Peter Weir described the extreme costs of domestic abuse in terms of lives that have been lost, and he recognised that we should introduce safe leave. We will be leading a way across these islands, and that's exactly what we should be doing. Mr Weir, Mr O'Toole also touched upon the distinction between primary and secondary legislation in terms of the balance to be struck, and I believe that the bill does that, and it reflects the key principles of what we want to implement while giving the Department flexibility to develop the regulations. Mr Weir, Mr Buchanan and Mr Dixon raised issues over confidentiality, and this is extremely important. The bill's current provisions under Article 112EE, Chapter 4, Supplemental, already gives the Department considerable scope to ensure that the regulations include provision to keep all employee records confidential and to set minimum standards for requirements. However, as I have said, should the committee wish to have something specific on confidentiality on the face of the bill, I am open to discussing that. And I also welcome Linda Dillon's comments that victims and survivors should feel that they're able to speak up and speak out and seek help. Robbie Butler talked about how the bill had the potential to save lives by providing the space for victims to seek safety, and he mentioned the statistics, and we should all be bearing these in mind. The figures are stark, and we all must do more to address this problem. And Stuart Dixon also said that he's keen to explore the scope of the bill when it comes to victims of sexual assault, and again I am open to considering that and exploring that further. Keith Buchanan raised some issues around the wider implications for employment law and who would be considered a victim. He said that the procedural requirements will be highly sensitive and need to be considered carefully, and I agree wholeheartedly that we do need to avoid re-traumatising victims. And Linda Dillon reiterated that we need to do everything that we can to support victims of domestic abuse and how this bill can make a real difference. And Sinead McLaughlin too highlighted the need for a violence against women and girls strategy, and both commented on RSE, and the members will know that I completely agree with their comments on healthy relationships and the need for mandatory comprehensive RSE education for our children and young people. And they also highlighted the need for employees to be treated fairly and equally. And Stephen Dunn spoke about domestic abuse that goes unreported, and I agree that we need to instil the confidence in people to speak out. He also mentioned financial implications for small businesses, and I would reiterate that we cannot detach the costs from the benefits. There are already significant costs to businesses at the moment as a result of domestic abuse. So taking proactive measures to tackle it will benefit them, and many in the private sector have already recognised this and are implementing safe leave already. And Mr Carroll thanked the incredible people helping and supporting victims of domestic abuse, and I completely support his comments. He also highlighted the gendered nature of this, and that must be recognised. The Minister raised cost implications for small businesses as well, and I'd point that out again from Australian research showing that out of 102 employers that had introduced a form of paid domestic violence leave in 2014, 2/3 had never had any leave requested by the employees, and a further 2016 study suggested that only 1.5% of female employees and 0.3% of male employees are likely to utilise paid domestic leave provisions in any given year. So I do recognise that take-up of safe leave will be low. Obviously there are issues around awareness that are a part of that, but it is a fact. The experience elsewhere demonstrates that this kind of leave is used by those who need it, and we need to remember that.
Given way, and I agree with you in relation to what you've just said, would you agree with me that many people who are suffering from domestic abuse will never use this leave, but having the confidence that your employer recognises what you're going through, even if they don't know about it, is something in itself? It gives you a bit of confidence that you are not crazy, that you're not mad, that you're not wrong, that somebody else is doing wrong.
I thank the member for interventions, and I completely do agree with that, and having the support there will definitely add to people's confidence, but also just to know that that safety net is there, whether they need it or they want to use it or need to use it, but just to have that. It came through greatly in the consultation responses, with people putting comments, how they would really want their employer to have something like this, and I think that's quite clear with, especially then with employers and workplaces, implementing domestic abuse policies. They are certainly recognising how much it does impact them. The Minister talked about employers in Northern Ireland who are sympathetic, and just to clarify that in no way am I suggesting that all employers in Northern Ireland are not sympathetic to this. Many businesses are providing great support to their employees and workers, but others are not, and that is what this is for, is to provide a level playing field. And he also discussed other measures, and the BEIS review and workplace interventions will be key to this, that do not come from legislation. And I would encourage and support all measures to be taken that can be. And I would see this bill being able to dovetail with other measures that are being introduced anyway. I do understand that members have a considerable number of questions, and I very much look forward to engaging further with the committee should this pass as it conducts its scrutiny. And as a society, we must do all that we can to stop domestic abuse and to support victims and survivors, and I do believe that this bill will go some way towards achieving that. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for the Economy. Now turn to item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary